Good afternoon. Anyone tell me how the stream is? Is it janky? I'm not sure how to do this. All the checkboxes look good. Thank you very much. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. Rufus, Misery1, Emerald, Binary, good day to you, Lone Phantom. Welcome back. Wait, I'm on Twitch? What? Could have sworn I clicked to go on YouTube. No skip frames, thank you very much, guys. It's been 2 weeks since I ran the stream PC, so I have no idea how it's gonna work out. Just finishing off some stuff just now here. So worried it's gonna be like janky. Internet's a bit fluxed as well. Cause I can't stop it, dude. I ain't running that one right off the bat. Honestly, I'm surprised you're back here on Twitch. Well, all the details are in the titles, guys. It is not an April's Fool's Day. Even though it is, like, obviously on April's Fool. First, all that good stuff. How's the sound quality, by the way? You have to hit the road? No problem, Misery1. Safe driving, dude. Sound is alright. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Man, how do you even do this stuff? Ugh. I think all the commands should work. Let me just check. I think it's this one. Yeah, there we go. Nice. That is all anyone ever needs. Hey, Amp. How you doing, Chief? Sorry, guys. I got like a million things on the go at the same time. Ooh! Hope you're all good. Hey, Monkey Nuts. Good day to you, sir. Welcome in. Alright. I think I can actually put a wee timer on. I was so worried my internet is like fluctuating like crazy just now. Is it April's Fool's that you come? What do you mean, Ab? What do you mean? Jeez. I wonder how many people are gonna think that. I mean, it is perfect timing when you think of it. How you been though? How's things with you? Mr. Tuvo first. No, I don't think you're first, Chief. I would actually say Rufus is like insanely fast, you know what I'm saying? Straight in there, like, you what? Keen off the mark. How you doing today though, Mr. Tuvo? That 15-second ad? I don't even know what controls to press then. We'll see how it goes. Todd, welcome in, Chief. Good day to you. Alright, well, Matt. I don't need that. I need that. Oh, there. That'll do it. Devs, good day, Chief. Thank you for the love and the retweet, guys. Exclamation mark retweet if you want to get involved. I've got some other things I need to set up beforehand, like a little tweet thing for the giveaway. Ugh. Oh wait, forgot one thing. Oh, can't forget refreshments. It's a free 17, boys. Hey, Mr. B. Good day to you. I'm doing well, yeah. Thank you for asking. Had a bit of like a couple of hectic weeks and all that jazz. I can quickly go through that if needed. More paranoid. Can't even speak. Paranoid on the settings and stuff.
Resubscription received. Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Holy shit. Amp, thank you very much for the 9 months, dude. I appreciate that, my man. I don't know why you're here. Don't know why you're here. Twitter Ash. How are you even managing to post a link?
Resubscription received. Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Ash, that's some shoddy stuff, dude. Mr. Duval, thank you very much for the 17. I appreciate that, sir. Looks like a bunch of monitors. It is. It would be. Alright. Where's my start button? Let's do it. Thank you for that, Chief. Is it morning? It is morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Michael the Dark Lawrence, and welcome to another episode of The Darkness. It is the 1st of April. This is not an April's Fool's Day. This is actually this channel, once again, on Twitch. 22. Good day to you guys. Welcome in, Villet. Easy cat. 07s to y'all. Ash, that was incredible. Photoshop. I'm still interested how you can post a link. But maybe they've changed some things and all that jazz. But yes, if anyone is wondering why we are on Twitch, first of all, if you do exclamation mark updates and you do like the March channel, view, blog, all that, that will explain why we're on Twitch to a certain degree. Secondly, we have something coming up in 7 days with Toby Gaming, and unfortunately, their systems only are on Twitch.
Received. Ooh, thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
The Reform, thank you very much for the 16 months, Chief. Welcome in. How are you doing, sir? I am a god. You made me a VIP for some mad reason. Yeah, that's because you support me on other platforms, dude. Welcome in, the Reform. So yeah, that's pretty much it to a certain degree.
Resubscription received. Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Todd, thank you very much for the 10 months. Baby! Woo! That's some good stuff. Thank you very much for that. So strange, I was waiting on YouTube and then I saw the tweet. I know. A lot of people DM me and go, by the way, you're on Twitch. And like, really? Really? So, yeah. Ursox! How you doing, Chief? Welcome in. Miss your low flash? Miss your low flash? Yeah. Do I look red or orange? I look kind of off, I think. I changed some camera settings. And it's kind of fucked it, really, but whatever. Is this thing on? Yeah. So again, why we're on Twitch is because we've got a gig with Toby Gaming. You guys know Toby. They do the eye tracking for Star Citizen and other various games. Well, they've got an event up for Star Citizen starting in 7 days. And yeah, the hue is a bit off. I know. I'll sort that, or I'll try and sort it in a bit. You look red, yeah. I get that a lot. You get red. I actually don't know how to change it. Or back to what I originally had. But yeah, so they basically have their extensions that go through the Twitch platform. And I'm like, I'm a partner on Twitch. I'm a partner on YouTube. I can stream on both platforms if I wish. You know what I mean? Beard looking good. It's had a wee trim, Mr. B. But you do match the red background quite nice. Yeah, we need to sort this somehow. It's gonna be a mission and I have to try and figure this one out. Oh! This is why you should never touch your camera. Is that right? Looks a bit underwater. Oh my god, I've been on holiday. Oh. Thanos, is that you? Jeez. Give me 2 sex, Jet. I'll figure out some way. Help. I can't remember even what I had on auto just now. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna leave on auto. I'd rather be washed out than anything. DarkLaw is back on Twitch. Today's gonna be a good day. It's always a good day. But yeah, that's mainly why we're on Twitch just now. Is firstly the update nonsense that you can see on Gilded. Secondly, the gig with Toby. We've got loads of CIG giveaways that I need to hand out because I can't keep them to myself, unfortunately. So we've got a giveaway starting in like, what is it, 30 minutes if you do exclamation mark April? I think it's like 30 minutes, something like that. I'll put the tweet out, 93 minutes, sorry. Is it 93? Ooh, that seems a little bit later. Anyway, 93 minutes apparently it starts. This week's for a Cutlass Steel. Next week is... God, I can't even remember. Next week is for the Saber LTI. Then we've got some Love Struck pack. And then a 400i to give away. So, again, whilst we're here for the Toby gig... I was like, right, let's just do it. Let's get rid of them all. Right off the bat. Gonna look for a bit, kiddos, but welcome back. Love the hairstyle. Love the hairstyle. The hairstyle's not changed. And looking forward to some unique Scottish humor and maybe some fancy flying too. I haven't played Star Citizen in 60 days, so we'll see. We will see. That sun must be intense in Scotland. It is, yeah. Do the orange, then you can call yourself the carrot man. There was somebody that had that, didn't it? There is actually a condition. Like going to the eye doctor, number 1 and number 2. Yes. Yeah, I'll fiddle around with the camera or I'll just leave it on auto. To be honest, this looks alright. I'm a bit bluted in the face because of the weather. It's going crazy. He's been to the salt coats. Exactly, yeah. It's the fortunate part of living up quite high and rural when weather goes from sunny to other things. Like my face gets so weathered. It's crazy. Special, thank you very much for the 14
Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Lots of vibes, guys. Apparently there's the ability to now put down follower emotes. So I think if you're following the channel, you can actually do good vibes, TDL good vibes or something like that. How was the week off? Shit. As I put in my latest blog on Gilded Reformed, it's kind of like a roller coaster going on in my life right now. So again, I'm not going to go into details. Literally, you just do exclamation mark update. You can look at the last 2 blogs. Will explain everything. But yeah, it's not been productive. So, well, it has been productive, but not in the way I wanted it to be. So right now I'm just gonna blast through this challenge. So the challenge basically is 30 days on Twitch, back to back. We're not having any breaks for the next 30 days. It's 30 days of streaming to give back to you guys and to the guys on YouTube. 4 weeks of giveaways with all some other stuff. The Toby challenge, which is 11 or 13 days back to back streaming, which will give you lots of giveaways and stuff. So literally April is all to give back to you guys. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You know what I mean? We'll say that. But thank you very much, Liz Bachelor, for this update. I appreciate that. And that's pretty much how I will have to join Gilded and have read. Just do exclamation mark updates, dude. It'll show you the blog. And just do March update and March update and the latest one, which was like 30-day challenge or something like that. That should tell you. I think it is. It should show you in a blog form. I'm gonna have to retweet this one for Ash. So I'm still massively trying to set up everything. Bit of a rush, but I hope everyone's well. So yeah, obviously April will give you the giveaway, which starts very shortly, within like I think it's actually way too long. It's like 89 minutes. I think I'll just leave it at that. I'll put the tweet out which needs to be added into the system. But that's it. I'm kind of like messing around with things. Keebs! Okay, enough with this April's Fool's joke. Go back to YouTube. I will! Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe I'll stay here. I have no idea. Next 30 days obviously is on Twitch. And stuff like that. If that helps. Because again, I have lots of stuff that I need to give away to you guys. Because obviously with CIG and Toby. Which is awesome. So, yeah. Buckle up, buckaroos. This is going to be an interesting ride. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be asked if this is an April's Fool's Day all day, but yeah. How is everyone? How is everyone enjoying Free 17?
Free subscription received.
I heard it's a shitstorm.
Thank you for renewing your
but
Class
just
2
from
access.
Bugs that. Villet, thank you very much for the 3 months support. Vibes in chat, please, ladies and gentlemen. If you are a sub, you can do the TDL Good Vibes too, which will make it animated. Ooh. But yeah, drop the good vibes, guys. If you're following the channel, it's free to do so. Type it out. Anyone that supports the channel, please just drop the vibes. I appreciate it massively. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's it. I have not played Star Citizen in 60 days, which is nice. I don't know if I will go into the PTU because I was watching Henkin this morning whilst debating things, and it was not looking good. Where it was just like ships not spawning, stations not working, stuff like that. So I may just stay on live, and because I need to learn how to fly again. I can't fly, or at least I think I can't fly. That'd be interesting. Matuki, thank you. Uman Ra, welcome in. If I've missed anyone, just shout out, guys. Captain Gore, good day to you as well. If you want stability, then go to the PU instead. Right. Very buggy, some great improvements. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff that I've seen in the notes. Some very interesting things. But yeah, this patch, I got an email from CIG, from Xylo, and he was saying, don't go into Free 17 with too much hype, because the current patch is like broken in some way, and they're gonna get it fixed as fast as possible. So it's like, all right, cool. I wasn't really expecting Wave 1 to be working in any format, but yeah, I love the idea of what's actually in Free 17. Kind of wish that the Scorpion had been out, or Scorpius, whatever it's called, beforehand. But the most important one, I think, for me is that desync. That opens up a lot of games with that. From just general flying and all that stuff. Equipping characters behaving weird in that patch. Weird in what way? Like your trousers are going on your arms? Also, inside Star Citizen last night, I was gonna say Endeavor, but it's not the Endeavor. It's the Expanse. That was pretty cool, actually. Finally, the Inferno handles like an 890 jump. Hype. Well, to be honest, it's actually, I'm not even gonna get into that one. It was poorly advertised when it was sold, and they're obviously changing how they want it to be. Your stuff disappears in the amount of time after equipping at times. Alright, that's gonna be a good one. The positional in FFAC is pretty much not there. Nice, nice. Coming above. What was coming above? Yeah, it's tricky. PTU itself, I couldn't spawn a ship, but may have been because I bought it. Alright, fair enough. I saw Burks like trying to get on a tram or something last night, and he just couldn't do it. And he was battling with it for a few hours. So I'm like, I know that this patch is scuffed, so I need to relearn how to fly. So I'll probably just go into the PU and crash into the ground. Or do something like that. Because I literally have had my joysticks covered up for 60 plus days. I've not played Star Citizen since the 1st of February. And I'm a little worried to see how it goes. The hydration is a lot more harsh. And I'm still yet to successfully drink a drink. Can you still lie in a medical bed, Kurt, and re-eat drink IV style? Does that still work? If that still works, then that's all you ever need, you know? You just park the ship and get an IV drip on the go. It's free. That's what I was using. I played a lot of survival games like DayZ and stuff like that. I am not a fan of having to drink. Like, obviously, you know, it's like, what, 1.5 liters of water a day. You're meant to drink 2 plus, you know, more if you can. Some people are different. Like, for me, I'm quite like a camel, where I can take a drink and then not have another drink. I have to force myself. So I don't think you should have to like dehydrate if you're just like walking around and stuff like that, or eat continuously. If you're like running across the desert, or at Jump Town you're running around and shooting and doing all that jazz, then yeah, of course you're gonna have to drink and eat. But again, everyone's metabolism is different. It really, I just don't think it should ever be super harsh, unless like you're in a really harsh environment. Like, say for example, you're on a planet or a moon that is so hot that you're dehydrated, or you're on a freezing planet and you're cold or something like that. But whatever, man, you know. Also, I don't know why this, give me a second, that is from YouTube turned on. Let me just get rid of that. Ooh. I think it's that one. Yeah, get rid of that. That's not meant to be there. Fuck off. Took me a day on and off to buy and load out free ships and still not done. Is that in PTU? Or PU? YverX, good day to you. I mean, it's always a worry when CIG start doing tinkering things. Again, who knows? It might be... Again, I just don't think... It goes with the debate about should your character have to, you know, release itself. And I'm kind of like, I don't think it needs to be in a game. Like, I imagine like the immersion people want with the drinking and eating. Again, I think it should only be a requirement if you're doing like harsh things. You're sprinting around, like you want to keep sprinting, you eat to get like a stamina boost or something like that, or water, or I don't know, jump higher. I just don't think you should ever be like, oh, my character is going to pass out because it's not had its water, kind of thing. I just don't agree with that in a game like Star Citizen. I think limited survival stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Alright, this is gonna be a meme and a half. Let me just lock these into place. Oh, definitely gonna have to figure out how to put the color back. I can't even remember what settings I had on my camera. I need to try and sort it out. I thought free 16 hydration and hunger rates were fine. It just needed to persist across logins, otherwise you just bed. Again, all these things I'm pretty sure they'll tweak down the line. Let me log in. I'm trying to remember my password now. Sati. Type out a 20-digit password. For a time. No, it's not right. Fourth time. Fourth time. Password remembered 4 times. Learning, like, memorizing 20-digit passwords is not fun at my age. Oh, there we go. Rogue Wyvern, is the Daemar Devil back? If you mean back into Star Citizen, yeah. I don't know if you could call me the devil anymore. I'm pretty sure everyone in the game is better than me right now. I've literally not played in 60
Twitch Prime
days,
sub
so...
received. Generous and clever. Bravo.
Okay, that didn't sound too good, but Cultivar, thank you very much for the 3 months. I appreciate that. Can we get some vibes in chat, please? That kind of like lagged out. I don't know if that's my setting or Twitch's end. It's like a bicycle. It is, yeah.
Captain, someone has gifted a Class 2 access pass.
It's meant to say a different thing, I think, but...
Captain,
Reform, thank you
someone has gifted a Class 2 access pass.
No! I don't want it to say for every single one! Oh my god, we're gonna have to edit that. God damn you.
Captain, someone has gifted a Class 2 access pass.
No, they've not! Shut up. Fuck's sake.
Captain,
Reformed, why?
someone has gifted a Class 2 access pass.
I don't care! Shut up, you goddamn stupid... How do I turn this off? How do I stop this?
Captain, someone...
Shut up. Skip. Are you done? Are you done? Thank you very much for the 5 bomb, dude. I appreciate that. You've now discovered how this stuff works as well. Right, we're gonna have to fix this. Fuck's sake.
Twitch Prime sub received. Generous
I was
and
about
clever.
to rage.
Bravo.
I was about to rage. Wyverx, thank you very much for the 33. I appreciate that. Hey, look, I'm a YouTube partner. I don't know how to Twitch. We don't have these fancy things on YouTube. Alright, gifts. Let's see here. I don't want it to do... How does this work? Right. Let me change this. Alright, that's like that. Okay. I hate to press this button again. I'm gonna literally mute. I'm gonna try it again. Here we go.
Captain, multiple Class 2 status updates in progress.
That's what it should have done. But it didn't. I appreciate that, Reform. Thank you very much for the 5 and the Prime Wyverx. Thank you so much for that. Right, that is that sorted. Anything else? Anything else broken? Or I don't know about? I'm actually going to put this tab over here because... Yeah. We've got 75 minutes until I need to do something with the giveaway. So stressful. Fledger 070, welcome in, Chief. Fault finding, I know, man. I know. Alright. So yeah, we'll just roll into live. I'm gonna go on my alt because literally I am a fledgling. Is that what you call a young bird? I have no idea how to play this. Yeah. Alright. What do I press? This one. Bet you like that, eh? How you doing though, Wyverx? Rogue Wyvern? Astra? How's everyone doing? Hope you are well. Hope you're enjoying your Friday. I'm stressed. That's nothing new. Right, well, apart from like bugs and stuff like that, we'll probably just wait until there's like another patch for PTU. What is it? But yeah, let's rock on with 30 days back to back. Oh, by the way, for anyone that's like remembers on the channel or anything like that, I'm no longer doing episodes. I'm just doing it by day. How's your injuries? You mean the pinky toe? Well, I guess it's healing. I'm able to walk, which is a good thing. It's a little sore. I can't go for long hikes or anything like that. But yeah, it's alright. The hand, however, if anyone doesn't know, my nerves are going in my hand. And they're directly down this area, is basically going to shot. My motor of the hand is very, very slow in comparison to what it's used to be. And obviously moving the fingers into like, say, that position massively hurts. Obviously it's like a stinging pain. It's not like, you know, end of the world, I'm going to explode kind of stuff. But yeah, it's basically down here is messed up. And what they're going to have to do is basically put like a needle down. This is probably a bit graphic for you guys. So anyway, they're going to insert needles into my hand because what they think is wrong is like on nerves, you've got like a sheath kind of thing, and it's like narrowed down, so the nerve is like moving in a smaller space or whatever scientific, medical, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, they've got to basically open up the sleeve of the nerve, and then it's going to repair, and then hopefully I should get more motor back. Again, it's not too bad. It's just literally, well, I mean, I can't do as many things as I would normally want to do. Stuff like that. But, again, we can heal from everything. The toe will repair. There's nothing... Oh my god, it's so... Ugh. FPS. Yeah, like, the toe will repair. You can't really do anything with feet. Like, it doesn't need a cast or anything like that. And then the hand, I'll just need to get that booked in. So I need to go to the doctors to get like exam, blood test, all that stuff, and all that jazz. But aye. Hey Zelda, how you doing, Chief? Back on Twitch for the next 30 days. Yes. Sounds like a good time. Well, I'm glad I'm ambidextrous, Keeps. So all my daily tasks can be done with my left or right hand. I'm doing very well, thanks to it. Falling apart, but doing well. Oh, I forgot to put a message out on Instagram. Actually, I can't be bothered. But how's things with you, sir? You doing well? You keeping healthy as always with your fitness? That is what we call it. Yeah. You know, like riding a bike and doing the dishes. Daily tasks, you know? Daily tasks. By the way, how does the mic quality sound? I literally moved it. Holy crap, this is loud. I moved it where instead of it coming across, it's like, well, under the desk basically. Sounds familiar to neuro damage I've been battling the last couple of years for you, friend. Well, I mean, again, how you doing, Rolo? Welcome in, Chief. Again, they said that I should be able to get it sorted. It's just basically the sleeve of the nerve is fucked. So they'll just do the whatever, and hopefully get something back. Again, I've got the ability to do this. Like, it's not fully damaged. It's just this is very slow. And also if I do like a full squeeze like that, it hurts like crazy. If I use free fingers like this, obviously my Spider-Man days are completely fucking over. But that hurts as well. I can still do weightlifting, which is good. I just can't do as many reps, and I've lessed off like a couple of sets instead. So it has like a knock-on effect. But I can, like, if I get like a lifting glove on, it holds it nicely where this area doesn't get as affected. But when a lot of people were asking why I wasn't in flight or flight, basically the guys at Atmo invited, and I would have loved to have gone on, but like the 60 days of not playing Star Citizen, as much as like SE's not been in a good situation, it's also to try and, you know, heal the hand, because this one's absolutely fine. This can go fucking crazy. This is the new mental hand, but this one's just a little bit like, eugh. If anyone knows a good cyborg kind of person who can hook me up, I'm happy to be a test guinea pig. Wouldn't mind a cyborg arm, as long as it comes with a utility of tools. My dad had both his hands unable to even close. Oh, did it get that bad? He had them cup open and repaired. Good as new now. Cup open? You mean cut open? Yeah, that is obviously a procedure that I've seen where like they will open up the, I mean, we don't need to go graphic, the hand and play with all the wee motors, you know, that you have in your hand. It's quite actually interesting. But they think I just need to get the needle down the nerve root and that should sort it. Just don't do your daily tasks with your new cyborg arm. Hey, we can tone it down, you know? We get some dial down settings. I'll ask for like a dial so we can have like level 10 and level 1, you know? Yeah, hands do heal pretty well, so obviously, long as I don't do anything stupid, so I'm not planning to, you know, climb Everest or anything like that on Twitch. Gin and tonic. Really? We're on Twitch? No way. No way. Just pop a 20 pence into your biceps for a nice... Does it come with a portable model, Mary Kay? Right. I have no idea what... Oh, I have this. This will do. What do we have? Is this just stock? Oh, it's got oh, this is for Logan. Yeah, alright, okay, I'm gonna take this off because, again, I'm just gonna go and learn how to fly. I don't want any distractions. It's gonna be interesting enough to even remember. I've got pedals, I've got everything to try and figure this one out. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Tell you, it's the worst thing when you're trying to... When you leave a game and you come back to it and you're like, what was I doing? It's why I never really returned to MMOs when I stopped playing them. Would even help if I actually spawned a ship. Yeah, we'll do that. Thank you very much, Jenna. Appreciate that. How you doing? Off-road and highway setting. Yes. To be honest, I wouldn't, like, I don't foresee it being that far off before, like, cybernetics are implemented. There's, like, some fantastic technology out just now for people that have lost the ability to walk, like spinal damage and stuff like that, where they get into this rig that plugs them in and they can walk again. Obviously, it's quite a big battery that sits on your back for the time being, but you know what I mean? In 10 years' time, battery shrinks down. Stuff gets less and less to use. Yeah. ATC button in 317. Thank goodness that is going to be the case. Unfortunately, we don't have it in the PU. I do apologize for how slow this is. Ugh. Yeah, I want my full Deus Ex Cyber Dysplasia before my knees totally give out. See, funny thing is, I used to have a really bad right knee, and I'm pretty sure I damaged it off, like, going down on my knees. And then, for some reason, it's just sort of cleared itself, so I could only assume it was just like some sort of cartilage floating around in the knee that was just grinding or something like that. My brother had to get, it's called grommet removal, where they keyscope into the side of the knee and they flush out with water and it gets all the broken bone and stuff like that out and stuff like that. So yeah, knees are, I've watched plenty of like knee ops and stuff. I like watching that stuff. I used to work in theater many years ago. I've heard a woman whose cybernetics are so good, people call her the angel. You talking about Cyborg? I'm not sure about that one. Both of mine are footboard. Ah, sorry to hear that, dude. One is screwed up from rugby. Yeah, I used to play rugby. I actually, like, rugby and hockey were my favorite sports at school when I was a kid. And the other, I cut the kneecap and oh, with a machete when I was 13. What? What are you using a machete for when you're 13 years old? Gotta prepare for work. Just lurking. Have a nice day. Nice to you. Thank you very much, Zelda. I appreciate it. Have a good day. All men like me live for medical bad knee discussions and hips. Got any hip stories yet? We're alright on hip. There's no grinding. No grinding on the hip yet. I mean, I turned 40. I turned 40 this year. And ooh, 19 people in the server. That's cool. And I'm lucky that it's only the nerves in the left hand that are
Twitch Prime
so far
received. Generous and
George
clever.
Lee, thank you very much
Bravo.
for the 10 months, dude. Thank you for the Prime. Come get some vibes. I appreciate that, my man. Glad to see you again. Appreciate your SE content. Thank you very much, Heretic. Again, guys, we're here for 30 days straight on Twitch. This is courtesy of CIG, but also we have a gig with Toby starting in 7 days, which I will explain more at the time. But yeah, okay, right. This is gonna be Mimi. Right, don't laugh. Okay, I'm very sensitive to flying. Oh god, this feels so weird. It's like riding a bike. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. Pedals. Are they doing the right way? I listened off the pedals, like release the dampener, because I thought, well, coming back, I wouldn't really know what's going on. Well, I like GAG, I like Toby, and I like you, win-win. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. We also have now a discount code with Monster Tech. All the images, instead of having like spam that you get on channels, I thought, alright, I'll just put the free links down. And am I too close? Oh god. This feels so strange. I thought I'd just make it a lot easier, you know? Like riding a rocket-powered bike through space. I know, I'm just a little worried. We'll see, we'll see. Truth will be in the pudding when we hit the ground. Something like that. I need, because I'm on Twitch, I can play, oh I can play Transformers music again. Alright, let's see. That'll be in the... I love how I can even remember that. It's definitely going to be a few days to get back into rhythm on this. I remember when I like stopped snowboarding and I came back to it 5 years later. My goodness, that was a disaster. But luckily it only took me like a couple of falls and then I started to remember that it's going to hurt. So don't fall over. Maybe try something for giving like an Argo cargo. No, we definitely we need to push boundaries. Oh god. I'll go here. That should be good. I feel like clammy and sweaty already. Go hard or go home. Yeah. Let's just see how it goes. Appreciate all the love though today, guys. Thank you so much. Again, we've got that giveaway that
Twitch Prime sub received. Generous and clever. Bravo.
Generous and clever. Tough Mudder, thank you very much for the 12 months, full year support. How are you doing today, Chief? Welcome in. Thank you very much for that Prime. Did you fall on your backside or on your knees? For what, sorry? Right, let me see here. Right, we're good there, Snowboarding when you got back to it? Just backside, fell on backside. So it was just basically riding regular and then swap between like goofy and regular and stuff like that. I've not been snowboarding in a very long time. Hey Finnar, welcome in. How you doing? I need a kind of like a song. What should we play? Before you even say Tough Mudder, no, I'm not playing Dragon Force. I don't know, like a song to kind of like remind me. Oh, I don't know. What do you guys think? What's a good song to kind of like figure this out? Oh, you know what? We'll do this. We'll do this. Yeah. Yeah, Matoki's got it. Alright. Do not judge, alright? I can't remember how to fly. Oh god, jeez. The things we have to do. Ugh. Alright, pedal control. Good there. My god. That's a good trick. Just like riding a bike, Yeah. I'll move this a wee bit. Oh. We need to sit a bit more straight on my seat as well. Oh shit. Left joystick was not working. Or right was that? I think it disconnected. Oopsie. That's not my fault. That's not mine. That is a full disconnection. I was cleaning these. I don't know if I put this in correctly. I think it was the left one anyway. I literally had no control. Come on, screw in. Oh god, it's doing stuff. Does it rotate this way? No, it doesn't. Oh my god, what's going on? Help! I hate the plug so much on the Verpals. I think it was that. Oh, fuck's sake. This is like... gone funny. Yeah, the cable's not long enough. Going the right way? Yeah. I think that's it. Been a long time. Seen those haptic suits by Razer? Oh yeah, that is a meme and a half. Like, Dobafett, thank you very much for the follow, dude. Right. Oh, maybe that was why. Maybe that is why it failed. Trust me, I am a professional. I know. Input viewer. It's left. Right, that works. That works because we're moving. Cool. Wonder if I should do the right. The right joystick. We'll try that again. Hopefully the controls stay with me. How much money, does anyone know how much money you get from selling your medical gown in 3.17? Because I know that's possible now instead of just like chucking it on the floor. I'm interested to know how much you actually get from it. We're only like a few UEC. Right, let's get sat in here. Right, that's good. That's a good position. Ooh. Depends if you wash it first. Wash what? So your joystick only understands Dragon Force. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. All I know is we just literally flopped because I couldn't control the ship. I'm kind of hoping... I mean, it's working here just now. I hope something else doesn't crash. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, proxy assist. Oh, yeah. Thank you. That might help as well. We remember everything. Yay! If you follow on Gilded, you can keep up to date on TDL news. You can, yes, exactly. I did not know you were back. Well, if you follow me on Twitter and places like that, you will. If you need any updates, guys, exclamation mark update. 8 Pro Toby, T-O-B-I-I. That will explain it to you. That's a bit wonky. just that to begin with. Yeah, I like that. But aye, we've got as I was explaining at the start of the show, basically we've got a gig coming up with Toby Gaming. You all know Toby. And that starts in 7 days time, and unfortunately the gig is only on Twitch, so I was like, you know what, I have a lot of CIG stuff to do. April might be the last month as a content creator. Again, you can do exclamation mark updates if you want to keep up to date with the last 2 blogs will explain it really. So I was like, fuck it, let's do 30 days of streaming back to back every day for 30 days, and yeah, if it's the end, it's the end. If it carries on, it carries on. I'm kind of like free dicking it just now, you know. But and obviously we've got the first one, which is in 48 minutes. I would probably like try and do, you know what? I'm gonna do the tweet just now, and then I can just schedule that one in. Yeah, so I'll do the tweet just now, and then add this to the giveaway, and then when it goes live, everything for you guys will be solid. That makes it a lot easier. Then I don't need to have any distractions. Everything's breaking today. Like internet, I was literally about to go live and my internet just wrecked. I was like, oh, okay, cool. That's good. Then my camera seems to be out of color correctly, and I don't even want to try and figure out how to fix that one. Joystick popping out. Yeah. What's next? What is next? Now I gotta do some crazy ass verify to get in here. Edit. Right, add the tweet. Sorry guys, I'm just quickly gonna do this now. How to enter. You can retweet it by going there. We update it. Boom. Alright, for the next 7 days, get involved in that one when it goes live in like 46 minutes. And then obviously next week, they're back to back every week, and then on the final week we're giving away a 20% RSI discount code. That's out of my own pocket again, just to be like, hey guys, you know, thank you very much. And yeah, we will see where it goes, but we'll do 30 days of it anyway. Sorted. Right, spawn this. Hopefully, we don't have any more memes. Yeah. Maybe. Got proximity off. Thank you for that, Rogue. I completely forgot. I generally don't understand why CIG just don't have proxy off as default. It's like all safeties should be off default in my opinion, and if you want safeties you turn them on, kind of thing. That one, does anyone know if that still recurs in 3.17? Playing too much Elden Ring and Lost Ark. Anyone here played Elden Ring? Completed Elden Ring. What a game, like, I have to say. Game of the year for me so far is Elden Ring. Incredible. That's the first Souls game I've ever played as well. Incredible game. Surprisingly, PvP is not enjoyable as well. Right. We have control. Oof, a bit dodgy. Game settings in 3.16 has default values for such things like processes, but for some of the switches do not seem to work. Yeah, the proximity one has not worked in like 3 or 4 patches. You join Gilded, nice. Make sure you go to the rules area and add the role for yourself, reformed, and then Gilded kind of explodes with community stuff. We've got Discord. Obviously people can, there's like a chat channel people can use on Discord, but I have the community on Gilded purely, as you can see down below. It allows me to manage everything a lot easier and do it that way. Hey Ligma, how you doing today, Chief? Welcome in. Long time no speak. Did you forget about me? How you doing today? Welcome. So paranoid now. Go here. No, I'm doing very well as can be. As one can be. A little bit of good old nerve damage in the hand, but how about that? Fine. Stress, all those kind of things, but everyone's in the same boat, so I don't really want to complain about it too much. You know when you're gonna be able to buy one of those fancy, smancy ships? GDO back on Twitch on April's Fool? Hey! Just remember, I'm a partner of Twitch and a partner of YouTube. I can be on every platform. But yeah, as I've been saying a few times today, Remlif, basically we're doing 30 days back to back on Twitch because I have a gig coming up with Toby, and Toby only do their stuff on Twitch. And yeah, I have loads of CIG giveaways to stuff. If you go to !update and you look at blog like March update, it'll explain. Again, I don't really want to get into too much of it. I just want to chill and have too much fun. But I'm on Twitch for 30 days. The March update will kind of explain things in great detail, and we'll see how it goes. Oh no, be targeted. Oh, it's just the facility. I haven't played Star Citizen in 60 days, so this is going to be really, really interesting to see. There we fly. Okay, we seem to have all controls this time. That's probably a good thing. Proximity is turned off, which is nice. Software hasn't crashed. How you doing, Remlif? Good to see you, sir. But yeah, if anyone is asking why on Twitch, again, it's just literally we have stuff coming up with Toby next week for 13 days. They only do their events on Twitch, and because it's for Star Citizen, that's it. I can't do it on YouTube. And updates will obviously explain another reason. Oh, you've had second bout of Rona. Ew. I've still yet to have any Corona, but I mean, I don't really speak to anyone outside the house, so, or like mingle with anyone. Looking forward to getting back into SE. Same dude, yeah. The patch for 3.7 or 3.17, sorry, does look very juicy, and everyone's been saying, you know, the desync is good, and like it's not too buggy, all that jazz. Let's quickly check the settings here, if they're all intact. Is that what I had? 15 there. We have here, I think it should all be default, I would imagine. Yeah, It's all default. I don't bother with people outside of the house. Problem is I have kids in schools. Oh yeah, I can imagine that. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. Yeah, that's gotta suck. It would definitely annoy me, like, if your, like, children are clean, and then, other children's children, or other parents' children, are vile little vermins with the corona. Again, it's gonna be one of these things for multiple years. A lot of people are like, oh, it's gonna be over and done with. It's like, nah. I'm gonna try one more time, chat, to change the camera. Because it's annoying me. I literally can't remember what settings. Does that look okay? No, it looks very red. That looks a bit better, eh? Yeah, that'll do. 4,000. What did I miss? You missed me crashing straight into the ground because my joystick decided to disconnect itself the moment I started to fly, Ash. That's what you've missed. Apart from that, wonders. Smash that follow button and retweet. Yeah. Okay. Let's try this again. What can we do? What can we do? What can we do? Yeah, you know what? We'll use this one. Don't start flying like me now. What? Dude, I'm pretty sure, jokes aside, you're better at this game than I am right now. Man, is it just me, or am I seeing the only one who thinks my daily routine is missing something when TheDarkLaw doses? What? Man, is it just me, or am I the only one who thinks my daily routine is missing something when... Oh, when I don't stream. Picks him pretty fast. I'm hoping so, yeah. I appreciate that, though. Good to see you back. Love from Greg. Hello, Greg. That's gonna be an interesting one to remember. Alright. Again. Do not judge. This is 60 days without flying. We'll sweat out. weirdness there. Little weird. Heard that like outposts are not going to allow you to keep oh jeez, that gets loud. Let's do this. I can't feel like this. We're gonna explode. Like if you keep refueling at an outpost, it will eventually like go up in price or less fuel available and stuff in 3.17. So that sounds awesome, man. Right. Still wish they would get rid of that collision alert nonsense. That's quite a distraction just now. Give me a wee while to see through it again. Oh, joystick gremlin's gone again. Interesting. I wonder if there's a patch for it. That's going to be very interesting. Oh, yeah. That was the left joystick going again. Ooh, do we have issues? It might be like a patch that I need to do. That's why Gremlin's crashing. It's this joystick. It's disconnecting itself. The cable's like pulling or something. It's pulling itself out, chat. This is a meme and a half. Yeah. Alright. Well, at least we know. It's not Joystick Gremlin that's at fault. It's this cable. It keeps popping out. Fuck's sake. Fuck's sake. Wonder how I can make it not pop. Okay, if a stick loses connection, then joystick. Alright, so that's why it's crashing. So the moment that this joystick goes, it crashes Gremlin. Okay, good to know. The only thing I can think of is it is when I'm twisting, it's pulling the cable out of the Z extension. Ugh, I don't really want to go back to non-Z extension. Yeah, that's it working now. What to do, what to do, what to do, what to do. It's actually the first time that's happened ever since we got the Z extension. I don't think we've ever come across this one before. It is from the neglect of not touching them. Probably, yeah. Again, I hadn't touched them in 60 days, and yesterday I took them off the desk to clean, and then put them back on and stuff. I don't really know what I can do to prevent that though. Never had crashing myself on joystick room, but it will definitely it'll stop on stick disconnect. Right. Okay. If it has the same issue, I do have a spare left. I can also just try no Z extension. Technical issues. I have made a low flying break from over a month as well, and it took me like 30 minutes to get low again and doing crazy stuff. Nice. Are you on Windows 11? No, I'm not on Windows 11. Might have to boot up the VPC and see if it's throwing in it. No, I think. Alright. That's a good idea. Let's just do it then. How do you use it to find errors? Let's do left. Load VPC. Where would it say errors? There's not like a firmware update. I generally think it's the cable popping out, personally, because my input just literally hits, like, shits the bed. You see, I just crash instantly, like I've got no control. Voice at the console is nice. Voice at the console? Let's do a calibrate. It's gonna be weird in game, I do apologize. This'll turn itself off. You know what, I'm just gonna close Gremlin down. Under buttons, right. We'll have a wee look. Input setup, roger that, thank you. The Ace upgrade is funny, can store people's ships when they go to try... Really? You can store people's ships? That's so trolly. Buttons and... Are you talking about, what was it? Hardware... Hardware? I don't see a hardware button. Firmware... Axes... I've only got direct input viewer. But under buttons... I don't see what you're talking about. Towards the top right, you'll see drop down. Top right. It'll flash red under errors if anything is shorting. Oh, in the physical state you're talking about. Right, you'll see drop downs in the upper left. Yeah. Hey, gal here. How you doing, Chief? I'm doing very well, thank you for asking. Having a little bit of technical issues with the left joystick. It keeps shorting out. And I think it's just the cable that's coming loose inside the... and you'll see port bytes error. Ports byte error. Am I blind? Oh, yeah. Right, okay. So you would see error. No, that's... Oops. Yeah, I just close that one. We'll load this again. Back on Twitch, yeah, for the next 30 days, we are, yes, we have an event coming up with Toby on the 7th or 8th of April, Osmo, and they don't do their stuff on YouTube, so we are here for 30 days. I think it's just literally the cables disconnecting. If it happens again, I'm just gonna take the whole Z-axis apart and then just pop it in. Oh no, that's gonna really annoy me if that's the case. I'll just take it all apart and have a look into it more. Hey, Ondo, how you doing, Chief? Thank you very much. Good to see you as well, sir. But if you guys ever need like updates and stuff like that, you can just do !update. It
Captain,
will give you like
someone
my
has
blog
gifted
and
a
stuff.
Class 2 access pass.
Hey, thank you very much for the gifted sub, and Bonus Can, thank you very much for the 5 months. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, dude. Vibes in chat. Yeah, so basically, if you do ! update, you do like the March update. In short, I was saying to people on YouTube that because of like the massive price increase in the UK, I was not going to be able to carry on with the YouTube scene for the time being. I then had to explain to viewers that I was going away for 2 weeks. We did 2
Twitch
weeks.
Prime sub received. Generous
Darkix,
and clever.
thank you very much.
Bravo.
Right. Thank you very much for that, sir. So yeah, like literally, because of like all the price increases in the UK, YouTube would be fine if it wasn't for these crazy prices of electricity going up in the UK, and obviously with what is happening with Ukraine, also other prices are going up, and I just can't maintain on YouTube. So I went away looking for like part-time work, full-time work. I put in the March update that the worst case scenario would be I have to swap my full-time job as a content creator to a full-time job somewhere else. That would be the worst case scenario, but I said to people, if the 2 weeks didn't work out, which they didn't, unfortunately, whilst I was away looking for other things, I was like, you know what? I'll do like 30 days on Twitch or something like that, and if that's the end of it, that's the end of it, you know what I mean? My electricity bill is about 220% of what it was in November. It's rough. Yeah, it's gone up 55% here, and it's going up another 20% in August. And if it wasn't for this, I could still maintain on YouTube until they bring out another platform, but I'm like, I got the gig with Toby, I've got all these giveaways to do. I was like, you know what? We'll do 30 days on Twitch, we'll see how it goes, and if it's the end, it's the end, you know? It's crazy, man. It is absolutely mental, but again, like, in worst case sort of scenario, you know, it's not as bad as other people right now, and all that, so, you know, if it is what it is, it's what it is, you know. We can't do anything about it. Prices go up, and if income doesn't go up at the same time, well, you've gotta swap jobs, you know. But I appreciate all the love today, guys, I do. So yeah, 30 days, this is kind of like my way of giving back to you guys, working with Toby.
Resubscription received.
All that
Thank
jazz.
you for renewing your
Ondo,
Class
thank you
2
very much for the
access.
14, dude. So you can pay me when I drink you under the table at random... You couldn't drink me under the table? Do you know who my alter ego is, Ondo? There's nobody alive that can drink the TheDarkLaw under the table, dude. He drinks himself under the table. 20 billion profits from the oil corpse on rising costs. Well, again, like I'm not gonna get into politics or anything about it. It's shitty, It's just one of these situations where, as a full-time content creator, if prices go up and my wages don't go up, there's nothing I can do about it, you know? Gotta look for other work and stuff, so remains to be seen. Yeah, someone out there will always be having it tougher. Exactly. So I'm very grateful with where I am just now. You know, I've at the present moment still got my house over my head and all that jazz, and yeah, so again, I don't want to drivel on with my problems because, again, there are much worse problems in the world just now, but my problems are my problems. You want to read about them, they're in my blogs on Gilded, or if you do exclamation mark update, and I don't really want to go into too much detail about it, just it is what it is. It sucks, but we will we'll figure out something, you know what I mean? You'll take the challenge. You know, I've not had a drink of alcohol since that night of TheDarkLaw being on the stream and kind of like sitting for an hour without communicating to people. I haven't touched a drop of alcohol since. What I'm hearing is you need more subscribers. Well, I've got YouTube. Hopefully, if 317 is better, I'll be able to start my bloody YouTube series that I want to get underway. I couldn't do it in 316 because the patch was just so rubbish, and it gave me like a super downer and stuff. But if desync is what it is, then we should be doing a lot better, yeah? It's a face I've missed. Glad to see you back. Thank you very much, Xander. How are you doing today? But yeah, like if you wanna sub, you wanna sub. If you wanna follow, you wanna follow. You wanna donate, you wanna donate. I don't have any goals. I'm just here to have fun for 30 days, and we'll see how it goes. Well as can be. Hope you're well. I am as well as can be. Yeah. Want to sub, but also want the content. Gib. I know. I'm looking forward to doing the Logan stuff, but 317 needs to really work for that to be the case. Okay. Please, joystick, don't disconnect. You know, that would just be great. Because that's the last thing I need is a joystick wonky on me. Stamina once? What, you wanting the actual intro, or you wanting the actual song? I can do the song. I probably still have the settings somewhere for the actual other thing. I'm sure that song will come out, you know? We'll see. But definitely, if you do exclamation Toby, T-O-B-I, it's in the title. Make sure you guys get involved for that one, starting next Friday. They're literally doing, excuse me, massive discount. So with their discount and my discount, you would get like 20% off the product. But they're also doing giveaways for Toby trackers, Aurora packages, and some other crazy stuff. So yeah, just go to that link, bookmark it, all that jazz, you know. PTU Wave 1 opening was announced with the open to get a larger dataset and out some. Yeah, there's some really interesting bugs that I've seen. But, back on Twitch, I am going to have to say this repeatedly, aren't I? Hold on. Yes, for the, as the title says, we got 30 days back to back on Twitch. Exclamation mark update. Look at the last two blogs if you want the full in-depth and all that jazz. Record a soundbite, play it when people ask. No, I've written out. Not April's Fool. Yeah. I should have just done it as an April's Fool. That would have been probably easier to explain. Hey, April's Fool. Oh, wait. It's the second. Oh, really? He wouldn't even hurt a fly. But no, I don't mind explaining it. Yeah, basically, we've got stuff up with Toby and all that jazz. Bandana, how you doing, Chief? Welcome in. So yeah. 30 days, you've got my wonderful face and my memes. And yeah, then I'll update you then with where we're doing or something like that. But yeah, it could be the last month of streaming, who knows. I thought we get a pair of super fast deplug scenes with the Starfarer to see. Well, for me, April is the best month. Yes, the month that always gives. But yeah, exclamation mark update, exclamation mark April, exclamation mark TOBI or Toby. That explains pretty much everything why we're here. 30 days non-stop on Twitch as a challenge. Don't ask me why. But starting next Friday, we are working with Toby, and Toby only work on Twitch. So I'm like, fuck it. Let's do 30 days on Twitch, give back to the community, and if it's the last of my show, it's the last of my show. Simple as that. April is the best month of giving. Oh, really? That's an expensive month for you. 30 days straight with sleep, shower, toilet. Yeah, I mean, I do have a camera over my bed. That's for my other stream that I do at nighttime that you guys may have subscriptions for. You know, the camera that looks down onto the bed. I can do the Twitch channel sleeping if you guys really want, but to be honest, the extra TheDarkLaw. Yes, exactly. OnlyFans. OnlyFans, yes. That's my other website. OnlyFans. I like that. I like that you remembered that discussion of flan. Which do people prefer, flan or quiche? I'm a quiche person. I'm not a fan of flan, or with like flan with cheese. I would rather have a quiche with cheese than a flan. That was our top that we had. Quiche life, yeah. I do love a quiche. I think it's just a perfect staple diet. It's the same with like shepherd's pie, you know? It just works, you know? It just works. That was the best episode you ever done. Well, all the episodes on YouTube currently are under membership viewing only. The plan is this month is we're going to be uploading every single VOD from Twitch and put it on the second YouTube channel just for archiving reasons and stuff like that. But yeah, again, exclamation mark update. Check out the 2 latest blogs on Gilded. One explains because of the increase in price in the UK, my YouTube gig just doesn't cover it anymore. A lot of people have had to find other means of work and stuff on Twitch and YouTube. It just happens. And then I had to go away for 2 weeks to try and look for like a part-time job and all that jazz. And I said I would come back and April would be the kind of like make or break kind of thing. And then Toby got in contact with me and CIG were like, look, we've got far too many giveaways on your account. You need to give them away. And I'm like, but they're mine. So we've got the cutlass that is today for the next week. Starts in 9 minutes. Then it's like, well, Gilded has all the information on that jazz. And yeah. We'll just have fun for 30 days. No stress. No, why is he on Twitch? Why is he not on YouTube? Let's just have fun. Simple as that. Good vibes. And just take it from there. Not terribly enthusiastic about the pastry part of quiche. It depends on how it's done, Chris. For example, if it's got a nice cheesy bottom and it's well baked and crispy, people will enjoy it and stuff like that. But yeah. I do like frittata. Yes, I do. But yeah, that pretty much covers it. Again, I'm pretty sure in the next 5 minutes somebody's going to ask the question. Welcome back on Twitch. Yes. Hey, Jacoby. How you doing, Chief? Welcome, man. Hope you're well, sir. So, cheesy bottoms that are well baked. Yeah. I would say that is a great way of doing any pastry, really. Like a quiche. If you've got a good cheesy bottom, that's definitely how you do it. But right, let's try this again. And we've got a problem just now where the left joystick is like losing connection because I think the cable just pops out from moving around. So I may have to do like a full disconnect and re-put it back together if it comes up again. We shall see though, we shall see. Very paranoid now. Stick operation, doctor, please fix my stick. Yeah. Well, it's not that it's broken. It's
Twitch Primes are perceived generous
hey,
and
Jakey,
clever.
thank you very much for the
Bravo.
19 months, dude. Vibes in chat, please. Thank you so much for that, dude. I appreciate that. It's not so much as broken, it's like so I've got the Z extension. You can see here, it's in that format. Sorry, this is in the way just now. And what's happening is the cable here, inside this part, is just coming loose from, I think it was like snagged where I'm rotating it. So I kind of like, I pulled out the cable. And yeah, like, we'll see how it goes. I don't think the joystick is broken. I think it's just because I took it apart and cleaned it. My left wiggle base had a cable that disconnected randomly wrong on the cable itself. Got a new one from Virpil. I might have a look at that. What's the benefits of the extension?
Credits received. Thank you for your monetary support.
Thank you. Only Flans for the donation. Flan fund. Thank you. I can only imagine who that is. So thank you very much, Only Flans. I appreciate the dono. Vibes and chat, guys. Basically the Z extension is, if you think about it, keyboard, mice, this is ergonomic this way, JK. Now you don't need it on your right. This is just because I like having it in Gundam style. I wouldn't recommend it like this. I would actually have it where it's vertical. However, this way it makes it behave like a Frotto. So it's much easier on your hands, and especially as I've got massive nerve damage on my hands right now, it does help in so many ways. But yeah, like, I wouldn't say you need it for your right hand, left hand. The motorcycles, exactly, yeah, exactly like that, yeah. And they're just basic extensions and stuff. So, yeah. The problem is, right now, it's disconnecting, so the extension plugs into the base, and then it's got its own cable wired, and I'm thinking the joystick cable to the extension is just popping out because the cable might be snagged, so I might have to pop it open and just sort of lube it up with some silicone grease, because I ain't gonna be using water-based grease, because that would be bad, and that would be for something else, chat. You know what I'm saying? We can do this. We can do this. What should we play? What should we play? What should we play? What should we play? What's a good song? What is a good song? Again, I've not played in 60 days, so don't expect. I don't know what song. I'm so lost for choice right now. Or lost for choice? So much for choice. I think it would just have to be... Yeah. You know what? I know what it is. This one will come up there. Beastie Boys to start the mojo. Oh, dude, I don't think I'm in the mood to actually think about flying. I just want to try and fly, you know? Don't know what you were saying. You don't know what I'm saying. Hey, Shark. Or Shardik. Glad you're back. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, dude. Hope you're well. Keep your water-based lubes away from electronics. Yes, exactly. All the time, keep water-based away from electronics. Unless you want to have fun. Alright, let's try this again. Oh god. Oh god. Please don't disconnect. Just work. That would be great. It would just be great if you would just work, you know? Then I could actually see how much time it's gonna require me to get used to this again. Ooh. Not the best of areas, but again, I'm just trying to grind down. It's amazing how weird it feels to actually be doing this after 60 days. Like, muscle memory's there, but it's just like, oh, I don't have the fine tuning right now. Also don't want to push my hand too hard. I'm using the... Oh, fuck. I ain't walking out of that one, Goose. Oh, dear. Alright. Oh. Might help if I lock myself in as well. Oh, I'm gonna fly away. Joys of pedals. These calves are too strong, you know? No, I'm not being defeated yet, no. Not yet, not yet. Could put the dampener up a little bit. I'll keep the pedals loose just now. I'm more worried that the joystick's gonna pop any second and we're just gonna snow dive, but... Yes. Yeah, I use pedals, yeah. I use pedals, but I use weird pedals, like my left is my right and my right is my left. I'm a freak! It just works with me though. 100i for quicker claims? Hey man, if the Arrow had those claims, I would probably join you on that one, but yeah, Arrow's always just been my favorite, you know? Well, M50 as well, but yeah. It might be a wee bit too far away from the Toby. Yeah, it's been a bit wonky. Let me move this a bit here. I'm gonna dampen these down. They're too loose. Too loose! I think it only needs 5. 5 on the old dampener. Yeah, basically I got the crosswinds a while back. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so instead of like springs on the pedals, I've got a dampener. It's a hydraulic dampener, which is insane. But I literally reset the pedals to default. Yeah, that's a little bit better actually. It's got a little bit of a kickback now. And that gives me a little feel. I win so often, I just can't look away. Trust me, it's not going to be anything spectacular until I figure out my settings again. Yeah, I've been trying to speak to CIG to get that sorted, Viral, where we can use the M50 again in atmosphere. It's just basically the car now that the front, I think, is broken. So your feet rest on the pedals. In a picture I had them too, but I can't stand them. Prefer the metal ones. I prefer the combat ones, Hondo. They just feel so much better for me, but again, each their own. That's the great thing about like pedals, is you can customize them to how you want to be. And jazz. Red CS blinking. Yeah, I really wish CIG would hurry up and take away collision warning. It's so frustrating. I'm trying to remember the buttons. It is very frustrating. Want to save up for some. Oh yeah, sorry, I've read that one. Chris, how you doing today, Chris? Welcome in. Sorry, Chris, I'm all kind of out of place right now. If you need extra ones, you can have mine. Well, I've got the metal ones as well, but yeah, like, if you want to do a swap, say, I'll send you my metal ones if you send me your plastic ones. Then we can have spare. They need an option here where basically you turn off collision warning symbols or written text or stuff like that, you know? That's all they need. Collision detector turned off. I generally don't understand why that's not a setting after all the amount of people that low fly in this game. And all that stuff. Alright. Oh, crap. However, apart from dialing in my pedals, joystick did not detach that time, which is really good. Oh yeah. That giveaway should be rocking now, guys. Exclamation mark April should give you the first link. June. The first giveaway. This will run till next Friday, and then we got another one, and then we got another one, and then we want another one, another one. But yeah, CIG have just given me. They've been so generous and given me so much swag to give to you guys. It's the least I could do. I mean, I could have kept it to myself. I don't really think they would have noticed, but yeah, I would rather you guys have it. Alright, that was weird. We should be able to tune the collision alert. Again, for me, I don't know why it's there. You know what I mean? Like, sure, an alert, you've got the flashing thing on the thing. I just don't understand why there needs to be a pop-up. You know what I mean? Like, when you're in the cockpit, you've got the visuals. I can't remember what they're called. I'll point them out when we get into the cockpit. You just don't need the written text. That's all I would love for them to just remove, you know? It just doesn't need to be there. I know it's down. I know my shields are down, as Ondo has said. I know I'm about to crash. I'm literally flying flippity-flop across the desert at very low height. I'm purposely doing that, you know? Yeah, that needs to go. Yeah. Pixel Fix, thank you very much for the follow as well. I appreciate that.
Resubscription received. Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Viral, thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate that, dude. Vibes in chat, please, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, so there. There's shield down, right? And you've got proximity worn there, right? It does not need to appear here as well, CIG. It doesn't need to be here. We've got sound, we've got a visual here and here. We don't need it written in front. That's all it needs to go. Hey, Titan. Good to see you back, sir. Thank you very much, Chief. How are you doing today, sir? But yeah, that's all I wish they kind of just remove. All the other stuff is completely fine. I can't wait to press ATC open door button. Do you know how excited I am for this one simple feature to literally open the doors either way I'm coming in or going just by pressing a button? And it's taken 6 years, 5 or 6 years since we've had the ability of hangers for this one feature to arrive. Like, for me, Free 17 might not have as much content as other people want, but the quality of life fixes, or hopefully fixes, are a godsend. So, do you guys know about staggered fire? You can actually make your cannon stagger fire and your repeater stagger fire like you can on a turret in your as a pilot. Amazing. Call ATC with pressing a button. Amazing. You know, features that should have been in. And then obviously with the desync fixes, obviously there's still going to be a bit of FPS, janky, whatever you want to call it. But you can actually get behind somebody and not explode because they're not desyncing all around the place and stuff like that. I say this very casually, I might start playing Arena Commander if the desync is gone, because I might actually be able to learn something whilst getting absolutely curb stomped by like Avenger 1 and Star Cruiser and all these AC vets, you know. I might put myself through that because I won't get frustrated. Like, I don't mind dying to people. I learn from it. What frustrates me is when I die and I don't understand why, because they're maybe like doing 360 to Mars whilst I'm upside down buying a donut kind of deal, you know? There is now staggered fire, yeah, for repeaters and cannons. So if you use cannons, you can make, instead of making them go like that, they go boom, 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 like this. It's so cool. And also there's a fire all weapon button now. So obviously I have like group 1, group 2. They now have it where you could just bind trigger to fire all weapon groups. I personally won't use that because like if you're in an EMP ship, you're gonna constantly have EMP kicking off and stuff like that. But it's a nice to add in quality of life features. And again, like what we're talking about with... Hello? Are we 30k'd? Listen. Like with ATC and stuff like that, quality of life changes, the... sweet. Can I not do that anymore? I thought that was only if you were planet side. Oh no. We're definitely guns. What is the... oh, never mind. It's already caught me. We're already gone. Grunzy, welcome in. You left your channel? You left your channel? Oh, did it say that? I never even noticed that, dude. Thank you, I appreciate that. How you doing today, Chief? Welcome in. I take it this still works to clear a 30k without having to close the game down? Still hoping for a landing radar for the larger ships. I know. I need to change that for next time. Because it, for some reason, changes your persistent universe as well. I know. We had it many, many years ago. I can't even remember how far back it was. But yeah. It needs to be added in. They know that they need to add it in. It's very difficult to manually land a ship in a hangar. And for me, I don't like holding, you know, auto land. And I don't like going third person. That's just me. Obviously, if that's what you enjoy doing, you enjoy it, you know. Is Fresh still around? He is still live and kicking. He is, devs, yeah. But pretty much the whole org has not been playing Star Citizen for 60 plus days. Like, most of us have been playing Lost Ark, Elden Ring. I've been dipping into a game called The Cycle, which is kind of like sci-fi casual Tarkov. Yeah, just literally 316 got me so depressed. It's the first time since 2012. I literally walked away for Star Citizen for 60 days. Left on the 1st of February. And this is the first day back to it, so... Yeah, I'm actually have a more clearer mind. I'm not going to be as ranty. I don't really care about so many things now. It's basically took my own advice and chilled out for a bit. So yeah, they are around. Might be playing other games still. I don't foresee them coming in to play until live, you know, especially with P2 being so janky. Yeah, but you shouldn't have to reform, do you know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't have to do that. I wonder if this... Alright, this might work or not. Managed to bag a beta key during the drop on the cycle, although it being a team-based game, I literally can't go voice comms at night. You can play it solo, dude. You just gotta be very, very sneaky. But yeah, unfortunately these kind of games are very much suited for team-based. It's why I own the biggest pack with Tarkov, and I've never played Tarkov. I installed it, I had a look around, and I was like, I just do not have the mentality to focus on it and do certain things and stuff, so yeah. But with the cycle, I can play it because it's not as hardcore as Tarkov. It's a lot more casual. The matches are faster. It's kind of like, I mean, I can only compare it to Tarkov because it's the same sort of idea, but it's almost like a survival battle royale kind of game in a sense, because you randomly spawn and, well, I mean, Tarkov does that as well, but you know what I mean. It's got similarities to Tarkov, but not the extreme and why people want. How can you guys drop links? I'm pretty sure my bot was meant to be anti-nonsense. How are you guys doing this? Have I disabled some setting? Let me check. I'm a master. Lazy mods? No, it's meant to be stream elements. It's meant to lock you down. Let's have a look. Spam filters. Link protection. Oh! Oh, you can do it if you're a subscriber. Did we have that before? Hey Zen, how you doing, Chief? Sorry I didn't reply to you, by the way, dude. I've literally been sort of life busy for the past like 2 weeks, and I've kind of like forgot to reply to certain people like yourself. Not to characterize you, but you were on the I don't give a shit list. And more priorities to deal with. But yeah, sorry dude, like, I'm pretty much done with Lost Ark. Like, I just don't have time for it right now. I have to concentrate on more things than games. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. I started playing Mafia Free. I've never played Mafia, but they do look good games. The reviews at the time of release were not so positive. Again, most games become like that kind of cult down the line where they're good, you know. You had it before, so subs could post links. Alright. Good to know, good to know. That's not gonna freak me out. You know what I think it is? I think it's because you just you can't do that on YouTube, so yeah. Some perks for cute subs? There should be? There should be, yeah. I just can't remember Twitch at all, really. Quit my job and started editing more variety videos. No. Well, for me, I'm having to look for another job because with the price of living in the UK going up this month, and I mean with electricity bills, YouTube for me streaming, as much as I massively appreciate everyone who's a member over there dropping the super chats and stuff, I can't afford to keep doing that. I could if they weren't raising the prices, but they are. So in my like March blog, I was saying like I need to find a part-time job. I had like four things that I can do. The 4 things were basically, if you guys have not seen the blog, it was basically continue on YouTube if I found a part-time job, and basically YouTube and part-time, and it would work. Twitch and part-time, YouTube and Twitch if it worked, and then obviously worst case scenario, give up being a content creator and swap full-time job to another full-time job. We're not in the worst case scenario yet, but we're getting there. We're getting to that point. If I can't find a secondary job or other things. So yeah, right now basically 30 days on Twitch to have fun, give you guys lots of giveaways, and yeah, just hang out really. Just hang out and chat. Not too much stress. Enjoy it. Learn to fly. All that stuff. Well, yeah, we've... Hopefully if 3.17 works out, I can finally start my YouTube series, which I've been harping on about. It's a really good game mode that requires quite a decent skill ceiling. It's in atmosphere, obviously, but we couldn't record it because 1, Tough Mudder broke his joystick. 2, I was massively depressed with Star Citizen. And 3, the game was just not in a state where you could really play it for long without going crazy. So 3.17 should sort out. I've just applied for a job at Manchester CIG office, which isn't too far from me. Viral Sun, I was actually thinking about that because if you guys know Arinio, who is a Spanish content creator, he just landed a job with CIG for part of the experience team, which I would imagine you're able to do that from home. I was going to say, look guys, I know I've said a lot of shit about you, like ranting wise, but your boy needs a job. Who better to test the game than somebody that knows more about it than all this? I can be your atmospheric flight team. Atmospheric tester. Nobody will do it better. You see Luca and you see K Winter doing low flying videos. CIG, I could do that for you. You could pay me to. It would be amazing. Just imagine it. An NDA that says TheDarkLaw, even if you stream, you're not allowed to rant. I'll be like, you know what? I'll sign it because it means that I don't lose my house or anything like that. You know? Yeah, I'll never say a bad word on my stream. I promise. I promise, CIG. If they need an atmospheric flight team co-star, like, I'm down. I am 100% down, CIG. Sign me up. Butter me up. I would do it. The shill law. I will do it, you know? I will clench my ass tight and I won't backtalk anyone at CIG. I'll be like, you are the boss. I know more than you, but you're the boss. Technical advisor today. Dude, I would love to work with Yogi and Coulson. Be like, look guys, I know you're amazing coders, but yeah, I can fly. I'll do the atmospheric testing, no problem. Sign me up. Donkey pay. I'll take donkey pay at this present moment. I'll do it for 3/4 what you would hire somebody that's actually talented. With obviously some Brucey like health benefits, like, you know, dental work, cyborg arm, something like that, you know? I'm down, CIG. Call my manager, you know? Call my manager. TDL being a sick employee would be a great way to get some flight work that works. I generally believe that every team would be like, so who do we have on the list for new recruits? The TheDarkLaw. Everyone in favor? No. Everyone's just like that. No, we can't have that guy. His ego is too high. We can't have him on the atmosphere team. And the checks in the post, yeah. To be honest, I wouldn't mind working for CIG if it was like an atmospheric tester, you know what I mean? X-Matrix, good day to Chief. How you doing, Sam? Like, I generally would enjoy that job. Like, I wouldn't be able to do any coding or anything like that, but I could test the shit out of atmosphere. I could every day spawn ships and be like, look, this ship's shit in atmosphere. It's crap. It doesn't work. And they'd be like, all right, what do you need fixed? Let's twink it down. Which ship are you flying? The M50. What about the rest of them? No, just the M50 we need to work on just now. You know, for personal reasons. For personal reasons. I would love that job. But yeah, Ari Neal, literally, he's now working with the experience team. And obviously with the ICS video that, not this week, but last week, was showing off the experience team, who basically are like Q&A, and they go through certain tasks and they try and like debug as much as they can, pass it on to coders and all that jazz. It's pretty cool, like. Good to see you on Twitch, back for good. If you keep up to date with my blogs, !update, X-Matrix, it might just be the last month of content creation for good. So I was like, you know what, let's do it where we started. Let's do 30 days. We'll see how it goes. You know what I mean? Again, I don't want to really harp on it about it, because again, there's a lot of things going around the world right now that are way worse than my situation. But obviously, we are getting to the point where financially can't remain. I appreciate the ICS callouts. Verify how to recreate it, and yeah, exactly, yeah. There was 107 people in here, and we could mail bomb the SIG employee. No, you don't need to do that. I'll just call Chris. I'll be like, Chris, you remember when I bought an Idris and I was meant to get a dinner with you in America? You remember that one, Chris? You remember that? How about you give me a job instead? Keep it just like that. If anyone doesn't remember, when you bought an Idris back in the day, with the 5K pack, you could actually go for dinner with Chris. That was one of the perks. And I never got my fucking dinner! I never got my fucking dinner, Chris! You know?
Captain, someone has gifted a Class 2
thank you very
access
much for the
pass.
gifted sub. And Finart, thank you very much for the 6. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you so much, guys. But no, like, I'm gonna actually, like, no joke, go and look at the list. If they're looking at the experience team, there are people within the company that I can talk to and be like, look, I have no experience apart from the fact that I can outfly all of you in the atmosphere. That's my experience. And they'd be like, you're hired, you know? You're hired. But obviously I couldn't move to Manchester or anything like that. I don't know if Ari Neo has actually had to
Resubscription received. Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
For 30, I appreciate that. Dude, vibes in chat please, guys. Thank you so much for the support, guys. Very much appreciate it. I think they've got a lot of jobs. Let's actually have a look. CIG jobs. Because I remember in the video they were saying they start at 1 o'clock. That would be perfect for me, man. 1 to like 6 or 8, and then stream for a couple of hours. Weekend off, I would imagine, is the case, unless they're like doing stuff. I'm trying to find the website that shows. It would be is it Cloud Imperium Games. Jobs. Here we go. Right. No, not Germany. No. Can we search by UK? Manchester. If I can do it, like, what would it be under? Corporate operations. I can do that. Finance business partner. I'm already a partner on Twitch and YouTube. What more do I need to know? You know, I'm good. Let's see. It would be, is it development operations? Yeah, live queue specialist. Live, thank you, Tuvo, yeah. You applied for, what, the finance one viral? Harold Lowfline incoming? Maybe, we'll see. Maybe. Oh, the live QA, you've applied for this. Do you actually have to go to Manchester for this? Oh, we transitioned to temporary work from home model. We are now working with full... Oh. I wonder if that will remain though, because there's no way I can move to Manchester. It's an absolute trek. Oh, they've got a YouTube video, do they?
Normally, when you're creating a game, you're going to have someone with a spreadsheet somewhere, someone like me, saying, this is how much money we can spend on this game. This is how long you've got to make it. So this is what you're going to make. And there's a little box here of the game that you're allowed to make. The community then came back and said,
damn, look at this, 2018, Hurston. Mother of God, you can read the HUD. Where did it go wrong in the CIG? Oh my God, I've already started. Where did it go wrong? I can read everything clearly.
No, we want so much more than this.
Look at this. Look at this. Absolutely flawless. I can read everything.
We want so much more.
A little break there, yeah.
The scale of that is what's unique and exciting about working at CIG.
I get to meet Chris Roberts.
Manchester has so much culture. Music.
England.
So much going on there. It's got such a wealth of history there.
What you mean, like every city? Every city has, you know, history and wealth and all those things.
There's everything you want. You've got countryside on your doorstep. You're really well connected with the airports, greenery, good schools.
Connected with the airport. That's a perk.
Well.
What makes the Wilmslow studio the most interesting, the most unique? You've got almost all disciplines here, so whether you want to get inspired by audio or animation, the environment, you've got the lighting, you've got the actors.
Tech art, animation, UI, VFX.
Man, look how much younger he looks now.
I came from QA, now I'm in the level design team.
Create character rigs, create...
Came from QA and you're now in the level design team. My goodness.
Content from the props and environment teams.
We have well over half of the development staff in the organisation.
We're having to come up with creating audio for this expanding universe.
We were responsible for everything that goes out to the community.
20,000 lines worth of data at least.
Woo! 20,000 lines.
Now, if you look at it, it's hundreds of very talented developers. You know, everyone has this creative passion. Everyone's here because they want to make this game. Everyone wants to see this vision achieved.
We believe wholeheartedly in...
He's got like the coolest hair, like
creativity. It's
like
a kind of doors open company because we're doors open to the world.
Nice. And I'll take a seat right in the middle. Spotlights, flashing lights. Yep, that's it. Awesome. You know, work. What requirements do you need? What do we expect? To be excited about Star Citizen? Oh, to be excited to make Star Citizen better. Right, okay. I can try. I can try. Collaborate with player experience team and company stakeholders? I like that. Does that mean I get a share in the business, the company? Build and maintain an encyclopedic knowledge of Star Citizen. I already know everything about the game more than anyone else, even the people creating this game. I know it all. All of it. Track down and isolate issues, develop ideas. I'll just play the game and I'll find them. I'll find them for you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry, I'll find all the problems, alright? Identify areas to improve features, updates. I'll tell you exactly how to build this game. I'm far too experienced. I'll know it all. Can work independently. I'll just do it solo, free dick it, you know? Nobody needs to watch. Can work independently with a team in our current... Yeah, that's cool. We'll go out for a pint. We'll measure each other's dicks. It'll be fine. I'm well experienced in that. Yeah. This is it. Where do I apply? Allow? Oh, apply now. What do we have here? Hope this doesn't bring up like private data. Oh jeez. Resume. Are you able to work in the UK or EU? Right now, I'm not 100% sure. Are you part of the Star Citizen community? No, I've just literally found you guys. Totally don't look at the TheDarkLaw.com. Don't go look at TheDarkLaw. Nothing to do with it. What are your annual salary expectations? As much money as you can give me. As much possible. You know? Where did you find this posting? Totally nowhere that you would have heard of. An art station. Somewhere. You totally don't know me. You totally won't. You don't come and look at my channel. Don't look at anything to do with me. I am not the person you thought I would be. Anna, how you doing, lovely? Welcome in. How are you? Oh god, I've muted the music, sorry.
Resubscription received. Thank you for renewing your
thank you very
Class
much
2
for the
access.
2 months. I appreciate that. Can we get some vibes, please? You'll get fired before hired? Look, I don't even think they'll read my application. The moment I say, like, my full name, because I say it at the start of my show, P-Bond, they'll probably just go, they'll Google my name and they'll go, oh my god, it's fucking DarkLaw. Fucking reject. Don't look at his resume. Because my resume would be literally like, I'm a backer since 2012. Chris Roberts owes me a dinner date. I low fly very, very fast on the ground. Hire me, you know? Just leave out the TheDarkLaw from the middle. Well, yeah, of course, but obviously if you Google and stuff. How you doing today, Anna? Welcome in. Let me just clear that. If I missed anything. Killjoy, good day to you as well. First day back and already at it. Hey, look. That was a light rant. All right, a light rant. I didn't say anything bad. I wasn't talking to an NPC. I was just merely stating that every city has culture and history. Either that, it would be just a mud hut. You know what I mean? Love to see you here. I know. Everyone thinks it's an April's Fool's Day joke. We are just warming up on the rants. Yeah, I know. I'm just getting, just having some sneak, ! Sneak in chat. Code TDL. It pops up here as well. Best energy drink ever. Gets me in the mood for a rant. Viral. Look, viral. Look. Come closer, right? Look, come. Imagine working with me every day, Monday to Friday, for 7 to 8 hours. You get to sit beside me. Maybe in the Manchester office. I can hold your hand when we go for coffee. And you get to play video games with me. Yeah. It would be awesome. It would be so good. That's what happens when I work at CIG, if I get to work at CIG. Imagine. If I get to work at CIG, all those people in the office are going to know. They're going to be like, oh, for fuck's sake, it's this clown, this bald idiot's coming in on a Segway. He thinks he's something important. Hey, look, Chris Roberts owes me dinner. A Segway going around the office is the least, you know. Awesome. I don't even have a resume. Like, content creator, one of the best low flyers, Starcism, you know, direct call line to Chris Roberts. Yeah, that's it. Your desk, I can imagine the only tidy desk in the office with the joysticks and everything. Well, I do like to keep things polished and hard. Polished. Have you seen the old movie Hackers? Is that the one with Angelini and her? I think so. I'm pretty sure. Isn't that the one where she gets her bobs out? Yeah, Angelina. Angelina. Yeah, Angelina. Well, you know, you can't, hey, fucking, hey, all done it. Angelina, hey, see the other fucking hill, hey, Phil. How about a counterpart? Oh, I would love to work with Jared. I just don't think Jared would ever want to ever work with me. It is, she was hot with short hair. Did she have a beard? Don't forget, you have the original Chris Roberts friend. Oh, did anyone see my tweet today? Did anyone see this tweet? This, Anna, you'll love this one. You'll love this, right? You guys, you all must have seen this tweet. Like, it was so good. It was like anyone who is OJ will know it. You know, let's watch it together. You know, just for you guys, right? We'll just watch it for you, right? Right. Okay. So we'll put the volume up. All right, and I'm gonna put it in full screen for you, right? So. At the desk, having my morning coffee.
Let's take some time to appreciate the classics.
Yeah. That was my April's Fool
appreciate the classics.
This is why they're never gonna let me work at CIG. They'll never let me work there. God damn it! Why do I do this shit? Why do I do it? Can we watch the aftershave one too? Hey, you just go and look up Cristiano Roberto. That's how it works, you know? Cristiano Roberto. Alright, we'll leave that. I'm gonna definitely keep this for a rainy day. Giveaways open, guys. !April if you want to get involved. CIG, love it. All that good stuff. That is great, yeah. I also have a picture frame of Chris Roberts. That goes to me to bed, though. And that's for our special time. But it's better with TDL commentary. Hey, I mean, I could do the Scottish version of the show. I could do something like that. Pretty sure we could. But yeah, I do have a pillow of Cristiano Roberto. If anyone remembers that April's Day meme, it was amazing. I think that's probably actually the best April's Fool's Day joke that they've done. Is they had the aftershave from Chris. You can actually still see it, by the way, on the website. So if anyone's never seen it, Star Citizen Christian Roberto. This was the meme. The fragrance from Chris Roberts himself. The new fragrance from Cristiano Roberto. The Scent of the Stars. I think they still have the website. Maybe up. Maybe not. There used to be a link for it. Wonder if this actually takes you to it. No, that's on Reddit. But yeah, this was the meme where he was coming out with his own aftershave for April the 1st, and you could actually buy it, or like, this was what it was going to be like. That's a small image, but whatever. You could actually like go to purchase it here. Oh, one minute. This is actually the site. I've got it. Got it. Here you go, everyone. Twitch. There you go. It's on this one. Beep, 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 beep. There you go. Cristiano Roberto, and you could actually buy it. And then obviously when you went to buy now, it was April's Fool. Look at him, he's so sad. He's upset, he can't sell you any, you know? I think this is the best one they've ever done. And you got the $27,000 one. You know, I'm pretty sure somebody was actually going to buy something like that. Oh, wait. Why have they got the fighter flight symbol there? That's interesting. Anyway, that was the meme. And that's where we got the pillow from. Because I wanted a piece of Christian Robert. Oh, good stuff. Good times, good times. That's Faceware? It literally looks like Fight or Flight. Did they copy Faceware's thing? Oh my god. Weird image caching? Or maybe it's like the logo for the other company. Casca, thank you very much for the follow. I nearly said sub there. It's the Faceware one? That meme. You guys remember the Faceware cameras and all that jazz? At least they're working with Toby, which obviously we've got some stuff coming up next week with. Just thought of something scary. Eurofly in Manchester when you're connected directly to the server, no desync. Oh my god. And then I could record it. And then Kay Winter and that wonderful team could make amazing videos of me low flying and I wouldn't have to put any work into it. And then we load it up to YouTube. Yeah. That could be good. That definitely could be good. Okay. Jeez. I need this song. You know what? Let's pull out an old meme. Right. Let's see how we go. 60 days, no flying. Oh, another song? Alright. Oh god. Let me start out here. But we'll learn it again. Misjudge on my part there. I'll give her a should have been. Get that repaired. I wonder if the repair bug is fixed in 3.17. You know, the one that fucks your flight, basically. Getting used to the pedals again. I have to dial down the sounds. Oh, that's not how you do it. Dial the sounds down a little bit. Maybe put like a dampener or something on it. Alright, Conoco, take care, dude. Did it again. Alright. Too low for that then. So I'm just literally dipping her down too much. Ah, God, I did it again. Too low. I hope we get a patch for PTU tonight, because I would really like to see the desync on the PU. I know like people are saying it's really good on Arena Commander, but I'm very interested to see what it's like when you're flying around. And most low flyers will understand this. When you're trying to fly in a group and you start janking around, I would like to see how janky it gets with like multiple people. So that's a big test for me. Obviously, I was watching Captain Burks' show, and he was showing with somebody going full speed backwards, and Captain Burks was able to go like around the person whilst they're going backwards, which is insane. We've not been able to do that for God knows how long, because it just creates this weird desync pool. It's why everyone complains about backstrafers. Backstrafers can backstrafe all they want now if it doesn't cause desync, which is incredible. I can't wait to see what that's like. When somebody starts flying backwards and you know how to get around them, you can just sit and just shoot them, and they'll eventually have to slow down and turn around. It'll just solve so many issues. I mean, backstrafing is always going to be a major play in Star Citizen. But, yeah, like, whew. Woo-wee. That would be one thing off the score. And then if we can get some sort of, I don't know, like, not meshing, but like the stages of it, Vulcan. If we can get some of those things this year. And Intel are releasing graphics cards, which is like, what? They're releasing new GPUs, and their new lineup is looking really tasty for encoding. Like, if you're a content creator, the new stuff from Intel is amazing. It takes the RTX, like, encoding in OBS and kicks the shit out of it. And hopefully it'll be a lot cheaper as well. But, I mean, it is Intel. They might go for super price. So with that kind of technology, Star Citizen updated with a few things. Vulcan, minor server meshing of just meshing the actual game, I suppose. Definitely can be getting a lot of cool things into this year. But sadly, no pyro or anything like that. I don't think we're gonna see that until 24, to be honest. I could be wrong. Alright, let's start working on some minor flight control. Get back on the old sensitivity. Yeah, we're just gonna do the exercises. I think I'll end up tightening the dampener on the pedals by another 5. That'll put it to 15. I think it only goes to like 20 or something like that. 25. A little bit of minor control. Let's try and smooth it down. So weird, like the muscle memory is there, the accuracy is just shot for being away. I need to tone down the this as well. This is a little too sensitive right now. I need to be one with the Toby again before I can have it that sensitive. Yeah, that's better. I'm moving my head too much. Yeah, there we go, there we go. Much better, much better, much better. Better, so much better now that the tracker's dialed in a bit. I think it's because I'm sitting in a different position from previously, like it was attached to the monitor. Maybe it doesn't have that accuracy from before. I need to maybe try and work it a little bit here. Maybe if it was like that. Yeah, that could do. hate you more. Gone for how many days and re-picking up? 60 days. 60 days, not touch joystick, yeah. Catch you later. Ah, oh, dude, I was literally about to bust out Dragon Force, but I'll save that for you. I'll give this for Rogue, though. Rogue wants this one. My accuracy is massively off, though, Binary. It's massively off. Massively. We're gonna have to push her. Push her faster! Faster than I was a minute ago. Get a feel of the old girl. She's been misused. I've neglected her. She's been sitting in the garage. We're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there. Fuck off, collision! You get tough, brother. Bang of that one. That's fine, we'll accept it. And that's a bang there. I think we actually may have 30k. Should be good for us. Oh god, that button doesn't work very well either. We're getting there. Hand's alright as well. Hand is surprisingly holding up nicely. There you go, Rogue. Ooh. But yeah, hopefully we'll see Free 17 patch this weekend. We'll get into that. I think I will, if it's stable, I think I'm going to jump into a little bit of Arena Commander. Get my ass handed to me. But I kind of feel like I'm going to have to just get beaten rotten. Bye people. Bye people. So I learn. Because I think I'll be able to get this muscle memory back. But I have a feeling my aim is just going to be completely ruined. I'm hoping for it again. Feels good. I'm looking forward to Free 17. I really am. I mean, we've had it so shit in the past days. And all the Shadow Mose guys who are like Evo, they're all saying it's really good. You know, obviously they can't, because they're Evo, they can't disclaim the stuff. Well, actually, I suppose they can now because it's in PTA. But you know, they were saying it's like, it's a weird scenario where you've got no desync, but you got like some other weird stuff. And for me, since we've had desync since like Free 5, Free 4 kind of situation, I would rather take pretty much zero desync or like minimal amount of desync and have like shittier FPS or something like that, because it can improve the FPS. I want it where like you see somebody like this and this is the front of their ship here. I want it where when you are here, they're not actually like this on their camera and you're not like that on theirs, you know? If we don't have that, then it's an instant win in the patch. And that's a dreadful thing to say with Star Citizen after being developed for so long. It's so janky, and like the flight model, they're constantly tweaking, they're constantly fiddling around with shields and weapons and stuff, trying to find where they want to go with it. I understand that. But it's so disheartening when you don't know what is happening on your screen. I would imagine it's like if you were playing CSGO for the first time back in like, you know, 1.3, 1.5 kind of CS or Counter-Strike, where like you would maybe join a American server if you're in the United Kingdom and people would be just like running on the spot kind of shit. And you would then die, you know, that bad of kind of like out of sync with the server and other clients. I just don't feel in today's games and our internets and our structures that there should ever be a situation like that. But obviously there has been for so many years. So if we get that one win, it's a win. Then we have to wait 3 more months for another win. Whatever that would be. But ATC, staggered weapon fire, desync, the looting kind of stuff I'm looking forward to be honest. I'm looking forward to the looting stuff. I like the idea that there's going to be like rare stuff. You're not going to make mega money out of it, but it just gives you something to do, you know? Plus, if CIG actually implements something like loot-wise that's rare, and you go down to an outpost and there's somebody there looting, and they're like chuffed to bits, you know, they're coming upstairs and there's you and the boys and you take the item off them and they're maybe a content creator and maybe they've raged a little bit on their stream. It'll be great. It'll be juicy. That will bring banter. And people will be like, they're griefing my gameplay, and it'll be joyous times again. But obviously, like, we need way more down the line, and I don't think we're gonna get that for at least 2 years. I genuinely just don't believe it. With them moving everyone to Squadron 42, it's kind of like, eh. And if they could sort out Jumptown as well, like, no joke, I understand they want to have the Jumptown experience, but could they not just put the old school Jumptown system in the game? It doesn't have to be at Jumptown. It could be on Daymar, it could be on Selin or something like that, but just have the non-dynamic event Drugs Lab gameplay, you know? Risk versus reward, the old school way, not the vending machine way. The ability to, like, say, with the new trading system, you would land, you have to drop off, like, Fairy up liquid. I think is it called Fairy up liquid? Fairy liquid, or whatever it's called these days. And then the drugs lab gives you like a haul of drugs, and you've got to actually manually put it into your ship. Risk versus reward, you know? And people can come and gank you and steal your limited edition Barbie doll. It'd be fun. It really would be. That would literally last me a good couple of years, gameplay. And then they can put in their dynamic events and stuff like that. Back on Twitch, we are for 30 days, Chosen. For 30 days, we are back. Yeah, exactly, God Mode. Like, you basically have to bring something to a drug lab, and you have to put something into the vending machine to get something out. So if somebody takes the vending machine, you have lost. There's your risk versus reward gameplay. Can't be revealing the recipe for drugs on Twitch like that. To be honest, if drugs got Fairy liquid involved, I wouldn't care. Oh yes, these drugs are great at making my hands smell lovely. Maybe that's how they get it, you know? Bring the raw supplies. Yeah, exactly. Bring the raw supplies and you get the final product. So you have to go to like an outpost and pick up like Head and Shoulders. Wasn't there a meme inside that Alien movie that something in Head and Shoulders was a drug to kill the aliens or something like that? Anyway, can't remember. It was a comedy with like that Sean guy. You could literally pick up a shipment of Head and Shoulders that anyone can pick up, and you go to a drugs lab and you basically put the Head and Shoulders into the drugs system vending machine, pull the fucking lever, and out pops a drug box, and then that's it. Evolution. Yeah. Chlorine. Yeah, exactly. But I don't understand why CIG can't do this kind of gameplay. Why can't they have that? It really wouldn't be that difficult to implement. And then what to do is have the big drug labs, the dynamic event version, the exact same, but you've got the big lab, multiple fucking vending machines. You've got grannies and uncles all on the vending machine doing this shit all day long, and they're loving it. They're loving it. They can't get enough of it. Their dicks are rock hard with their vending machine gameplay, and then people come in and steal it all. And they take it to Spectrum, and we get to read about it. It'd be awesome. And yeah, like you said, take away the entrances. Like, basically, don't make any airlocks for the doors. No airlocks should ever be a thing on these kind of places. It should be like multiple entrances, multiple vending machines. But you gotta put something into the machine to get something out. Risk versus reward. If CIG did this gameplay, it would be incredible. Absolutely incredible. And who cares if somebody makes like $1 billion or something like that? Like, whatever, man, you know? Go to the orphanage, pick up raw materials, head to Raven's Roost to refine it. Exactly. Exactly. It's so easy to do. And it generally would be great gameplay. Because obviously you don't have to do it, you know? You don't have to go to these drug labs. You don't have to put something into the slot machine. You don't have to wait for the fucking thing to chug up, you know what I mean? But it would allow constant conflict, you know? Like, you could imagine known PvP groups would be fighting over it. You know, they would always have PvP action like we had back in Free 4 at Jumptown, because it was constantly on. That's what made it magical. It was always on. You go into a server and you literally fight with anyone at that location. Did you have to go there? No. Did you have to PvP? No. Did you complain when you came down in your freelancer and got absolutely obliterated by the PvPers? Yes. But that was on you. This would give content until Pyro, until other things, and then they've got the salvaging coming out, maybe this year, maybe next year. Like, generally you would have a full-blown system of gameplay. And the other idea I had was where you have miners mine a certain ore that you take to the drug labs by traders that needs to be protected, then you turn it into the material that needs to be sold, again with traders protecting it, and that allows you to have medical gameplay, trader gameplay, mining gameplay, security gameplay, pirate gameplay, random I'm gonna kill your ass gameplay. Everyone would be fucking rock solid. They have the pay will be huge for the number of legs you have to run. Well, again, like, they can work out the details of that one. I'm just out in the Halo mine, drugging it. Yeah, exactly. I generally don't believe it would be that difficult for CIG to implement that kind of gameplay loop. And I think everyone would be happy. You have an arena commander that works, a flight model that works, weapon system that works and feels good, and then you've got that gameplay loop plus all the other gameplay loops in the game. Are people going to care Pyro isn't out in a couple of years? No, not with that loop. And I'm pretty sure you could have the majority of that sorted by the end of this year. Because you literally have the mechanics already for putting things in, kind of thing. And you have so many drug labs around the game that would allow you to do it. I might load up Free 17 and pop into like Vandal Swarm or something like that and see what it's like. That's generally all I ever want from Star Citizen. It's just gameplay loops where you're doing things that you enjoy. And if you don't enjoy them, you've got other options. I think we're just lacking on that kind of department right now. But they are bringing out like the sorry, give me 2 seconds here. What's the button I press for this one? It's press for this. Pretty sure I set up a keybind for this. What one is it? Ah, that's it. It's this one. Definitely next keyboard I get. I want to get like an extra numpad kind of thing. There we go. Your text-to-speech thing is hilarious. I don't have any text-to-speech thing. Oh, you're talking about the subtitles? No, that's exactly no. Twitch is 100% right when that's what I'm actually saying to you. Guaranteed, that is exactly what I'm saying to you. It translates so well. I definitely think we could get some juicy gameplay loops down the line. Alright, I'm gonna put that there. Delivered. No. Changing location just now. Remember to get involved in the giveaway, guys. They're all from CIG. Exclamation mark April for the first week. We have 4 weeks back to back of swag I need to give you guys. Get involved. Minimum amount of effort is just following on Twitch. Obviously you can go crazier down the rabbit hole. We do have codes to give out. I meant to give a code every day. How do we do this? How do we reward that? Obviously everyone can get the code. Or just post it in chat? Oh, you know what? I'll post it like when I'm heading off or something like that. That means the people that stay the longest can get it. Obviously, you can just watch the VOD. Maybe a bit tricky actually. Scan through it. Come on, B2 patch. B2 patch. Oh yeah, I need to play with the refueling as well. Has anyone tried the refueling system? Has anyone blown up the ship? I watched that video. I think the video that Jake made, or it was in ICS, where you can actually like fuck the Starfare. Hey, mums, how you doing?
Resubscription received. Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Bumblebee, how you doing, love? Thank you very much for that. Thank you for the 5 months. Good day, laddie. Good that you actually spelt it right as well. I hope you and the Bulls are doing fabulous. We are doing amazing. Thank you for asking. Just chilling out, trying to remember how to fly. It has been 60 days. We've had some joystick issues. And yeah. Good vibes all around. I appreciate you that. How you doing today? Wonder if it's like the FOV, like the tracker is, it has to be the same distance that I had it beforehand. So why does it feel, I wonder if I just do this a little bit and have it more, oh shit, forgot we're decoupled. Yeah, like that. I need to get like a proper Toby mount system, I think. Don't know if I'm quite ready to come back. What, to Star Citizen? I don't blame you. I'm doing well, Alpha Negus. How you doing, Chief? Welcome in. I mean, to be fair, like, Star Citizen's in this situation where nobody, and I say this in the nicest way, nobody needs to play this game. You gain nothing from it. You know what I mean? You're actually better to go away for a year, lose all the bad habits that we have just now, and relearn everything in half the time when you come back, because that's just literally how the human brain works, you know? It's quite difficult to let go of previous bad habits. Muscle memory and all that jazz. There's just nothing in the game that you need to play for. For me, personally, I've missed flying around. No joke, like, for the 60 days was ridiculously difficult for me to actually not play Star Citizen. I just wanted to fly around. I wanted to use the joysticks. I love,
Twitch Prime sub received. Generous and clever. Bravo.
Thank you very much for the 13 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back in. How you doing today, Chief? And, but I have to say, I've had a lot of fun playing other games, like Elden Ring, Lost Ark, The Cycle. It's nice to go and play other games. So for me, what I'm planning to do, obviously, long as worst case scenario doesn't like kick in at the end of this month, it can. I want to kind of like balance out things a little bit more, where it's like Star Citizen, and the moment that the Star Citizen doesn't feel good, it's go and play something else, because we have some really sick games just now, and there's more coming out later on this year. There's also a lot of VR games that are coming out which are fantastic. So if anyone hasn't seen it, I can't remember the name of it, but there's a VR game that is literally like Left 4 Dead, 4-player co-op, and it's so good. Like if you played Alex with the loading and you've got the magazines, actually, like they don't just appear out of thin air, they're like on you. This game actually has it. I can't remember the name of it, but it looks solid for VR. And if I would be totally down for doing that, because VR is a fantastic way to lose weight. Also hurt every muscle in your body, but that's another story. But I really don't want to get into the in-depth craziness that I've been with Star Citizen. I don't want to be fixated on this game anymore. There's no reason to be part of an org unless you're going to do stuff together or meme around on comms, all that jazz. Discord, Guilded, whatever you like. There's no full reason to grind money in this game just for testing out things and stuff. So I think definitely my approach from now on is spend a lot more healthier time away from the game the moment it annoys me. Because it's not the dev's fault, you know, it's just the ongoing onslaught of this stuff. And I think the 60 days has allowed me to actually take a step back, fuck myself, and go, whoa, I can actually breathe again, you know? Secret code. Secret code, yeah. Player 1, I don't think it's called Player 1, but it's a VR game that's Left 4 Dead with zombies. It looks incredible. I remember Cyborg Angel, she was playing it one time with like Phil and Sarah, and I can't remember the name of it, but that looks really, really good. VR is a good for weight cardio. I've been mostly playing Beat. If you like Beat Saber, Chris, try out a game called Pistol Whip. Pistol Whip. I would have to look up the actual graphics of the game, but Pistol Whip is basically like Beat Saber, but you're like John Wick. You've got a pistol, but you have to actually dodge bullets and shoot back. So it's Beat Saber with guns, so to speak. And you actually have to dodge the bullets while shooting at people. And I did this for like a one-off show where I wore the full Hitman outfit, white shirt, red tie, you know how it goes. And the day after, I had muscle pain. I didn't even know I had muscles in that area. They were so sore because I was doing like down on my knees kind of stuff. And they've had a recent sale. I don't know if it's still on the go though, but Pistol Whip is probably the best game for exercise cardio release in such a short burst. 10-20 minutes of that game on like medium to hard and you will be drenched in sweat and all that goodness. Table tennis is amazing. I've never played, like I've generally not played VR for a while just purely because I've had so many other things on the go, but I would love to get back into some more VR games because they are so much, like they're really enjoyable. But that's the thing, like with Star Citizen is I just don't recommend people play this game for long bursts now. Just get your honeymoon period, go away for a break. Get your honeymoon period, go away for a break. 30 to 40 minutes, expert. Jeez, man, I'd be dead. To be honest, I couldn't even complete like Beat Saber past normal is too much for me. I'm at the stage where I'm like, I just don't have the willpower to focus on the cubes and shit like that. But yeah, it's a good game. Godmode says, Truth, I've been taking a break too and using DCS as a copium. TDL, are you still worried about DCS consuming all your time? Just curious. I think with DCS is... my biggest issue with it is I'm pretty sure that for me to play DCS and be happy, I would have to spend a huge amount of time until I master everything to do with the cockpit. And then start learning on the flight and stuff like that. And then I really would have to have like a full-blown throttle instead of dual joystick kind of setup. And I don't want a cheap throttle for it to happen. I would like something that's a bit, you know, realistic or feels realistic for the kind of game. Because I know you can play in VR, so again, VR, the immersion, I would love to knuckle down and play that game. My biggest problem with DCS is I think I would enjoy it so much, I don't think I would be able to come back to Star Citizen. Because I think the game would be so simulated, serious, in-depth, little mistake you die kind of situation. I think I wouldn't be able to handle Star Citizen's kind of like casual gameplay. And it is very casual. You know, you can have extraordinary pilots in this game doing crazy things, but there isn't many mechanics to actually learn. You know, it's just sort of point and aim just now. So that's my biggest worry with DCS, is one, I would have to get a throttle, which is quite expensive, which I have no interest in just now. And two, I think I would probably lose interest in Star Citizen. For the time being, anyway. And I think if that was the case, I would go and become like swap full-time job. Go and swap full-time job, not stream, and then, or just stream and not care about income from the stream, and then just play like DCS. I think that's the only way I could possibly do it. I got the Verpal, and that thing is a beast. Although the throttle, yeah, the Verpal one looks incredible. I love the way that you've got like the separate, like you can have different throttles. I like how, for example, it's got the lever as well. So you're wanting to like power down and, you know, dampen or whatever you want to do with it. I do like the new Verpal collectives as well. I am very fond of flying like longbows in like Armor 2 and Armor 3. The gates, yeah. But the new collectives just look amazing. But again, I like, how much money would I be wanting to put into a game that, do I have the time for it, financially, all that stuff? Hey, Binary. If you would like an F-14 gifted to you, I'm happy to get you one. You could do throttle, one stick. Again, for me, I appreciate that massively, dude. Yeah, kind of warmed up a little bit. I'm not pushing myself too much, Ash, because again, I don't want to damage my hand. Like, the moment it starts to tingle, I'm just chilling out just now. Because the last thing I want to do is damage any more nerves in the hand, or I'm fucked, you know. So the moment it starts tingling, we're just gonna sit, we're just gonna hang out, chat, mess around that way. Or I'm goosed. I'll end up hurting my hand too much. Incoming now, my only chance to blab. I've got no weapons on this ship. I could ram you. But yeah, I think generally if I was going to make the commitment to play DCS and actually spend the time, I would want to have like a proper throttle with that system and stuff. Like, I know you don't need to. I know you could use keyboard and all that jazz, but I think for me, I would definitely want to do it that way if I was going to play DCS World. Maybe one day. Because again, it's got VR. I've got a VR headset. I think it would be sick. I don't think it would be that good to stream, but definitely I could sit here with a throttle and be like, you know, I can have a puke bucket down this side and a puke bucket down that side and be like, wee! doing aerial rolls and stuff like that and just be like, dropping it down, you know? But no, not right now, no. But I do appreciate that. Like, it would be straight into the F-14. Like, I wouldn't even train. I know, like, Icy Jones went into the, I think it's the Viper or the Falcon he went with. I can't remember. I remember Noodle was in, like, the Hornet. Cutler was in the A-10. For me, it's just instantly F-14. Without even holding back. It might be the hardest plane to fly. I don't know. But it would be, for me, it's so iconic. Saying that, who has seen the trailer for Top Gun 2? Holy shit. Like, I gotta give mad props to Tom Cruise. Like him, I know he's in the training seat of the two-seater Hornet in the movie and stuff, because that's how they shot it. But that boy is going through some serious G's, you know, and at his age, and obviously he's a bit of an adrenaline junkie and stuff, yeah. Yeah, it's coming out in May. It's coming out in May for Top Gun 2. Looks insane. The visuals. It's got, what's her name in it? Who is just literally absolutely gorgeous. I'm trying to remember her name. Damn it. Oh, I can't remember her name. She's gorgeous though, for her age. She's in that movie. That totally narrows it down. Jennifer Connelly, that's it. Jennifer Connelly. Whew. Whew. Bumblebee is her name. You could be. You could be. The F-16 and the F-18 are fly-by-wire and idiot-proof things. In the F-14, your FCS. If you yank the stick, you have all the G-forces. Your flight surfaces can deliver you. Oh, that just sounds amazing. Maybe one day CIG will add that kind of stuff in. I would love to see it. I don't know if everyone would love to see it, where, like, say, for example, you're pulling a fucking 9G sort of half inverted going around a corner and you push too much and your wing snaps or something like that. So it would be very difficult to explain that one, since you can technically bend time quantuming. You know, if the wing doesn't fall off whilst bending time, why would it ever fall off in an atmosphere kind of thing? You could look at it that way. But yeah, Top Gun 2. I'm not going to be able to see it in the cinema, so I'm hoping like Amazon, Netflix, or somebody like that picks it up so I can watch it at home. Because I haven't been in a cinema since Man of Steel. I don't plan to go and see it in a cinema. Purely because whenever I get like a movie, I'll basically watch it on my VR headset. Because you can actually be in a cinema in VR, which is amazing. Speaking of Star Citizen, what about sustained G-forces on pilot? They need to stop it. They need to stop it right now. It should be where 9G push is where you're starting to get into serious issues, God mode. I know somebody might go in the future, they might be able to push it for, and I'm just saying just starting off at 9Gs. But if you're doing a 26G push, you should be unable to see. You know what I mean? They need to make blackouts and redouts a thing in Star Citizen again. Because again, I can push corners sometimes and you don't even black out. And then you do the same corner and you black out. It's just not stable. But the great thing about blackouts and G-force locks, when we used to have it was a skill check. And then they brought in like overheating and stuff like that. They've been testing for ages with different things. You know?
Raiders detected. Welcome and enjoy your stay.
Jen Desperado, thank you very much for that raid. Can we get some welcome vibes? I don't have anything. I don't have any commands. But can we get some vibes in chat, please? Thank you so much for that, sir. Welcome in. Good day to you all. Hope you're doing well, sir. Thank you so much for that raid. Massively appreciate it. We're just literally talking about where G-locks need to be a little bit more punishing, I feel, in this game, instead of, as God Mode was saying, 26 Gs in turn. A fellow Scot, indeed. Yes, yes, yes. How are you doing, sir? How was your stream? Welcome in, sir. I appreciate that raid, dude. I would love to do a shout out, but unfortunately I have no commands. So what you guys do is you click the Jen Desperado name and then you press follow. I think it works that way. That's how you do it. You just did a 20 turn. Yeah, basically in this game right now, is it Liquor? I'm hoping I'm saying that right. 7. Welcome in, everyone. Good day to you all. Hope you're all well. The problem with this game is that G's and G-locks are very much a mystery. where sometimes you can do 9 Gs and your eyes just disappear, and sometimes you can do like 26 Gs and nothing happens to you. And what I'm saying is it needs to get to a situation where 9 Gs is sort of the minimum. Like, you can start pushing yourself to be unaffected, because it's in the future, different suits, different ways of doing G-locks. But then when we start hitting like 12, 16 Gs, there needs to be a lot of, you know, can't see. And this would be a good skill check for people not doing crazy turns all the time. A ton of fun and welcome. Were you on the PTU or were you on the PU? We're on the PU just now, guys, because I've not played Star Citizen in 60 days. And I don't want to go into PTU and have to deal with crashes and crashes and crashes and stuff. What's tricks? If you want to catch up, the port just do exclamation mark update. A little bit of life troubles and stuff. I don't want to go into details about it. If you do exclamation mark update, you can read the 2 latest blogs, which would be the March one and all that jazz. Just obviously finances, all that stuff. I don't want to go into it because obviously there's more bigger issues in the world and my problems are very minor compared to them. So I don't want to harp on about it too much, but thank you very much for the follows. But if you are, guys, CIG have given me a crap ton of swag to give to you guys. Exclamation mark April. Every week in April, we're doing 30 days back-to-back streams on Twitch. Normally, I'm a YouTube streamer. But we're doing some work with Toby Gaming, who do the eye tracking for Star Citizen. That starts next week, so I was like, right, you know what, I'll do 30 days on Twitch. We have a giveaway every week, and then on the final week, out of my own personal account, I'm going to be giving a 20% discount coupon for Star Citizen. But yeah, we have lots of swag. This week is for the Cutlass Steel. You can get that. Next week is for a Saber, LTI. Then it's like quad bike, love pack. I've got lots of stuff. I even have a Starfare that I need to give away. But I was kind of like, 4 weeks, 4 giveaways is pretty good. So yeah, thank you very much for the follows. If you do follow the channel, massively appreciate it. There's no like, we have minimalistic stream here where there's nothing. Ad right when he's talking. I'm sorry about that, guys. I don't know how to configure all the new stuff yet. But obviously that's why we have the VODs. You can watch the VOD. Where was I going with it? I was going somewhere. I was going somewhere, but I'm lost now. I'm lost, guys. But yeah, I've not played in 60 days. I do a lot of low-flying PvP, but I am the worst player in the game just now. I need to regain some skills. Unfortunately, for me, is another reason for the 60 days off. I've got a bit of nerve damage in the left hand, so I can't go too crazy. We're kind of just recovering just now. But I appreciate it. So, man, exclamation mark April. Get involved in the giveaways. If you're a sub, you'll get some extra points. We've got a code to hand out later on today, but I'm going to probably hand it out near the end of the show, which means that people can find it in the VOD a lot easier instead of scoping it through. So I'll probably just leave it to the end of the show within the last, like, 30 minutes. That means you can literally leave and be like, oh, TheDarkLaw said something about a code that will give me more points. Come back and watch the VOD for 10 minutes. There you go. Skip through it. But again, thank you so much for that raid, Jen. I massively appreciate that. Ships have interiors, i.e. beds and showers, should have internal dampeners, change man. Oh yeah, they should definitely have internal dampeners. I'm talking about like a fighter, for example. Like, you're not going to be pushing 36 Gs in a 600i round the corner. You know, you're going to be casually slow boating around that corner at maybe 2-3 Gs with whale noises and, you know, lava lamps. Something like that. But obviously, if you're flying fighters, you shouldn't be able to just push them to the limit. There should be a skill check for slowing down, basically. Not pushing corners or maybe risking and stuff. You're off to bed. Take care, dude. Again, thank you very much, my man. I appreciate it. Real noises, yeah. But yes, welcome in. If you guys have never seen my show and you're probably like, who the hell is this guy? Well, I actually used to stream on Twitch and then I moved to YouTube for other reasons. But obviously because we're working with a couple of companies this month who only do their gigs on Twitch, and because obviously it's some live stuff, I was like, you know what? We'll do 30 days on Twitch, give back to the community, get CIG swag away so it's not sitting in my account, and I don't know, just vibe out for 30 days. Plus with the stuff that I've got with Toby coming up, it's going to be really, really good. Like, they've got a lot of giveaways. I'm personally not going to be handing out the giveaways. However, you're going to be able to watch my show, lurk in my show, and every hour you lurk or watch my show, AFK it, whatever you want to do with it. And there'll be other creators as well, so you don't be like, oh, I don't want to watch this bald idiot. You know, you'll be able to watch other content creators who are part of the Toby team. And every hour you'll be able to get a ticket or an entry for Toby's big giveaways. They're also going to be running like a discount and stuff. Exclamation mark TOBII, Toby, will explain everything. That website will kick off next Friday, I think, or Thursday. Next Thursday. Yeah, again, if you're like in an 819, you start, you know, going backwards through Tokyo Drift, and you've got, you know, gas plane, and you're in atmosphere, and somebody turns off the generator, the atmosphere generator, or whatever rolls in the 890, you know, people should be getting flung around like nobody's business. I'm hoping CIG kind of go that route, but yeah, we got a long way before we get something like that. But definitely for fighters, I wish there was more of a set guideline where we start off at like 9Gs to get the sort of blacking out, and then when you're pushing like 20, there's definitely full blackout or something like that. I would love to see it. It would slow people down, you know? It would massively slow people down into combat, but also, again, just brings in a skill check, you know? Speaking of 890s Tokyo drifting, VIP escort missions when? What, you mean like move somebody from one location kind of deal? Or cover their ship? That would be kind of cool, yeah. I don't know how much use we would need it just now in the game, but yeah, definitely in the future, I would say that. Yeah, exactly, Viral Son, you know exactly. I mean, have you guys ever seen the Carthu meme? So go into, if you own Carthu All, or you know somebody that can lend you one, go into Daymar, and whilst you're in Daymar, transform into landing mode, point down, and reverse afterburner, and you will literally go into space faster than anything in this game. You pull ridiculous G's and you're just watching the ground disappear. And we call it the squid escape, where if like somebody's chasing after you, you transform and then just ink, which would be to noise, so they lose your target and you just fly up. They can't catch you. There's no ship that can catch that ship when it full reverses in transformation mode. It's like a rocket. It just goes up. And it's incredible. But I don't think you should be like, absolutely blacked out, red out, puking your guts for pulling these maneuvers. You know what? Maybe autopilot out or something like that. But you should not be able to just wave at somebody and nothing happens to you. Can it shoot down? No, because you transform and your guns get folded up. I mean, you can shoot, but it's not going to have any aim. You're literally just going vertical. It's mental. That ship is insane how crazy it is in atmosphere. Like, a lot of people are like, oh yeah, the Arrow is the best in atmosphere. No, it's not. The Carthu All is insane. How that thing can literally fly at like 600 meters a second, and then it stops and it goes, oh, you know what, I'll just go this feckin' way. Thank you for all the follows coming in as well today, guys. One of the perks I get from the battle pack is an Origin Racing undersuit. Oh, yeah, I remember that one, yeah. But, yeah, who knows when we'll see, like, different flight suits and stuff like that. Are we on Twitch? I thought we were on YouTube, guys. Ah, man. I'm on the wrong platform, guys, you know? Forehead on the screen? Exactly, especially with my forehead. What's the TheDarkLaw on Twitch? How am I? What year is this? I am on Twitch for 30 days straight, ladies and gentlemen, as I do a challenge. If you want to know everything that's going on in my life, which I don't have to repeat a billion times, ! Update, look at blog March update, and the last one, it'll explain everything in detail without me having to go over and get the small little violin out. I do have a very small violin, by the way, so I don't want to repeat myself all the time and all that jazz. You're back, I feel triggered reporting you now. I got an email from Twitch a few months ago, just clearing up some of the memes that happened before and all that jazz, and one of them, like, I sent a message going, you know what, I'll stay a partner on Twitch, okay? That's fine. Just leave the tick. And they were like, are you sure? You can leave if you really want to. I was like, no, you know what? I spent this amount of time. I'll just keep it, kind of thing. And you know what? Like, I'm a partner on Twitch. I'm a partner on YouTube. Partner on Pornhub. All these places. It's fantastic. You can see all my content. All right. I even have a flan channel coming out. You know, how to make the perfect flan. It is a beautiful world, yeah. I will pay to see him play that violin. No. But yeah, Cartool is crazy. Oh, no. You can't post links unless you're a sub. Sorry, guys. If you need a permit, onlyflans.com, though. Onlyflans, yeah. Content creator on board. Thank you very much, Laz. How are you doing today? Again, guys, thank you for all the follows. If you are following the channel, get involved in that giveaway. It's free to do so. ! April. CIG are giving me stuff to give to you. I don't want it anymore on my account. You can have it, but you have to go through a giveaway to make sure it's fair. Because I don't think CIG would allow it if I just went, hey, you can have it. Alright, I think my hand is recovered enough to give ourselves another go at this. April. Materials salvation, yeah. But yeah, thank you very much to Jen Desperado for that thing. Like, guys, seriously, you guys need to get Jen partner. Jen Desperado definitely needs to be partner on Twitch. He puts in the time, and he had that wrongfully banning on Twitch's end like last year. You guys need to get him to partner. We're trying, he does, yeah. He's a top lad. He's got an awesome accent as well. Normally I can't understand Australians. Like Virgil and Jen and a few others are like a few Australians I understand. What? Who? Best April first ever TDL backup? You like it, Overrack? You like it? Agitated warp spider. You can't say that. You can't say that. Sorry. I'm not revealing those secrets. It might be, but no, it's actually like serious nerve damage in the left hand. It's why like I had to take a break from Star Citizen. Also, I wasn't enjoying the game, but yeah. Hey, Tabar, how you doing, Chief Ravenclaw? How you doing as well, Brack? Because some snowflakes doesn't like women or something? What? What do you mean, Pyro? What do you mean? My bad on the link. Didn't think before I typed it. It's all good. It's all good. We don't ban people for posting links. You just get the magic word one. Jen is yeah, he is deep gift. Yeah, top dude. The kind of dude I would go for a pint with. It might be a messy drinking session because Australians, you guys can drink crazy amounts. Like the down under Scottish. Absolutely nuts, like. You guys know how to party. I'm looking forward to my Vulture and Corsair, almost here, I know. What do you guys think of the Expanse? The Expanse that was showcased yesterday. It's quite nice looking. I'm not a fan of industrial ships apart from like the Kraken, if you could call it industrial. I think it's worth it, yeah. I think it's worth it. So are you back here and then or back in proper time slot? So right now, Obrak, if you want to catch up on any updates, exclamation mark update, I would suggest you just look at the last two VOD, blog, whatever they're called. That will get you up to speed. It's not much of a read. I just don't want to repeat it all the time. It's all written there in my wording. Right now I'm doing 30 days on Twitch. The short reason why, basically April, they're putting up the electric prices in the UK by 50%. I simply cannot afford to be a content creator on YouTube because of that. So I've been looking for part-time work. I can't find anything part-time. I can only find full-time. Obviously, I'm a full-time content creator, so I spent the past 2 weeks looking for a job. It's not been good because everything requires me to go full-time or stop content creation. So I was like, you know what? If this is my last month as a content creator, let's go back on Twitch. I've got a gig coming up with Toby next week for 13 days, showcasing the Toby tracker in Star Citizen for their spring sale. Exclamation mark Toby. It's all in the title if you want to get involved in it, guys, next week. And they only do their gigs on Twitch. So I was like, you know what? Let's combine some good times, some giveaways, some, work, and we'll see how it goes.
Resubscription
And if
received.
it's the final month, well,
Thank you for renewing your
it's the
Class
final
2
month.
access.
Obrak, thank you very much for the 5 months. I appreciate that, dude. And that's the kind of thing. Yeah, 50%, yes. And then it's going up another 20% in August. So for a small YouTube streamer, if they didn't do this, I could easily carry on. But because of the 50% up, and then obviously with what is happening in Ukraine, it's also having a knock-on with other prices. So unfortunately, obviously they've got the worst stick of it, but the knock-on effect is now hitting the UK. Other things are going up in price. For me, and I'm always honest with my community, I can't survive on YouTube. I don't even think I'll be able to survive on Twitch. So this is why I'm just like, you know what, I've got 30 days before I need to make an adult decision. Let's see what happens, you know what I mean? I've never heard of any digital tax anywhere near as bad as 50%. It's nuts, like. And then another 20% on that 50% in August this year. Like, I don't know what people in the UK are going to do, really. What is the secret code? You will have to find out in the last 30 minutes of the show, Captain Gore, because that's when I'm going to post it every day. I have a code every single day, and I'm going to tell you that it's in the last 30 minutes of the show, so you don't have to wait here if you don't want to. You just come back at the end and look at the VOD and just skip through for the last 30 minutes. I'm that good. You know. Where can I donate, man? Been here for years, don't want to see that shit. Don't worry about donations, guys. Just sub if you can. Enjoy the content. Don't enjoy the content. It's up to you. I don't want, like, again, there's more crazier things going on in the world that I feel donations should go to and are more important. Because, again, like, I can stop being a full-time content creator. I can go away for like a year, come back in better times or something like that. It's not that of a worry. But yeah, if you want to support the channel, drop a sub. Drop a follow. Get involved in giveaways. All that cool stuff. Don't feel like you have to drop donations, guys. Turning the heating on is going to be a rough choice next winter. It will be. It will be. Lucky for me, if I can run my 2 PCs, Ash, that will hold. That'll hold in the heat in the room. You know what I mean? Go back to work. Yeah. Go back to work. I work. All right. I work my ass off. Plus, if we can get the YouTube series up and running by the end of the month, this all depends on the patch. You know. The rest of the house is freezing. Like, no joke. I woke up this morning, and obviously, where I live in Scotland, temperatures kind of go up and down. But because, like, we've had warm weather for, like, the past 2 weeks, I've got quite accustomed to that heat. And the temperature has dropped. And no joke, I was up, like, 6 o'clock in the morning with the central heating on, because I was freezing. Absolutely freezing in my bed. And obviously this is at the start of April, and it's like, ah, shit, you know, the prices are up 50%. I don't want to be doing this in April. I want to be turning off all the central heating. So yeah. Your West Coast, that's going to be even worse. Colder.
Captain, someone has gifted a Class 2 access pass.
Thank you much, Portraitist, if I'm saying that right. Thank you so much for the gift sub. I appreciate that, dude. Very much so. What I do? Forget heating everyone else in the house. I just sit in the office, toasty warm. Yeah. But hopefully, like, winter time generally is kind of coming to an end. So, you know, we're going to have the heat. Then obviously we're going to have the price increase in August again. And yeah. I'm hoping that they kind of not go ahead with the 20%. But we'll roll with those punches when it comes. As everything in life, just adapt, evolve, push on if you can.
Captain, multiple Class 2 status updates
hey,
in progress.
Thank you very much for the 5 bomb. I appreciate that, dude. And welcome in to everyone who's got a resub or a brand new sub. Make sure you guys, if you've been gifted a sub, go to the giveaway. You get 25 extra tokens
Captain,
just for being subbing.
Someone has gifted a Class 2 access pass.
Thank you very much, Portrait. Appreciate that. Because if you do it, that one sub that you've been gifted works for all four of the giveaways. So it's not like you have to sub every week. It's literally for all the giveaways to get involved in. All courtesy of CIG. And I need to get rid of them, guys, because they're like, well, it's a Cutlass Steel. I would be instantly upgrading it, you know what I mean? The evening stuff on YouTube is always difficult to me. Well,
Thank
the thing
you for
is,
renewing your Class 2 access.
You bastard. Thank you very much for the 24 months. I appreciate that, dude. Yeah, well, the thing is, like, for me, Obrak, is I generally don't think the night streams were that good. Now, obviously, my content was fantastic. I mean, it's me. But I don't think I was ever really in the mental state to do it well enough, or just, like, give you guys what you deserved. You know what I mean? I was more in, like, a kind of vegetable state, because it's like the end of the day. So I think if I can ever regain whatever with being like a content creator, I think I'm always going to start at 12 again, UTC. I think that was probably my best time, because I'm more awake, I'm more like pumped, and then I go away for dinner, or I do some crazy streams, or you know what I mean, like, and then the people who can watch, they can watch. Oh, speaking of VODs, the idea is for these 30 shows, I've created a second YouTube channel that I don't have a link for or anything like that just now, because you don't get anything until you actually upload. What I plan to do is take every VOD from these 30 days and put them on the second YouTube channel, just so when Twitch goes, you've got some memes and stuff like that. Bradders, thank you very much for the free months. I appreciate that. Welcome back to Twitch. Good to see the numbers. Thank you. Well, that's down to Jen Desperado, who came in. They're Australian broke. He came in with his wonderful community, who have to get him to partner. He deserves partner. He's definitely been in the game long enough for partner. Enjoy your drifting videos in asteroids. Dude, I miss being able to do the drifting in asteroids. That was like, CIG didn't need to take it away from us. All they had to do was just make it where you didn't do 2,000 meters a second. But you guys remember drifting? It was so sick, man. They just had to stop the top end speed. There was something so unique about drifting an 890 jump at, like, well, obviously at 2,000 meters a second through an asteroid belt. It was so sick. I did enjoy that time. That was a lot of fun. Drifting was great in this game. I own the nighttime. You do, Ash, you do. And you beat so many other people in fight or flight. So proud of you. The scrub that you are managed to outplay so many other people who are sweaty, claim themselves as Griefer Squadron and all that shit. It was hilarious. Hilarious. This cheeky guy comes out of nowhere, slaps his first competition like, who are you? Who are you? And there's people who claim they're PvPers, diehard griefers, and they got taken out in 30 seconds because they couldn't backstrafe. It was amazing. I was in my element. I had pizza that day. It was glorious. I also enjoyed the 6 times size 3. Oh, you heard that they're doing, or they've started work on the 600i interior. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes. I've been sending death threats to Twitch for months to get him partnered. Whoa. No. First of all, I'm gonna quickly like time that out for like I can't remember how you do a 5 second, but I'm gonna get that cleared. All right, don't be typing that shit in chat. Don't. You know, like it's like the things that you say on like phones and stuff like that. Don't type certain words, even if it doesn't get flagged. So yeah. Just be careful with that. Yeah. Be careful. Like obviously, I know you're not actually doing that. You're probably sending a very heated worded letter to Twitch, like, listen, I won't buy this beer, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. Totally. Wink, nudge. You know, but don't be typing that stuff. You know. Crazy stuff. Pineapple on pizza, yes or no? Literally, okay, I'm gonna tell you a secret, guys, right? Come in here. Pepperoni, pineapple, jalapeno on pizza. Best pizza you'll ever try. Try it today. Code TDL at your nearest Domino's. Man, imagine if I had a Domino's code. Hey, Willis, how you doing, Chief? Welcome in, sir. Hope you are well. But yeah, pepperoni, pineapple, jalapenos. Just go and try it. And then get back to me. Yeah, but you have to have pepperoni as well. Because you get the salt, the sweet, and the chili. And it just, it's like an orgasm in your mouth. It's so good. Yeah, exactly, as Chris says. Sweet, salty, and spicy. You came back to Twitch? No, I'm on YouTube. This is just an illusion. We're actually on YouTube. Yeah, basically, Smokey, I'm here for 30 days and blah, 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 blah. Do exclamation mark update. Read the 2 latest blogs if you really give that shit. You know what I mean? But yeah, for 30 days, we're on Twitch anyway. And then, who knows? I might be a paper boy. Do you need a mill with that? A mill? A mill? What, like $1 million? I'll take $1 million. If that's what you're talking about. I actually turn on captions. Twitch sure comes up with some... No, Notorious. That's right. I will tell you right now, Twitch's sophisticated caption mode is exactly what I am saying to you. It is 100% translating what I'm saying to you in caption mode. That is accurate. Scottish to English. Everything else you hear is just like TARDIS
Resubscription
information.
received.
Yeah?
Thank you for renewing your
Storm,
Class
thank you very much
2
for the 4
access.
months. I appreciate that, dude. They're called paper. Oh, paper people. We're at that stuff like ginger people, snap thing, ginger people bread. All right, we're okay. I'm sorry. I'm not educated on paper people phrases. So we're at paper people. Okay. That one's going to be, yeah, I'm here for a paper people job. A what? Yeah, I would like to be a paper people. What? Yeah, somebody on Twitch said it's now called paper people, you know? Where are we again? I know. It's crazy, like, obviously, like, for me, I'm not trying to be sexist, I hope it doesn't come across like that, but gingerbread men, you know, like, it's literally been like that for a long time. Like, gingerbread people just doesn't flow, you know? And again, woman, we're all mankind. Ugh. Anyway, that's my rant on that one. For over 2 years, I think now I only watch you with captions on. It's bloody funny. Everyone loves the captions, like... I actually have the ability to see it, but I'll just end up laughing at my own self, you know. I'll stick with being called Ginger. I'm the same as well. For some reason, I have a ginger beard. Which was unusual. When I started this beard last year, obviously it was a lot longer and I've like trimmed it back. I never expected it to be ginger for a first beard. It's like, wow. Kind of cool. I need to clip that FOF bit, cracked me up. Yeah, I cracked myself up.
Twitch Prime sub received. Generous and clever.
Thank you very much
Bravo.
for the 10 months. Bravo indeed. Do you guys like the new alerts? I think it's better than scary DarkLaw voice. You know, it was like, thank you very much for your subscription. Harvey dead. Can we trust him? You know, with that kind of voice. I think this one's a lot more pleasant to hear. Much easier. Instead of the, you can't understand me. I've got a very deep voice. Where's Rachel? Doesn't sound so much like, it's not meant to sound like Christian Bale. Where were the other drugs going? Like, everyone keeps asking me to get a Batman outfit. And I'm like, guys, look. There's a £300 Batman Christian Bale outfit on Amazon. It comes in leather. And it looks sick. I'll wear that every day. I might need like a little bit of like talcum powder or something like that to get into it. I'd be totally down. I would need like some sort of ventilation though on it though. But again guys, thank you very much for all the subs, resubs, primed out of your minds. Very much appreciate all the love today. Could lower the volume a tiny bit, but they are nice. Could lower the volume a tiny bit? Oh, you mean the alerts? Are they too loud? I could try. Let me just quickly go here. It's good that I'm getting feedback. Alerts, I'll lower it by like 5 decibels. That should make it easier on you guys. Let me just quickly fire off another one.
Twitch Prime sub received. Generous and clever. Bravo.
Bravo. Loud, or do you want me to lower it down even more? A little bit? Gotta pick up the gremlins. Alright. That's good there. I mean, I'm quite happy. It's not difficult to lower it down a little bit more. Let me put it to 10 and then you guys can, let me know. I don't think I want to go lower than 10. Just because I doubt you'll hear it. Alright, last one.
Twitch Prime sub received. Generous and clever. Bravo.
I personally don't notice any difference, but I mean, I've got pulsate tinnitus in my left ear. All I hear is my heartbeat every day. Maybe 5% or so. Right, let's do extreme then. I would rather make it where it's enjoyable for you guys. I always go with like whatever sounds good. Let's do like -20. See how that. I'm gonna leave this open, and we'll roll it again.
Twitch Prime sub received. Generous and clever. Bravo.
I'm not even sure that's actually lowering. I might have to lower it in the actual thing. You don't hear any difference? I think what I'll need to do is it'll take me too long to do it just now, but I'll need to lower it down in the actual software and stuff. It's fine regardless. Yeah, it's not like it's jumping out too much. Plus, I'm gonna deafen you with music. Hey, Zim, how you doing, Chief? Thank you very much for the hype train, guys. Sorry, I literally didn't have any of the window. Is that taking ages to go through? Electricity was out the whole day? Oh, that sucks, man. Why is this not working? Interesting. Do you have gifted subs turned off, Zeman? I was trying to give you a gifted sub for the channel, but it's not working. It literally will not let me put it through. Or my internet's gone. And that would explain it. I don't know. Oh! Don't know. Right, guys, I'm going to quickly go for a bio break. And I'll leave the music on for you and just rock it out. Back into... Ooh.
Captain, someone has gifted a Class 2 access pass.
Thank you very much, dude. I appreciate that. Don't know why it didn't work for me. Thank you very much, Damon, for the 16 months. And thank you so much for the 4 gifted subs, dude. I'll be back, guys, in like 2 minutes. Oh, that's so much better. Have you guys seen my new yeah, none of you would have seen my new camera. You want to see my new camera? We got one installed in the roof up here, so you can actually see the rig and all that jazz. Yeah, I am Premter for the time being. You like it? So you can see that I've got the game here, stream, browser up there, all that jazz. Got Discord over here. Need more monitors? No, I've got enough. I've got like Chris over on this one, and then I've got myself over on this one, you know. It is Virpal Alphas, but with Z extension. But yeah, that's my rig. Oh, yeah. It's awesome. But we got the roof camera. No, we're on YouTube, Premster. We're on YouTube. It's all an illusion. yeah. For 30 days I'm on Twitch. 30 continuous days, back to back. 30 days, non-stop, out of our minds. Because I've literally not played Star Citizen in 60 days and stuff. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. The only reason I have that set up is because sold a big house when I worked with dogs. And moved to a cardboard box, basically, of a size of house. And the perks was to have a nice rig. Because I never owned one, basically. And that's it. Before anyone goes... sold a house and bought a PC. I don't know if it was the smartest move. I think you're gonna like fight combat changes. I think so as well, yeah. But again, I need to relearn how to fly in combat since I've been away for it for so long and stuff. When did you get back on Twitch? Today. Today we've been live on Twitch. And we're here for 30 days straight. Every day for 30 days. Not a 720-hour stream. No. I can't afford the electricity. If I could probably go into the sleep channel. That I've got a camera above my bed, by the way. I can easily do the sleep streams. But no, we're going to be here at least to stream every day for 30 days. And next week, for the Toby event, we're going to do 13 days of 10-hour streams back to back. Because when you watch my channel or any other content creator involved in the Toby spring sale, with Star Citizen and all that stuff, bells and whistles, you will get points for their giveaways if you watch my channel. This is again another reason why we're on Twitch, because it needs to have the extensions and all that jazz to make it work. Class 2 access. Okay, Trade, thank you very much for the 7 months. If it's only for 30 days, might as well. Oh my god, so if I was going to be here for longer, you wouldn't sub? Is that how it is? Is it pity? A pity sub? My god, man. My god, a pity sub. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm that broke. I'll take pity sub any day. You got 7 months on my money? That was like last year though, to be fair. But thank you very much. I appreciate any subs that come in. All that jazz. I appreciate that. So what's the eye tracking stuff like? Kind of thought about it, gain some. I can run a trailer if you want to see. Do you guys want to see a trailer? I was kind of waiting until the actual event kicks off next week. But obviously you can do !TOBI and all that jazz.
Raiders detected.
Oh
Welcome
my god.
Enjoy your stay.
It's a beautiful man has entered the building. Salty Mike, thank you very much for that. No, don't say the welcome backs. We are working. We're working here. And it's not an April's Fool Day, by the way. But I appreciate it. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for that raid, dude. I appreciate it. And can we get some vibes and whatever things
Captain,
I've got?
multiple Class 2 status updates in progress.
Online, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Yes, we are back on Twitch for 30 days straight. We have a challenge. We also are working with Toby next week, and Toby only do gigs on Twitch. So I'm a partner on Twitch. I'm a partner on YouTube. I'm like, you know what? I'll try and tie everything in together. We've got so many giveaways because CIG are harping to like, TheDarkLaw, you've had it for like 6 months. Can you give it away now, please? So I've got April giveaways to give you guys for the next 4 weeks. 30-day streams solid. Toby gig next week. And yeah, that's probably the end of my content creator career. After that. Because if anyone wants to know why we're on Twitch, basically this month in April, electric prices have gone up by 50%, and my YouTube gig just doesn't cover it. So I've been looking for a part-time job. Unfortunately, not got a part-time job. I can only be offered full-time, which means no creation. So I was like, I went away for 2 weeks. Put some things down on a blog, ! update if you want to see the whole blog. And yeah, I was like, you know what, if I'm going to do the last month of my streaming career for the time being, I'll do it on Twitch where I started off, give you guys little giveaways, work with Toby, make it a big kind of deal kind of thing, and we'll see how it goes. My electric bill for the last month was $4.90, pretty rough for a single bloke, and didn't use the heating. Dude, like literally, I was so cold this morning, King of Wales, I had to put the heating on. And on the 1st of April, putting your heating on, I was like, oh my God, no, please. But my head was so cold, and I'm bald, you know. Thank you, Matt Chicey Jones, I appreciate it. But again, thank you to all the follows coming in, and also Salty for the radio, very much appreciate that. But yeah, if you are following the channel, guys, get involved in the giveaways. April. CIG have given me a lot of swag to give to you guys. And yeah, enjoy it. All you have to do is follow the channel. It's that easy. You want to go a bit more in depth? Go in more in depth. Yeah, arcade trade. Yeah, like again, if you just read ! update, basically because of the price changes in the UK for April for things, my YouTube gig just doesn't cover it. So I've been looking for part-time work. There's no part-time work. There's only full-time work, and as a full-time content creator, there's no way I can do 2 full-time jobs. I will kill myself, and plus I'm 40 this year. I just won't have enough time for it all. So yeah, it's like basically I've got 30 days to make an adult decision. Do I accept the job and end my content creator career, or have fun with you guys, not think about it too much, see how a month on Twitch does? If it works out, it works out. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. It's not too much of a stress kind of thing, you know what I mean? You can't get a part job? No, there's no part-time work. No part-time work. Well, there is part-time work. It's just, it's so in-depth, Lampe. So basically, the part-time, because I live rural, it's planting trees. So there's full-time and there's part-time. But the thing is, you have to drive 50 miles each direction. And where I live, 50 miles is 2 to 3 hours driving. Because I'm rural. I'm rural as shit. So if I'm driving 2-3 hours each way, that's 6 hours of driving a day for part-time work, and then I've got to stream as well. I might as well do full-time. You know what I mean? Full-time stripper in the evenings and then streaming all day is going to be a rough... yeah. Exactly. So it's just one of these things, you know? One of these things. Anyway, to go back with the Toby stuff, yeah, I think I've been, like, lucky enough to be one of the first creators for Star Citizen to use and beta test the Toby 5 for Star Citizen. I think Tarada was the other one involved, and I've been using Toby since. If you want to see some memes with Toby, the idea would be where, like, you can go to this screen, for example. It's probably not going to do, but you can see I don't have any head tracking, and it allows me to rotate the camera by just using my eyes. And for me, I personally think that's better than having all the other stuff. A lot of people say, like, what's it called? Tracker R is better. I would agree. But again, you can literally have no headset and it works. It's a little bit more expensive, and obviously it's gone up in price because of COVID and the stuff that's going on in Ukraine and stuff. All prices for like other things have gone up, so expect it just to be a bit more. But they're doing a spring sale next week starting on Thursday, and you get 20% off. And then if you use my code, you get another, like, or it's like 15% off, and if you use my code, it would be 20%, you know. I've heard responsiveness is better on Tracker, but Toby, again, yeah, I've been using Toby for over a year now. I would completely say Tracker is way more responsive because it's IR to IR, basically. This thing is bouncing IR off the bottom of your eyes, bouncing back, full algorithm to work out. You know what I mean? It's slightly slower, but to be honest, and this is from me, I wouldn't be able to low fly the way I low fly on shitty product. You know what I mean? I need high response head tracking, and for me, I think it's fine for Star Citizen. I don't need to see behind me in a split second, you know? Yeah, you can do full eye movement if you want, Chris. So you can do head movement because it's watching your eyes. And then you can do the other stuff, yeah. Yeah. I would. Well, DCS is a full-blown simulator in comparison to Star Citizen. You know, it's the same as like VR is going to be better than Tracker R and stuff like that. If you want to do those kind of comparisons, if TDL can low fly Toby, anyone can low fly Toby. What? I will have you know, in my prime, I was a good low flyer. Target selection with your eyes is cool. Oh, that is definitely one thing. Like, I believe you can do Tracker for the head movement and Toby for just the targeting, which is insane. But again, that's a huge price to pay for something like that. But like, you can use the cheaper kind of tracking stuff, which works. I've been trying to sell your product for you, but you're right. I'm always right. Well, at least I believe in my head I am. Fancy seeing you here! Hey, it's April the 1st. I thought it would be a great meme, guys. How are you doing, Mocha? I thought it would be one of the best memes that ever happened. Be like, what the hell is this bald idiot doing back on this platform? I thought we got rid of him. Just can't keep a good bald guy down. It all makes sense now. Yeah. A good meme. If it was actually a meme, it just ties in with everything that I was trying to do. But I did actually wait until April the 1st. And it wasn't to be like a meme or anything like that. It was just like, you know, that's the best time for me, get everything done kind of situation. Plus, it would mark like 60 full days, so hopefully... I mean, the hand has actually been very, very good today, surprisingly. But I'm not doing any PvP. I will find out in the next couple of days when we get like a decent patch what PvP is going to do to my hand. If anyone doesn't know, I've got like nerve damage down this part of the hand. Basically what it is like the nerve sheath is like crushed. They have to put some needles down the hand to expand it so that the nerves, whatever it does, can function properly. So I don't have full motor control as I used to. And when I use my hands like this, so no more Spider-Man climbing up walls and parkouring, those days are gone. I can't do this movement without hurting. And other one, for example, is like if I squeeze like this, it really, really hurts. So I have to do like a relaxed thing. So yeah. I need to go and get tests, Ashen, before I fully know. But the kind of like basic analysis is that the nerve sheath is crushed somewhere and just needs to be popped back open with needles and stuff like that. Don't really want to get into deal, just in case anyone's squeamish with blood and stuff like that. Not like there is any blood or anything, but you know what I mean. Are you actually going to be streaming on Twitch now, or are you going to still be maining YouTube? Ludlorn, I have no idea. as I'm always open and honest with my community, I have no idea if I'm even going to be a content creator by the end of this month. I don't know. I'm in that situation where the prices in the UK have gone up so drastically, I'm out of options. Last 2 weeks I've not been streaming because I've been trying to find a part-time job that would work for me and the dogs. Failed. So if you do exclamation mark update, you can see the last 2 blogs that explains everything, where I have 4 options. One would be part-time job, YouTube, having great time, because obviously YouTube, less viewership, it was less stressful for me. Second option would be Twitch and part-time job if it wasn't working out. Third option is Twitch and YouTube. And then worst case scenario is give up being a content creator and change my full-time job to something else. That's the options that I have just now, purely because of the price increases in the UK. Just literally can't support myself or the household anymore. And if it wasn't for these prices, I wouldn't even be considering it. Like, I would be fine on YouTube. It's gone up 50%. And because of Ukraine and what's going on with Russia and stuff, there's like this knock-on, everything is slightly going up in price. I just can't do it again. So yeah. So I was like, you know what? I've got a gig with Toby next month. Next week, sorry. They only do gigs on Twitch. I started on Twitch. If I'm ending on Twitch and I'm working with Toby, I'm with the Star Citizen community, fuck it. We'll go for 30 days, we'll see what happens, and we'll make an adult decision afterwards and see what happens. But right now, I basically just want to stream. 30 days solid, well, with sleep. But 30 days continued streaming, giveaways for you guys, stuff from Toby. Go out with a bang, I say. Thank you, I appreciate that, Laura. Mine is the ulnar nerve. I have no idea what that is, but I'll ask upon that when I go and see somebody. I think this is the first time I'm a mod in Twitch. Are you? It's pretty easy. Like, the community and Star Citizen are easy. Like, long as they don't type anything to do with griefing, they're fine on this channel. Because you get timed out if you type griefing in this channel. Don't like the word. It's called ganking. And if you can't accept it, My Little Pony video game at Games Workshop, owned by Pikachu Enterprises, is that way. But yeah, for the next 30 days, anyway, we're on Twitch. Have some banter, give some swag away thanks to CIG, give some swag away thanks to Toby. See how this patch evolves. No desync, looking forward to it. Also that ATC button, win-win. I need to relearn how to fly because I've not been flying for 60 days. So I am an absolute nub. Everyone in this video game will be able to beat me. I am the worst player. Elite Dangerous Solo Play is also that way too. I need to go to a different location. TDL is giving out only bans. We actually only, I released all the bans on the channel. There's only one person that's just permanently banned. But I got rid of all of the bans and stuff. I was like, hey, you know what? Everyone deserves a second chance. They'll just instantly get banned. Straight off the bat next time. Alright, where are we? Let's go and get some fuel. Look at this beauty of a man. I am beautiful. I am bald. I have a well-trimmed beard done by myself. I'm actually growing in more hair on the sides now. Didn't have that last year. I'm using one of those dermatologist roller things, which is really good. I'm actually doing it on my head as well. I mean, fuck it. If I'm rolling my face, I might as well roll my head as well. Oh my god, so good to see you again. TT music was bad. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we don't have too many things. Oh my god, there's a party at Shubin and I'm not in my PvP character. I'm in a ship that has no guns. Oh, and they're flying around like unathletic pigeons. Actually, to be honest, they could probably all kill me. I would just be like, ah, God, look at this guy. He can't fly for shit. Oh, and they're going mining as well. Oh my God, it's so juicy. But I'm a friendly neighborhood trying to learn how to fly again. Hey, Zero State, how you doing, sir? Welcome in. The temptation. Oh, I don't have any guns. I don't have any missiles. I don't have any hair. I'll get into PvP, but I'm waiting till 3:17 because I've been away for 60 days. I want to see what everyone's raving about. The whole idea. I watched Burks last night. I think it was last night. Somebody's reversing in Arena Commander, and Burks went all the way behind and didn't explode. And they bumped into each other, didn't explode. And I was like, oh, I was dribbling at the sight that I might actually be able to get behind somebody in PvP and not have them face like this. You know, my worst nightmare is seeing Burks and Zero State. You know? Did you guys see how well I did in Fight or Flight? I did so well, by the way. I was amazed with my skill, to be honest. It was glorious, you know? Everyone was betting on DarkLaw, and I was like, you made the wrong fucking call. It was glorious. And then last week I watched the best thing. I didn't have to do anything, and I watched Burks and Zero State both together get vaporized. And it was like a dream come true. I didn't need to even seek revenge. Revenge was dealt. And all it took was 1% player, you know? If Burks and Zero State had just come in with 1.5%, they might have actually won that, you know? But it was glorious. I sat there going, revenge. And I didn't need to do a goddamn thing about it. 1.1% better every day, and we'll be miles ahead of him next year. Exactly. However, he's doing really well on YouTube. Gotta give Avenger 1. Like, holy moly. That guy's exploded with numbers. But he puts in the work. It's killing you inside, we all know it. To be honest, I was like Burks and Zero State for the first FOF. I went in with no trading whatsoever. I went in and just fucking wung it, and then I got lost in the targeting thing. That threw me off massively in Fight or Flight. It was like a deer in the headlights thing. My brain didn't know how to react with it. There was so many blue dots on the screen. And then, fucking, I'm versing Zero State using a Hornet. I already know how bad the Hornet is. And they gave me a defender with singes, and I'm like that to Zero State. His shields are not even
Captain,
fucking
someone
moving.
has gifted a Class 2 access pass.
They're not even fucking moving. You know the worst thing about Zero State? Thank you very much, Portrait, for the gifted sub to Zero State. Zero State, thank you very much for the 7 months. You know the worst thing about it, Zero State? Before that match against you and your wingman, an NPC attacked me, and I couldn't kill the NPC fighter with the Banu defender. That's how bad it is. The guys on comm are like, the security will handle it. And I was like, no, I'll do it myself, and it's attacking me. And I'm like that. All right, you know what? I kind of need security. Security, help me, please. And I'm going to Fresh. I don't think we're gonna win this one, to be honest. I'm like, he's fucking flying the shitty Hornet, and he gets caught in a bad turn, and I'm like, I'm looking at Zero State like this, just going, I'm sorry, Fresh, I'm really, really sorry, but I can't do anything. I can't fucking do anything. Oh man, it was just hilarious, like. And there was so many people like, oh god, DarkLaw. If they had given DarkLaw an arrow or a gladius, he would have killed everyone. To be honest, I was more in a meme state where I was just like, you know. And I think that's what you guys had as well. Like, because you didn't do much training, you went in, you held your own, But obviously, like, I think if you had done like a few days of like AC and stuff, because obviously Burks was on Tarkov, so fair play to both of you for just like obviously sweating it out and lasting a lot longer than some 30-second wannabes. Alright, Ravenclaw, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate that, Chief. But yeah, Singes and stuff. I would love to do another content creator one where, like, hear me out in this one. A content creator one, no shields, mass drivers, only. It could be space, it could be atmosphere. Mass drivers, no shields. I mean, that's literally my Logan Fight Club kind of thing, but again, I think it'd be pretty cool to watch. You're such a black horse for a minute. Dude, I knew the moment that I suited up and turned the stream on, I wasn't going anywhere in the thing. The first fight against Burks, when they said, you've got a Hornet, I'm like that. Alright, you're gonna put me up against these players and you're gonna give me a ship I literally hate, absolutely hate, and then I've got Fresh with me and I'm like, I don't want to do it to Fresh. And this is the craziest thing, right? If we had lost to Burks, we had the Hornet and the Gladius. Then we fought Zero State with the Hornet and the Defender. If we had beat Zero State, we would have fought Burks again with the Hornet and something else, because that's what you had to do, Zero State. And if we had beat Burks, we would have had the Defender in the final. So we would have had the Hornet 3 times and the Defender twice. We would have never had any of the ships that we actually enjoy flying. So it was like, fuck it, let's just eject. Get the fuck out. I can't take it anymore, man. It's not so much the flying coffin, it just doesn't move. You know what I mean? In atmosphere, it just doesn't push forward to escape. Like, or move around and stuff like that. But credit to Christian and the guys, this FOF is so much better than the first one with the creators. Like, I love the fact that you guys got to choose your ships. Obviously, we knew that you were never going to use, like, a warlock or something like that. It's very specialized and stuff like that. But, you know, credit to the person who brought out the saber. Like, that was brave. Like, I thought, you know, with the Talons, I can see why the Talons would be used. They're great bait ships. They're so fast and nimble in space. They can get in and out of combat easy. And once the Gladius runs out of bullets, the Talon has more DPS than it anyway. Are you playing? No, I'm not, Captain Gore, because the current patch is in such a bad state. I'm not coming back from 60 days away from Star Citizen to be instantly pissed off because ships are not spawning, or people can use a bug to... If you spawn a ship, somebody can go to your terminal and make the ship despawn. So, no. I'll wait until the fixes come out later tonight, and then I'll be back on it tomorrow and stuff. Hey, Fireball. So yeah, like, again, the one with Christian and Detox last weekend was so much better. Choosing your ships, loadouts were good, location good, really liked it. I would like to see that version in Atmosphere. Because again, the Gladius and the Arrow would be just so much more fun to fly. Like, the Defender flies really well in Atmosphere, especially Daymar, but with Singes it was just... It was meme at that stage. And obviously the Hornet and some other ships. I would even be happier to fly a Saber in Atmosphere because it's so fast. It's so fast. Well, it's not annoying so much, Captain Gore. I want to go in and I want to sample that no desync without any problems. Also, there seems to be an ESP bug where, like, it's magnetized or anti-magnet, whatever, reverse magnet pulling you away from the pip and stuff. So again, I've been away for 60 days. I can come into the PU, I can try and figure out how to fly again, dial in my settings because they've not been used. We've had a little bit of technical issues with the joystick and the pedals, but I've got them sorted, I think. And yeah, we'll be in the PTU the moment they sort of fix it and stuff like that. Because there's like 3 features that I really like. 1, call ATC. It's been like 5 years in the waiting. Thank God. Staggered fire. I don't know if you guys have tried it out yet. I've tried it in AC a little bit. Staggered fire is insane because it allows you to have like a cannon fit and for it to go like that, super fast. Which actually for close range, really good. And shotguns, really good if you do staggered fire. It's like a just continuous wave of shotgun shells and stuff coming. Awesome. And then the third thing would be this desync is looking really, really juicy. So I'll take a couple more days. We'll learn how to fly and then get in and see what all the good stuff is. Because I want to do the refueling, I want to learn that and stuff. Call ATC is basically like turning up at Port Olisar and pressing a button and you'll get a docking space instead of pressing F1 or F11 portrait. You literally now can set a keybind to, can I dock? Can I take off? Instead of having to go through the other stuff. Have they nerfed Singes yet? Singes don't work. Singes they're not nerfed, they just don't work. There's nothing to nerf on Singes. They're just literally useless. And that was the memey part about it. It's just like, oh my god, you're giving me a weapon that can't do anything. But welcome in, Fireball. Hope you're well. But yeah, quality of life in 3.17 is juicy. There's not much more content, you know? And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that because if you take away desync and you kind of like change the cocktail where you get less desync but you get maybe like FPS drop or something like that, I'm fine for that. That's a game changer for me because it allows me to do things like group low flying and not have the nonsense. It means that when you're in combat and somebody's flying backwards, you don't see them doing this shit, or you're like this and they're like that and all this nonsense. That's amazing. Call ATC, we've been asking for it for years. Staggered fire and weapons, it's not that required, but it is good if you do like to use cannons. I like to use cannons in atmosphere, and if I can do it's amazing. Really good for ballistics. Another thing is, like, if you want to do group fire, so you can have group fire 1, group fire 2, but you can now keybind all group fire. So if you're in a ship and you don't want to do the move everything into group 1 or move everything into group 2 or 0, you can just press one button now and it just blaps everything. Not good for EMP ships. The refueling, the quanta, the fact that if I was to low fly all day here on Daymar, the fuel is going to go down here and the prices are going to go up, you know? I don't know. I don't think there's been any like ship weapon balancing, to be honest. I think they're just trying to get the desync rolled out. They've done stuff to personal weapons, but as Burks was showing on his stream last night or the night before, he said there's not much change. Not much noticeable change. Nothing that's really going to care. I think it's more the hip fire is kind of gone and you have to actually pre-aim and all that jazz. Yeah, just fuel balancing and quality of life. I would imagine...
Resubscription received. Yeah. Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Commander, thank you very much for 13 months. Awesome name. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the support. Can we get some vibes in chat, please, guys, if you can? Remember, if you are a follower, you can just drop the vibes now. Because apparently there's follower emotes, which is pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Make sure, guys, ! April, get involved.
Raiders detected. Welcome and enjoy your stay.
Fishcam, thank you very much for that raid. Welcome in, Raiders. How you doing, Chief? How was your stream, dude? I appreciate that support. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, I don't know anything about ballistics. I would imagine when CIG can get down to flight and weapons and stuff like that, we'll probably see that Q3, to be honest, Captain Gore. I think Q3 would be the earliest I could say we'll see any weapon flight balancing. But, who knows? Maybe the desync system works so well and they can move on to other things. I don't know what the vet team are working on, to be honest. Very good practice. That's what I like to hear. I'm trying to do that, but I've actually crashed more today than I have done in like 9 months, which is impressive. Back on Twitch. Welcome back. Thank you very much, dude. How you doing, Dealer6? Welcome in. Anyone seen events running in PTU? I don't think you'll see any events, to be honest. If you're talking about like dynamic events, no, there's none scheduled. Ballistics might be less of an issue if desync is improved. Very true. Very true. You may find that there's a perfect amount of ammo now there's no desync. That's very true. Obviously, cannons in space are useless, but cannons in atmosphere like Daymar are insane. You put four longswords on a saber, and you go, if you merge with an arrow, no joke, the arrow is so wounded after the first merge that it either bugs out or it gambles. If it gets a good turn, it gets a good turn. But if the saber moves and uses its speed, which is what you should do with a saber. A saber is not a dogfighter anymore. It's literally a boom and zoom. It's so fast in atmosphere, and if you've got the cannon fit and you do the strafing runs, an arrow is absolutely shreked because an arrow can't catch a saber in atmosphere, which is nuts. Because the saber is one of the few ships that can actually hit 900 meters a second in the atmosphere at low height. Obviously, we're not talking about Herald speed. Herald is absolutely incredible. Yeah, I would say with that, with the Ares, I've yet to delve into any of that. Again, I'm going to wait till the patches are sort of more fixed, see how it goes. But obviously, you guys know I love the atmosphere stuff, so I'm going to be trying out cannons, staggered fire, get some live targets, hopefully. And also, I would like to see what they've done with, because they've done this weird shield thing for number 2 and stuff. Hey, Ikers, how you doing, Chief? I am Thornburg. I am. It's amazing. It's April the 1st, and I'm on Twitch. Very convenient. People were pissed, but it makes sense that some are jousters. And well, the thing is, right? Thank you very much, Thornburg. You've got to understand, right? And I'm going to say this in the nicest way. When people complain about jousters, you are wrong. You are wrong, because in flight combat, jousting is a valid tactic. It's a valid tactic. What you are talking about are like the people who, or when people complain, are people that don't know how to speed manage. There's a difference between a jouster that can manage speed, and there's a difference between somebody that you think is jousting, but they have no idea how to slow their speed down. You complain about somebody doing that because they're just going full throttle past you, but if you come across somebody that knows how to boom and zoom you with ballistics, you are fucked. You won't get their shields down and they will kill you. And that is a legit, like, again, in atmosphere, I don't go into a dogfight nonsense. I shoot at you, damage you, and then I fly away. I make you chase after me, and then I come back on you and I shoot you again. Because again, in proper tactics, you don't want to take damage. And it's going to be the case when this game gets a little bit more serious, where, for example, instead of you exploding, you crash into the ground. You don't want that. And when people go, oh, he's just running away again is a valid tactic. Why does somebody want to die just because you're winning? It makes no sense when people complain about this, and I've seen this for months. Like, you see certain content creators, oh, look at him, he's fucking running. Of course he's fucking running. If I'm walking down a dark alleyway and 3 guys jump out and they pull out their paper machete fucking, you know, lightsabers and start going, boo, I'm gonna be like, I'm fucking booking it. Because I didn't bring my pocket knife or my fucking catchbook phrase. You know? You don't do it in a video game either. But people still complain about, oh look, he started a fight, now he's running. Of course he's fucking running. He jumped into the fight and he forgot to bring the Vaseline up his ass. Now he's understanding what a dry fuck is. It's just natural for people to do that shit. Oh, he's a cheater. He's just booming and zooming. Of course he is. He's trying everything in his books to kill you because right now he's dripping from sweat, flopping around. He's got his mum fucking playing the small violin behind him, reminding him how shit he is at video games and he didn't get good grades at school. And you've got to give them some credit, you know? They're trying their best. At least they're fighting, you know? At least they're shooting. It's better than people that just Alt F4. The moment that they see, you know, somebody come out, oh shit, there's a blue, Alt F4. You know? So I'm, like, if anyone uses jousting tactics, and I'm not talking about where, like, they joust and they're going full speed and they don't really know how to say. When somebody jousts and they're right, like they joust at the certain time they merge and they're still back on you and they're moving away again, you know, that's it. That is completely legit tactics. And if somebody's running away, you know why they're running away? Because you were too shit to kill them. Simple as that. It's on you, you know? It's on fucking you. You couldn't do it. You weren't pumping out your 1% game. You should have been 1.1%, you know? That's it. That's just simply it. So, like for me, now I'm just always gonna look at like combat as, cause I'm the worst player in the game, right? I'm the worst player in the game. I lost FOF, you know? Captain Burks royally fucked me. I didn't go in with Vaseline, fresh, failed as a wingman. Completely failed.
Resubscription received. Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Then Zero Stake fucked me. I got royally double fucked, okay? So, from that kind of understanding and that reality check, I'm like, you know what? Everyone in this game is now better than me. That's it, that's it. Even if I win the fight, I just did good. I managed to lube up before they did. Perfect. Fire Phoenix, welcome in, Chief. You know? I'm the worst player in the game. I don't give a fuck what you guys say. I'm the worst player in the game. So every time I beat you, I'm still the worst. Because that's my expectation just now, you know? That's my expectation. And that means I'm always going to be at my worst. You deem me alive. Right now, I don't know, dude. With nerve damage in the left hand, not played in 60 days, I will be surprised if I can aim at a pip without shaking away, you know. And also, Saffron, thank you very much for the 4 months. I appreciate that. Hope I'm saying that right. What's this Twitch everyone is talking about? I know, I thought it was on YouTube, to be honest. But yeah, that's I think that's the mentality that content creators can start pushing towards communities. Instead of saying somebody's running away. No, they're just in a tactical retreat. Oh, they're running away from me. No, you're just too shit, you didn't kill them. Simple as that. That's the mentality we should all be doing. Somebody's jousting. It's a tactical fighter move, you know? In aerial combat, jousting. Somebody doesn't know how to control their speed. We're all like that at the beginning, you know? There's not exactly a fucking pamphlet created by somebody to go, hey, by the way, you know that if you let go of W, you slow down. Who fucking knew? You know? Who knew? Shit, I didn't, you know? So I think, like, especially with my, like, 60 days away, is we need to give people more slack, you know? And this is coming from the worst player in the game. Yeah, it's an illusion. I'm actually on YouTube, but we're here. Hoover, how you doing, Chief?
Someone has gifted a Class 2 access pass.
Nice, nice, nice. I like that. Thank you very much for the gifted sub, Portrait. I appreciate that, dude. Game Daddle, good day to you, sir. Worst play in the game? Did somebody call? No, Ash, that's my title now. That's it. Keep that worst play in the game thing going. Yeah, I mean, that's a great mentality, because anytime you beat somebody, you're like, cool, you know? I did 1% better. I'm sorry, I appreciate Avenger 1's mentality. It's a good thing to have, but that whole 1% spamming in chat, man, like come on, you should be wanting to do better in your life than 1% every day. Fuck, 1% for me is tying my shoelaces double the speed. That's not gonna help my game in Star Citizen. Come on, at least 10% better or something like that. Shit, surely, you know. I appreciate it, though. That guy is pumping out the content, getting more people involved in PvP. Hooverin, thank you very much for the tier sub. I appreciate that, dude. Look, learning to match speed takes a while, but the thing is as well, God mode is up until 3.17. How would you ever learn how to match speed correctly when people are just so out of position? Velcro 2% better? Yeah, boy. Technically, that would be less effort than tying your laces. No, I've not, Hooverin. I'm waiting until they put out the patch, because I got an email from Xylo saying, look, DarkLaw, we appreciate you coming back to Star Citizen. You are one of the best content creators for. I was like, Xylo, shit, dude. All right, you know, wine and dine before we get fucked. And he was like, just go in knowing that the current patch for 3.17 is a bit janky. So I was like, you know what? I'll let CIG do their magic. Hopefully get it fixed. ESP is a bit wonky. All that jazz. I'll wait. I'll happily wait, knowing that we might get to see an actual quality of life fix. It's going to be glorious. Feels like they tweak the flight model. Fighters feel great. Well, you've got to remember, there's no desync. How do we know that they've tweaked the flight model? We don't. That's the beautiful thing about it. We don't even know if they've changed weapons. You would have to go through all the stats and everything like that. I'm pretty sure somebody will have a database sheet on it. But how do you know? It might just be because there's no desync, or there's this weird, whatever they call it, sync. Whatever, I'll take it. Boosters are different now? No, boosters are not different now. They're just fixed, Ondo. They're just fixed. The bug was you would be able to go in atmosphere and you could go forward and yaw and not use boost. That's been fixed. How no desync? Like, well, imagine this is you, right? You're flying forward, and the opponent you're flying, who you want to fuck, is facing this way. Then you're behind them, but they're still shooting at you. That's desync. This person on your screen is doing something different in their game to what you see. Now, you have it where if you look at each other and you stick out each other's tongues, you can French kiss. If you're behind somebody, well, hey, there's plenty of ways that can go. It only uses boost capacity. If you use thrust before, it would use it regardless if you use thrust or not. Well, again, I think it's more of like a bug fix than anything else. I don't think they've really changed boosters. Thank you very much for the follow, Film Magician. Remember, guys, follow the channel for no reason apart from it gets you in the giveaway. !April. CIG have given me plenty of swag to give you. Take it from me, please. The F do I want a Cutlass Steel? I will upgrade it to a donkey cart, you know? Take it from me. This week, Cutlass Steel. Next week is a Saber. It's a good ship. Everyone complains about it. They just don't know how to fly it. It's really, really effective. Then we've got the Nomad Love Hover Bike nonsense. And then we've got like a 400i to give away at the end of the thing. But I have my own personal code archive as a 2012 backer who's been Imperator, I think it's an Imperator subscriber for that amount of time. I'm going to give you guys one of my 20% codes out of my own pocket because, well, fuck it, I'm too poor to buy anything these days. You might as well get $100 off your next purchase if you are, well, obviously buying something to do that. Would you buy that Drake Cutlass Purple Jacks McCleary one presented? Was that the disco one? No, I'm really not like. The only Drake ship I like is the Kraken because it's the only carrier we got. If there was like an Anvil carrier, I'd probably upgrade my my Kraken to it. I'm not a fan of Drake. You know. It's just not me. Like, they are very practical and they've got some good ships. But, yeah. Blue and Queenie. I haven't seen you in ages. How is Star Citizen? I don't know. This is the first day I've been playing it after 60 days. How are you doing, wonderful? How is the little mite as well after his surgery? How's he doing? But yeah, it's running as well as it can be. Oh dear, Girl Scout Bob got knocked down. Apparently you're not allowed to say trash with auto mod. I can't remember how the mods allow that one, but we can allow trash. He's good? Nice, nice. Hope he's recovering well. What about the RSI carrier Pegasus thing? Well, the Pegasus is a non log-offable ship, if I remember. I think they're going to make it where players can get Pegasus, but it stays in game. I don't want something where if I need to, say, depart for 6 months, climb a tree, go hiking somewhere, I don't know, just spitballing here, but I don't want to have to think about virtual things. He's been busy in Ukraine, also known as the Ghost of Kiev. Who? Oh, me? No. I've not been doing any flying whatsoever. But I appreciate you popping in, Blue and Queenie. I got a few drakes, Herald for speed. I do like the Herald in Atmosphere. It's a lot of fast. Jeez, bad English. At some point in time, logic reminds me of position. Yeah. But yeah, with the 3.17 patch for desync, it's not like a complete fix. It's more of like a band-aid kind of system. But it gets the job done as far as I'm concerned. And I think that's a wonderful thing. Is I would rather have it in the 3.17 state than what we've had for a while. What shall we fly to, guys? I have been yapping away far too long. I've got a song for you guys. You guys know Wikipedia. Know Wikipedia? He is one of the experience team, which is basically Q&A. He actually makes music. And this, he courteously said that I can play on his stream. Obviously, I think other content creators can. But, yeah. It's awesome stuff, like Attack the Sun. Attack the Sun, yeah, we've not heard that in a while. Anvil does have a small carrier though, Liberator, light carrier. It also has in lore something called the longbow Rolo, which longbow fires arrows. That could be kinda cool, you know? That could be kinda cool. Right. Obviously if I crash, it's not my fault. It's only the game's fault. Only the game's fault. The fuck is a Pegasus? It's a massive escort carrier. You should be able to see like sizes and stuff with it. Time me up. Well, again, it's called the longbow. It's made by Anvil, and Anvil need a capital, I would imagine. So who knows? Who knows what CIG have got cooked up? I know. I'm pretty sure GRDF know more about it, because I do remember they were commissioned to build something that we don't know about yet. That could be it. Who knows? But yeah, get involved in the giveaways. Next week, guys, we've got Toby stuff with Toby Gaming. That's like sort of the main reason on Twitch just now. And some others, obviously. Yeah, we're gonna listen to Wikipedia's song. It's called Aurora. Highly just you go and follow him on Twitter and all that jazz. 900 meter it is. Yeah. Alright. Let's push it. I think we've had a good enough break. Again, I'm relearning, so don't judge. Don't frickin' judge.
Resubscription received. Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Revise, thank you very much for this update, I appreciate that. I'm we get some vibes in chat, please? I'm gonna go back this way so we don't go through it. Try to relearn how to fly in this game. Ugh. Right, I'm gonna go with no game sound since we don't need to worry about it. It was maybe a bit too loud. 2 secs. There we go. And I'm very, very janky right now. Still trying to dial in the pedals a little bit. And obviously not strain the hand too much. Well, you know what we need? A bit of Daft Punk, actually. Hasn't Daft Punk, like... Haven't they, like, ended or something? I remember seeing something about that. Kind of like his Wikipedia song just sounds like it. Ugh. I'll give you guys this view. I don't really have like a nice camera for the joysticks, but obviously Gundam style. I don't have a camera for the pedals, I do apologize for that. You can do exclamation with joystick if you want. I think it's, or it's flight. I forget the command I made. Nola on the platform, thank you dude, appreciate that. Thank you for all the follows as well. Yeah, we're getting into the swing a bit. We're getting into it. It's a good tune by him. Alright, I don't know how well this is gonna go. This is not gonna be fun. Sometimes you just gotta push it a little bit harder. You know what I mean? Just gotta push it. I'm gonna turn back on this again. So got it. Alright. Not that good enough yet. We're not that good enough yet. That's as far as we've got. Wacka's a huge fan of Daft Punk. Yeah, you can hear it in a lot of his music. It's really, really good. That wasn't bad, actually. It wasn't bad. Again, still really, really dodgy with certain turns and stuff like that. But I'm sure it'll take a few days to get into being able to see it. Just like a bicycle. Well, to be honest, I've never like smashed into a rock and exploded on a bicycle. But yeah, I would say it's the same thing. Fuck my ears. Oh, was it too loud? Sorry. So what's the point to low flying? Managing speed, moving through objects, passing, learning the capabilities of one ship, reaction speed, helps with controlling your rolls, your yaws. Just generally good fun, but mainly just there's no more extreme kind of maneuver that you can do in the game, you know. Obviously you don't really need to have it for combat to a certain degree, but for me, I always found that if I can get my flight underway with there, then all I have to do is just work on getting my aim up, and that's it, really, you know. We'll catch up with you over the weekend. Alright, Obrak, thank you very much for being here, dude. I appreciate that. It's really useful in DCS for dodging radar and missile locks. Again, the way I look at it is CIG don't have certain mechanics in the game being under radar. Have you guys ever dealt with a ballista these days? You know, a ballista sits like 50 kilometers away from you, pelts unavoidable torpedoes. You can't target unless you're like 500 meters from it. You know those things? Well, imagine if you were under radar, going at that speed, and it couldn't do a damn thing for you, and then you drop maybe mini cluster bombs on top of it and take out the AA. Then who are you gonna call? You know? Maybe that's my role. Maybe I will be the fastest ballista bomber in the verse. There you go. There's a reason for low flying. We just don't know yet. But for me, I use it just like the fastest way I've ever found to get my precision back up again. But obviously there's multiple ways of doing low flying Hellfire. You've got what like Chronogenics does. I call it the nose down ass up flying, but it's very skillful as well, where basically they will fly at like a lock speed. They'll put the nose of the ship down so most of the fuselage is safe, and they'll do slow, very, very high controlled aerobatics, which is incredible to watch. Not gonna lie, I would actually say he's better than Terada. Sorry, Terada, but that crown has been knocked off if you ever watch Chronogenics. His control is just mind-blowing. But he does a different format to me. Mine is literally fast as fuck, boys. So as low as you can go, as fast as you can go. It's not meant to look pretty, it's not meant to look cinematic. It's literally meant to show huge instant reactions over doing the kind of like art style low flying. I used to do a lot of the stuff like Chronogenics does, not so much with the nose down kind of method, but back in the day with the M50, and it's a lot of fun. The decouple, gliding, and you do it with group and stuff. It's so much fun to do. But obviously desync has a massive impact on it, and it just looks so janky, and it's why I kind of stopped doing it and went, you know what, I want to keep pushing my skill. I don't really care if people don't like it, but for me, I love putting on the tunes, and literally, I mean, if you look at the latest Top Gun video, you've got Tom Cruise in an F-18, literally 30, 40 feet off the deck, going through the desert. That's the same shit I'm doing. He's just copying me. He's been watching the stream, Tom Cruise, and he's like, you know what, let's put this TheDarkLaw's skill in a movie. That's my story too, and I'm sticking to it. I call it nose stuck in the sand flying. Well, again, each their own. It's still very skillful what they do, Ondo. But for me, I want to go fast. I want to be in a position where, because if anyone knows, the moment you're in atmosphere, like say Daymar, and you go over 250, the flight model changes, it tightens down. You can't just yaw turn. You actually have to go into the rolls and the banks to actually get round corners, and I just prefer that out of control kind of situation where you really need to know the flight style and how the game works to be able to compensate it. Because again, obviously I'm in a bad situation where I've not played the game, but out of every low flyer, I don't know any low flyer that can fly like how I was just doing just now and not crash within 30, 40 minutes. Obviously I'm out of practice. Give me a few days, we'll get back to it kind of deal. But I don't know anyone else that can do it, and it's just purely because all the time I'm practicing managing of speed, watching the throttle, watching the boost, knowing how the ship's going to turn if I do certain angles, and obviously with my crazy eyes I can see things a little bit slower. It's cool. Low flying with different style, it takes, yeah, because again, like if I was to fly with you, Ondo, we wouldn't be doing balls to the wall flying. It's not cinematic, it's not fun as a group, because the moment one person goes left, the other person has to fly around. Now, obviously with desync, this is what I would love to try out this week with you, if you've got available time, is I would love to see balls to the wall flying, get Salty involved as well, and let's see how far we can push it. If you guys fly in front, can I actually keep behind you, or is it to the point where there's still too much of a, oh, I've already turned kind of situation, I need to compensate and come around, you know? We can fly much closer and higher speed. Can you imagine 600, 700 meters a second, 10, 15 feet off the deck, you've got blurred vision, going around a corner, and there's like two people like this, oh my god, dripping in sweat, it'll be amazing. And I know like, it's not everyone's cup of tea of the game, but for me, I think it's the most, like, if you ever watch I always rate this one, if you ever watch the Red Bull races, those guys are insane at flying. Absolutely insane when they go through the rings over the water, they are pulling maneuvers that is just, it's mental. Absolutely crazy. If you had that in Star Citizen as well, full flight team going and there was no desync. As much as I love PvP, actual formation flying is a lot more skill, kind of like high skill ceiling that I would prefer to do. And again, I would love to do, like I love PvP. But I also want to be able to do other things in this game, and mining and hauling just doesn't have anything. Flight team, yeah, awesome. I would love to see it. So, yeah. Everyone has different styles, but if you guys ever want to see a content creator who has insane control, obviously it's a completely different flight style to me, go and check out Chronogenics. He's American, he streams later in the evening, stuff like that. He's got a wonderful ginger beard just like me, he dual joysticks. But he does this way where you've got the nose down and it allows him to be a lot more acrobatic, and he is low. Like, I rate myself as one of the lowest low flyers, but because of the speed I'm going, it's a lot higher than obviously what they're doing. When you're slower, you can go lower. And it's not to take away the skill. For me, I just prefer to go rapid speed. I'm pushing 600-700 around corners. They're doing the same, lower, but obviously at 200-300, because there's no way you can maintain what they do at those speeds. Two different flight styles, and it's really good. Also, there's loads of other people that have just recently got into low flying, or just generally flying around and having a wicked time. So again, whenever somebody says, why do you low fly? Because I enjoy flying. I like PvP, but I enjoy flying more. And that's kind of what I bought the game for, is just to enjoy what you've got. And then there's going to be more locations. But I'm also hoping that in the future, like, if you can be like under radar or something like that, it would be incredible. People rag on so hard on Nose Down, they're just jelly. Well, I rag on it as well, to be honest, Portrait. Like, I really, like, the idea for me, I don't like the idea that you're flying like this, because the moment they put aerodynamics in, you're not flying like this. So, not because I'm jealous of the way they fly, it's more, I don't want to see these people that enjoy this kind of aspect of the game quit, because this flight will no longer work when this system comes out. They will actually have to fly horizontal, which means that you can't do like the stuff Terada does. You just can't do it, because you need to have the nose down to keep the body out the way to do it. So again, my idea is that I would like to see people fly more horizontal. Because when aerodynamics come in, you ain't flying like this weird way we do just now. But it's still highly skillful. Like what Terada does, what Chronogenics does, and some other guys, Skyborn and stuff. Like, it's really cool to watch. It's not my cup of tea, but it's cool to watch. I could watch a video of it, you know? But I like the idea that it increases my eye to hand movement, and obviously with damaged nerves now, I need all the help I can get. I turned 40 this year, so I'm waiting for my eyes to shut down. I have weird vision, so I always explain this to people when they're like, how the hell do you fly so fast, so low, and dodge things? The only way I can explain it is I've got 15-15 vision, which narrows everything down. It's still a very good, like, it's rated as a good eyesight, but I have this thing where the faster I go, the slower things get. I think that generally helps me with my low flying, because I see the rock coming and I can react faster. Can't argue with physics, yeah. The real aerodynamics coming will be a rough day for the moderators on Spectrum. Oh, I think so as well, but I think it's going to be good when it does. Because again, they're building a space game and an atmosphere game and a do everything else game, you know? It's do whatever you want in Star Citizen and enjoy it. Heck, if they put in snowboarding, I'd probably end up doing that as well. Make sure, guys, !April, get involved in Star Citizen's CIG giveaways. Very courtesy of them for giving all the swag. Also, make sure you do TOBII. We are partnered with Toby, and next week on Twitch, we're going to be doing our part of their spring giveaway and sale, which is going to be awesome. Pulling my Super Hornet from buyback so I can work with it and try and get better with it. Super Hornet's difficult if you're talking about atmosphere. Hornet generally is not the best of ships to fly in atmosphere. Have you got an arrow? It's a universal sim. Yeah. People forget that. I think so as well. I really want more in atmosphere flight combat. Most of what I did was in space. Well, again, you've got to remember, and Battlestar always reminds me on this game was built as a space combat game, or space game before atmosphere. We're just lucky enough to get atmospheric stuff and just like that. Fighter, if you want to get updated, !update, last 2 blogs. This is probably like, with the way prices are going in the UK, this is probably my last month as a content creator. I generally am at the stage where I can't support myself as a content creator anymore, full time. Because they've put electricity prices up by 50% this month. 50% per month up. And in August, they're putting up even more by 20%. I can't support myself on YouTube anymore with that. So I'm kind of like here to just vibe out where I began. I've got this gig with Toby next week. We've got Fight or Flight to watch on the 9th. And I've got giveaways to giveaways. So you know what? We'll go out with a bang if we're going out. But yeah, unfortunately, because of just government prices, there's nothing I can do about it. It's so expensive right now. And there's just no part-time work available with what I need, you know, because obviously I've got Luna and Nova. I can't leave them with anyone for a length of time. I am contemplating actually applying to work at CIG under the experience team, which would be QA. I could literally be like, look guys, I'll do all the atmospheric stuff. Any bugs for atmospheric flying, I'll do it. Just put me in, coach. Put me in. That's where we go. But yeah, the Hornet's in this weird position. It's the same as the Saber. Everyone shits on the Saber. The Saber's actually in a really good state. The problem is it doesn't have the stealth part to it. A Saber is very, very damaging, and especially without desync now, those 4 size 3s are going to hurt like hell if you get caught. The problem is the Saber can't sneak up on somebody. It's very fast to disengage. It's a big target, don't get me wrong, but it's very fast to disengage, and in atmosphere it's super, super fast. It just doesn't have the ability to sneak up on you yet. And if you have a couple of Sabers sneak up on you and you can't see them between, you know, 3 and 4 kilometers, you will die very, very fast in this game. So we need to wait for those mechanics. The Hornet, for example, we all know the Hornet is getting a Mark II version. And I generally think that's when you'll see a lot more people play with the Hornet, because it'll be fixed, it'll be working to how it is. I generally don't think CIG, the vet team, actually have time to do all the ships in the game. It's too much of a task. And if there's a second version coming out for Squadron 42, they're just gonna go, you know what, just let people complain about it. We'll get the rework out when it comes to that, you know. Thanks, Fire, yeah. I have faith in TDL to fix flight combat. Hey, dude, I'll happily, like, I can't fix it. I can only be like, you know what, this Hornet isn't pushing in atmosphere when it should do. This M50 nose dives in the air. The Aurora and the Mustang and starter ships literally have no speed in atmosphere. What's the deal? You're going to put a brand new player who has spent $45 in a flying coffin and it can't move in atmosphere? I know it's good in space, but it can't move in atmosphere. So what happens when people... You know what I mean? Like, I think certain ships should be a lot better. Papa Freedom, welcome in as well, dude. Also, congratulations, Papa Freedom. Did you guys see this absolute memester bust out the Talon in Fight or Flight? Holy shit. You were nearly dead at one point. Like, your shield's dropped. But then, well played, well played. I was very, very impressed. Very, very impressed with that. I actually think you maybe have made other people play with the Talon later on because they were like, oh shit, that fucking works, you know? You kicked your asses? Well, I saw mainly from Papa's view because it was so blurry. Or at least on my end. Like, I can't put it onto high quality. We had some really tough opponents. You did, yeah. But you got through though, dude. You did well. Ash did really, really well. Mordor's got 360 in 30 seconds. I mean, I can't talk. I'm the worst player in the game. But, oh man, I burst into laughter with that one. Oh, it was so funny. It was so funny. But yeah, stiff competition, like, very, very nice to see, very nice to see people coming out, you know? A few people get insta-clap because, again, like, I mean, this is going from my experience, right? So, obviously, everyone knows I lost against Burks and I lost against, thing. I'm not gonna do any, like, major reasons for it, but from my point of view, you know what affected me the most? And I don't know if it affected you guys. It's all the blue dots appearing and disappearing and coming in. It sent too many signals to my head because, obviously, I run red most of the time in this game. And this is the only valid experience that, or excuse that I have. Obviously, I lost fair and square. I did no work. I did no playing. But my brain was so confused, I couldn't focus on the text. So when we engaged Burks, we actually nearly killed Pale, who was flying with Burks. Fresh is absolutely laying in. I'm laying in. But I literally got like deer in the headlights. I didn't know what to do. I didn't commit to the fight. And obviously, Burks and Pale were flying so well together that they had that commitment. But for me, I was just sort of like, I can't process it. I've got so many blue dots around me. Is this all people, like, my brain was thinking this. Are these people coming for me? Even though I know I'm in a 2v2, I could not process the fight. And we failed on that one. And then the second one, I committed. But again, obviously I was in the Defender with Singes. I just couldn't back up Fresh at all. So it was basically 1 versus 2 at that sort of situation, you know? Or 1 versus 1. But definitely for me, I just...
Captain, someone has gifted a Class 2
I
access
couldn't
pass.
process it. And that was my biggest downfall in the 2v2. And I think if I went into it again, or there was like a bigger tournament, or like if Atmo invite again, I would be down for it again. Because I'll go into it knowing that I will commit instead of being like the PU, you see like 12 blue markers turn up and you're like, oh my god, I'm about to die, you know? Thank you very much, Portrait, for the sub to Papa Freedom. Papa Freedom, thank you very much for the 12 months. Neon Wolf, it's been a while since I've had to say that. Also, Tough Mudder with the Neon Wolf as well. But yeah, I think a lot of people... I think that's what happened to Mordor's. I generally feel Mordor's went into the fight. He was talking and communicating, because I watched the VOD from Jace. And Jace obviously is a good PvPer. And I think from Mordor's end, he went in, he was listening to Jace, they were communicating well, and I think he just literally, it's the same thing that happened to me. He just literally forgot what his task was to do. Simple as that. Just literally not processing it. And I think everyone just deals with it differently. And obviously, when you've only got 1 round to prove it, you need like best of 3. And that's why, like, again, I completely agree with Crucian. There needs to be private matches so we can do 3 of 3. Because the first match is like you go in and you're getting hit, and you're like, oh, I know what to do, but it's too late then. The bell's been rung. Ding, ding. You need 2 or 3 more rounds to be like, I know how you're going to play this one. I'm going to come in a wee bit more cheeky. So 1 or 2v2 with only 1 fight is just, it's very difficult. Very, very difficult to do. And I would love to see all the people that were part of it doing it again, and, you know, not with the desync, and, like, where there's none of these excuses, you know, like bad flight model, whatever people want to say. But I think definitely the thing for me was just deer in headlights. Like, I knew what I had to do, I forgot what I had to do at the time that was needed. And I didn't have a second or third round to come back on it. And then the waiting around is a killer as well. So again, private matches, this would allow Atmosphere to be like, spam it out, you know? You could have a fucking tournament all day. Take it in shifts. I love being out, again, yeah, dude, like if, like, obviously it's 313, I'm in a Talon, I'm in C78, but that video on YouTube, exclamation mark YouTube if you want to see it, it's called Danger or Damage. It's me versus 15 people, and I'm flying circles around them, because I'm in my element. Put me in a 2v2, I don't know what the fuck to do. Put me against 15 people, I know exactly how to strategize. But I don't know how to fight 2v2. It's mental, and I didn't think it was going to be so challenging. And that's why I did no effort in like Arena Commander and stuff. I was like, yeah, man, I can take on 2v2. Listen, nope. Brain processes it completely different. You need to have that training. Flying with a wingman is different experience. No, I've like Fresh that I flew with MIQQ. I don't know how to say your name. I apologize. I've flown with Fresh all the time. We do 2 versus 10 all the time and stuff in the past. You know, he's been a wingman of mine for a long time. It's just the whole, you're in a ring, you know? Mick, alright, thank you. Or Mike, and whatever, I'll just call you Mick. Thank you. Yeah, exactly, Portrait. Like, for me, it's just simply, I was out of my comfort zone, which was what I signed up for. And then it's just deer in headlight. I just couldn't process it. And because Burks and Pale were processing it, Fresh was processing it, you know, you can see the different level of pilot at that stage. If I had a second or third round, would I have adapted? Would I have changed? Hard to say until we actually get into that scenario. But I would definitely like a shot of going into like private matches, no desync. I would love to verse Burks and Pale in that scenario again where I put some effort in. Because as much as, like, and I saw Burks, right? I'm watching his channel, I'm lurking in it, he's giving him all the gab, eh? He's a fucking gobby can, eh? He's all this, he's like fucking, he's doing fucking low flying all the time, you know? He was a cheeky little twat, wasn't he? When he fucking gloating about it. We all knew he put in a lot more effort, and justified, he won it because of that. But, like, don't ever knock low flying. Low flying massively helps with, like, tracking and all these things, you know? You just have to go into Arena Commander to actually get that experience of being in the nose-to-nose kind of combat and stuff like that. Which he put the time in. So, justified. As, like I said, you know, at the time. When you put the time in, you get the better rewards. It was good to see Name streaming SE again, to be honest. Name, he was. Yeah, well, Burks has been away, like, I think generally every content creator has kind of been like 316, I'm going to take a break for the time being and stuff. Burks' Name, alright, yeah. He's a good lad. He's a good lad, is Burks. Did you see my little troll video with Detox commentating? I saw... yeah, I did. But, yeah, with everything that's happened today, I'm kind of, like, struggling to process it. But, yeah. I'm not gonna play people's videos on it. You're a sub, you can link your own video if you want, dude. It's totally cool with me. Hey, Minoko, how you doing, Chief? You back in here? As I've said to people all day... I'm here for 30 days straight. I'm going to do a stream every day on Twitch, on this channel for 30 days. Award-winning bald man content. Next week, I'm working with Toby Gaming to bring you a super sale, a spring sale with lots of giveaways. So it's like before, you watch my channel, you gain tickets, and then you get big prizes for doing so. So I'm going to do my same thing as I did last time, 10-hour streams, 13 days back to back, and then I'm obviously going to do this 30-day challenge, see how it goes, give all these goddamn giveaways away. So we're doing a giveaway every week, courtesy of CIG, !April, Take it from me, please. I don't want a Cutlass Steel. None.
Twitch Prime sub received. Generous and
Thank
clever.
you very much for
Bravo.
the 6 months. And if you really want to know more about my life, ! Update, look at the last 2 blogs. It's the March update. Basically, because of the price increase in the UK, I'm kind of worried that I'm not able to do the full-time content creator gig anymore, and I gotta go and kind of change job or something like that. So the kind of crucial point is, we'll see how 30 days on Twitch go. I want to get my Logan stuff out, so I need CIG to step up and get this goddamn patch done so I can get into that. We'll see how 30 days straight go. We might stay on Twitch, we might go to YouTube, we might change job completely. We just don't know yet. But for one thing I'm sure about, I will be here for 30 days. Guaranteed. I appreciate any support. But also, make sure you drop the follows. Doesn't really help me, but it allows you to get involved in the giveaways. Again, nothing to do with me. CIG are too kind in giving me swag. Watch TDL get bigger dick. Yeah, definitely bigger dick here. Bigger dick every day. baby, shut up. We'll bring out the big dick gang. We'll bring out the big dick gang. So when the 1%ers drop their 1%s, we'll drop our big dicks. You know? That's it. 1% every day, big dick every day. Big dick energy. That's it. I mean, shit. You put me in a condom, I look like a penis already. I'm already big dick day. 1% every day. I like how Avenger 1 has all this like this little fucking 1% fan club. I really like it. It was pretty cool. Hey, Misery 1. Hey, didn't Chief. Again, here, he deserves it. Like, as much as people can meme on Avenger 1, and, I mean, he does his own memes for himself. Like, he literally makes meme videos. The guy puts in a shit ton of fucking work, like, you know? And you see it, like, obviously, the fighting stuff. I'm very, very interested to see who is going to win this competition. I'm gonna say this is just my guess right now. I don't think Avenger 1 is going to win. I genuinely don't think he's going to win. I'm not going to say who I think is going to win. It's going to be very close. I think Avenger 1 is going to be in the final. I think. But I don't think he's going to win. There are some other teams that are just evil. Absolutely feckin' evil. Like, I don't even, like, I would go in and I might as well just Vaseline the fuck up and be like, right guys, let's get it over and done with, you know? Is it just streamers? No. I would say, you know, if you were to put into a category like pros, I think everyone in the final, Papa Freedom, he's not a pro. He's just lucky. He's lucky. I would generally say that everyone in the final is pro level of whatever Star Citizen is, you know? Papa is my pro. I swear to God, if Papa Freedom wins this, alright? If Papa Freedom wins this, I will drop a follow on his channel. Actually, no, I'll take it back. If Papa Freedom wins this, I will follow his Twitter account. And I've not followed his Twitter account since we had a fight on the internet, which was embarrassing for both ends. But obviously we made up, cuddles all around. That's how much of a deal it'll be. You think Lycosar? I actually didn't see Lycosar's match. I'll need to check out, because obviously they'll probably end up doing each video and stuff like that. Fighting people on the internet? Unheard of. I know. His aim is unreal. I know who Lycosar is, you know? I know who he is. I hope they win. What, Papa Freedom? Yeah, like, again, I would love to see Papa Freedom win. The BSI team, like, oh my god, did you guys see the thing Detox posted with the interview with the BSI guy? It's like Detox goes, so how did your first match go? And he's like, well, to be honest, it was over in 60 seconds. And then it drops the deal with it music. Oh, man, you know, I was ending myself. Absolutely ending myself. Because I love memes. Like, some of my favorite creators for doing memes, Star Cruiser. He knows old school memes. Before memes were memes. We're talking about smack talk, EVE Online style, as gritty as it gets, taking the piss out of each other and just enjoying it for what a joke is. I was getting those vibes from with what Detox posted. I was just like, oh, this is good, this is good. We're actually getting some video content of memes and recordings and stuff like that. And obviously Pub Freedom was saying he posted out a video. I need to rewatch it. I was like, yeah, boy, this is getting juicy. It's going to get where the smack talk's in chat. You're going to have the 1%ers, the big dick energy, whoever else, whoever they spam in chat, like BSI chanting and stuff. And then you might get people fighting in chat and then like Bunsen the moderator timing people out at the competition, throwing popcorn and fucking brawling. It's going to be awesome, man. I generally feel it might get sweaty enough. You need a bunch of Australians in there. We'll show you some memes. Aye, that's very true. But I love this. This is what Star Citizen needs to be. And I've missed that from being away, where it's like, it's glorious to see the banter between PvPers. Because again, generally, right? I know people can go, oh, Shadow Moses this, you know, fucking the other groups and stuff like that. Sorry, I don't have them on the top of my head. You know, people will complain about it, but then when you actually speak to every single one of these PvPers that people will claim as griefers and stuff like that, they're all awesome people to talk to. They just want to have fun, play the game. And obviously Star Citizen doesn't provide that kind of content. This Atmo esport kind of thing provides that bantery aggression content. It's not unhealthy, it's just friendly. And it's really nice to see. The memes, the smack talking, all that jazz. It's really good. SE banter is some of the best going. Yeah, again, like I always say, SE banter is one of the best because EVE Online banter is downright nasty. Downright. And League of Legends, Dota, those kind of games, it's pure toxic in chat. You know, you get some things in Tarkov and all these things, but when you actually look at the SC community, not only on Twitch, YouTube, but in-game, maybe not Spectrum, it's just banter. And I think a lot of people don't realize the difference between aggressive talk and just joking banter, you know, stuff that you would say to each other in a pub after a few beers or something like that, you know? The chat from the Atmo contest was just constant mode spam, memes, I loved it. Yeah. I had to block a few people. Like, there was one person for Miss Gabby who was just, he had it on a fucking repeat thing. And I had to block that person. Obviously, like, I'm not against, like, people chanting for their content creators or their team. But this dude was just every time the timer was up on slow mode, the same fucking thing. And it's just like, Jesus, man, if you want to simp out that much for somebody, just turn stalker, you know? It was really unhealthy. It's like, fucking Miss Gabby, notice me! Notice me, Miss Gabby! Notice me! I'm popping your emotes in chat, Miss Gabby! That's how creepy it was, you know? So I had to block that person. And I'm not gonna put the name down, you know? But it was like, it wasn't a fan, it was just creep. It was too much. It was dreadful. Everyone else was fine. But everyone else was really cool, you know? It was really cool. We all know one. Oh, yeah. I've got a few blocked things on multiple platforms just because it's just like, I can't deal with it anymore, you know? Again, like, obviously, I'm not the oldest person on the planet. 900 years is not the oldest, but, like, there's a certain point in time where I'm just like, No, you know what? I can't deal with, it's just too much, too cringy, you know? It gets to the point where it just feels like stalker kind of level. And I imagine it sucks, like, not to be female, but to have that weirdness, because I've never had somebody put their panties through my mailbox. Not that I want that, but you know what I mean. But imagine it happens to a lot of female content creators. Have you heard about the latest crazy thing where people are putting GPS trackers in PO boxes for content creators? So when they pick up from the PO box, the GPS tracker tells the person where their real house is. Why the fuck do we have this kind of shit, man? You know? This is why the world gets more unsafer every day, like. It's just not right. Like, so the recommendation now is that you open your boxes at the PO station before you take them home, which breaks the surprise of being gifted things and stuff like that. But that gets to the point, it's like, which would you rather do? Would you rather have a surprise from a fan, or would you rather have a GPS fucking tracker going to your house? Crazy stuff, like. I can't imagine what it's like to have, you know what I mean, like, when you've got thousands and thousands of viewers watching you, dripping from head to toe in Vaseline and wearing welly boots, and all they want for you to do is say their name on stream. They're drooling out of their mouth. Please, say my name on the stream. Make me irrelevant. $1,000, $1,000. Here's a GPS tracker. Nah, I'm gonna sit at your window. You know? Nah. I don't think I could handle that. Medical. It was one time, but it was enough time to traumatize myself. Oh my god, I can't wait for this one to go. I'm wondering if this is desync or if it's just like a bug or like from logging off and stuff like that. I'm trying to be, I think Australian server. I wanted to see if it was like quieter and stuff. I did go to an Australian one, didn't I? Let's see. Maybe I went on the same one. This is how you get somebody digging through trash. Yeah. We live in strange times, ladies and gentlemen. Like, I get understanding, like, worshipping people and, you know, being attracted to people and wanting to be friendly with people, but I've never understood why you need to take it to the point of, you know, I know it's like a thrill and people get off on it and stuff like that, but it's just like, shit, man. What fucking meth lab have you been to? I don't know, a lot of people can't help it, you know. Sometimes it's like genetically encoded where you do these things. There are like case studies where people, but it's like, shit, man. It'll get to the point where you'll just never be able to send anything to anyone. Everyone will be covered in bubble wrap from head to toe. You're never going to be able to actually physically touch somebody without the worry of having somebody place a tracker in your bag, and it just goes down that roller coaster of craziness. It's inevitable at this stage. Signs of times? Yeah. Like, I'm not going to do the whole, oh, well, I remember when I could go outside and I could go roller skating with just a pair of pants on and nobody would batter an eyelid, but now I get locked up. I'm not talking like that. It's just more the scare stories you hear, the swatting and...
Credits received. Thank you for your monetary support.
Sal, thank you very much for the donut. I appreciate you. Great to have you back from your break. Missed your shows already. Thank you, I appreciate that. How are you doing today? Welcome in. Hope you've been well. And yeah, hopefully These next 30 days are going to be a lot of fun, courtesy of CIG and Toby. Because if this patch is as good as people say it is, ooh, I would be very interested to see what a... Like, obviously FPS desync has not been resolved, but one step at a time. I would definitely be looking forward to seeing how that goes. Because I would imagine there's a lot of people who are not really that interested in flying combat, but they would love to do like ground wars or boarding and stuff like that. But when... I think Burke said it's what, 4 or 5 seconds behind. So when somebody runs around a corner, you see them 4 or 5 seconds. That's nuts. Absolutely nuts. Like, that's unhealthy. Love the old TV adverts from the 70s. Don't have that fifth point. 30 days back to back will be a treat. Yes, 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 yes. It's 4 or 5 seconds that the FPS desync is. If I remember what Burks was saying, I could be off on what he was saying, but I remember he had that clip where it was showing where he ran around a corner and killed 2 people, and then they go, "Oh, we see you," as they die. You know, it was that kind of crazy. So, aye. I'm in PT right now, and some weapons have definitely changed.
Support.
I'm using a custodian. Oh yeah, the weapons have changed, Versac. But what I'm saying is the desync with FPS has not been changed. It's only flight has been. Senelana, fuck, I can't even say it. Name's a problem. Thank you very much for the 666 super bang. Thank you so much for that, Chief. Welcome in. How you doing, sir? Blue Manx, thank you very much for the follow. Make sure, guys, if you are following, get involved in the giveaways. CIG, demand your sacrifices so you can win the swag. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support today, guys. Very much appreciated. Just remember, hold the line. We have 30 days. 30 days together. Back to back. If you come to my channel, you're going to see me every day for 30 days. It's like a relationship that never ends. Some might say that's stalking. Wonder why you unfollowed me? Because you unfollowed me. Wonder why. I love that one. I don't understand why Twitch unfollowed me, because you unfollowed me. Just admit it. It's not going to hurt my feelings. I do it to everyone as well. I unfollow everyone. I'm only followed to Star Citizen, my son's channel, Cyborg Angel, and Captain Burks. That's it. I didn't. Shut up. I unfollowed everyone. It's nothing to do with Twitch. It's all me. Yeah, you've unfollowed. That's fine. I appreciate the honesty. I adore it. But I always love that one. I don't understand. Twitch has never unfollowed anyone.
Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Thank you very much for the 20 months, dude. I appreciate that. At tier free as well. Vibes in chat, please. Remember, guys, if you are following the channel, you can do TDL good vibes, as now you get like, what, 5 or 6 emotes for free? Well, for following. That's free enough. 30 days of the TheDarkLaw rant, I'm in. Well, we've got to be good. We've got to be good because, as we were talking about earlier on in the show, dude, I might apply to work at CIG. Because Ari Neo, who's a Spanish content creator, he just recently started at CIG, or got employed by them, to work in the experience team who do like Q&A kind of stuff. And to be honest, if they had a vacancy for somebody to do atmosphere testing, I'm at the stage right now which I would love to do that, especially as you can work from home. Obviously, if they require me to go to Manchester, there's not a way in hell. First of all, I would have to find somebody to lift the curse of stamping into England. You know, it was tough in 2019 when I had to go to Manchester. Like, no joke, I had to have so many things done for me to even step into the grounds. It's too much Holy Land, you know. Sig TDL new gamer tag. That would be. To be honest, I wouldn't actually do that. I would come up with something like Xylo's hair or something like that. That would be my gamer tag. Well, like again, if it was for atmosphere stuff and CIG were looking for somebody to do those kind of flights, you know, maybe there's not that much work. Maybe I could just come in, do a bit, depending on patch. I would be totally down for some kind of contract like that. You know, it would have to be in something like that because, again, space kind of dulls on it, but, you know. Again, we will see. But again, I appreciate all the love coming in. And make sure if you are following, refollowing, following with your mum's account, get involved in these giveaways, please. Somebody's got to win this stuff. What do you think about desync for low flying and fighting? Right, well, for a start, I've not played PU... I've not been in the persistent universe of the PTU server. I'm on the PU on the live server. I don't know why people change this around where they're like, oh, I'm on the PU. PTU and PU and live have a PU. Persistent universe. Like, you have to state if it's either PTU or live. You know what I mean? So I've not been on the PTU version of the PU yet. But if it is better, I would like to get involved with like Ondo, Salty Kitten and some other low flyers, and I would like to see how fast we can push and stay within a gap with each other and see if we get some of this janky shit and stuff like that. And for PvP, I go on the word of like what I've read on the Shadow Moses Discord. Captain Burks was showcasing it where somebody was backstrafing and he was chasing after. Oh, we all know that backstrafing causes a massive loop, and Burks was flying around behind and actually banged in, but didn't explode, which instantly I've got a fucking hard on that one, because there's nothing worse than seeing somebody on your screen and you're flying behind them and you're miles away and then you just randomly explode. So if it doesn't have that, and what you see on your screen, so if you're like this is what you see. If you see somebody like this is what you see, vice versa. If that's the case, I would say patch of the year for 3.17, just for the fixes. Desync, it's not a full fix, it's a band-aid, but I will take it over the shit we've had for like 3 or 4 years. No joke. Or, well, since like 2019, right? ATC landing button. About goddamn time somebody added that one in. Staggered fire for weapons. I know not many people are going to use this, but for me who does combat in atmosphere, cannons in atmosphere wreck. And the fact that I can stagger fire them is incredible. And then obviously you've got other quality of lives, like being able to fire all groups on one button if you're so forth. And what was the other stuff? Like the Quanta being added in. So there's 5 decent things actually being added in to 3.17. Does it come with award-winning content? No. Does it come with brand new ships that are going to add multiple gameplay? No. Is it a step in the right direction? Yes. And we have not had... We've not had that in a very long time. Ask for a permit. I see, and somebody will give you it. Freelancer is not what it used to be. What do you mean with freelancer? What's wrong with the Can I get a mod? If not, I'll do it myself. Oh, let's do this permit. Oh, don't tell me to accept my own chat rules. What strange nonsense is that? And the goddamn broadcaster. I see Jones. There you go, Chief. I think that works. Who needs mods? Who needs mods? You guys are all civilized, and if you aren't civilized, I'll insta-perma-ban you and send you back to the 1% group. Echo hygiene, Chief. I'm memeing on Avenger 1. It's just the whole 1% thing. Like, I just feel 1% is so low to kind of like, you should be like promoting 5%, you know? Because again, as I said, 1% is like me tying my shoelaces faster every day. You know, let's bump it up. I want to see better from everyone. Every human being, including myself. Let's make it 5% of everyone. Come on. We can all do better. I just feel 1% is really low. But that's what I mean with it, you know. Again, awesome creator. Let's see what you said here. What did you say here? Free 16.2 is out. What? Let me have a look. Oh my god. I know what? I'm gonna do it on... I'll do it on the big screen. Quantum. By Christian Riabritz. Where is it here? Alright, let's go. Alright, let's see the meme. Remember guys, get involved giveaway, 7 days left. CIG, amazing, thank you. Right, let's read the patch notes on this one. Okay. Starting UEC minus 20,000. I actually quite like that idea, to be honest. You're so broke, you can't repair, refuel, reinsure your ship. I like that. That would be kind of fun, to be honest. That would require people to go into the ground and pick up guns and sell them. I like that. Pico has become sentient. I can't stand that meme. Losing their wheels after minimal damage to 5 wheels will now spawn without wheels, right? See again, this is the meme of 2019. I just kind of feel that they put a little bit more effort into this, you know? You just can't beat this meme. You just can't. It's solid. But this is like trying to be funny. You know? New Babbage, snow polish. You know what I mean? Like this doesn't hit my funny bone. This is like just trying too hard. Kind of like I'm already bored. You know what I mean? Like if I could downvote I would. This is priceless. Oh, they got a dating app? Burks was talking about this last night. Introducing Mesha. Right, okay, this might be better. This might be better. Let's have a look. Mesha. Alright. Well, okay, they've put a lot more work into this. I'm gonna click this, but I'm more worried that... Alright, cool. I was worried that like private details would come up. Triggerfish. Again, see, the problem I have with this one, as much as this is a lot more effort into it, this is 2019, right? 2019. And we've already had it, you know what I mean? I like it. I like the idea of this, but if you're gonna do April's Fool, don't rehash it, you know? Don't rehash the same sort of we got you kind of thing, you know? I still think this is the best
received.
One.
Thank you for renewing your
Dr.
Class
Soulbrew,
2
thank
access.
you very much for the 5 months. I appreciate that. Don't worry, I'll turn down the alerts for tomorrow. Would be better to release a fragrance called Disappointment. Hey, I would buy some The Scent of the Stars. I just think this one will always be my award-winning one. Not because, right? I hope you guys make sure you go and retweet this one, because this was my April's Fool, right? I hope you haven't seen this, right? You'll love this. Remember the picture I was showing you guys? Go there, right? You know? And and you get this. This is what you deserve, you know? Just soak it in, soak it in. Oh, wait. Has it muted itself? Oh, wait. I know what I'm doing. Let me do that. There we go.
Let's take some time to appreciate the classics.
There we go. That's my April's Fool's Day. That's my April's Fool's Day. Before Star Citizen even posted out.
Let's take some time
It's almost like I knew that they were going to rehash their April Fool's Day.
appreciate the classics.
I've got a pillow. You can't keep getting away with this. Maybe it's got 280 views now. Make sure you retweet that one out, boys. Retweet that one out. Yes. Appreciate the classics. But yeah, you know. Again, I'm happy that they did something. There was that time we got that weird turtle one, which was so strange. So strange. But yeah. Good job, CIG. I like the... We'll put a retweet out on that one as well. Thank you very much for all the love on tweets, retweets, likes, giveaways, all that good stuff. Oh, Zero State, I seen that like an hour ago. Thank you so much for that, dude. I appreciate that. What a legend. Make sure if you guys have not checked out Zero State, I don't have shout out options anymore on this channel. Because of YouTube, we kind of do things manually just now, but you know Zero State. He's on most nights, plays with Burks. Awesome, dude. I appreciate the support from that guy. And thank you for all the raise as well. All the generosity as well, guys. Like, very much appreciate it. Everyone knows Zero. Yeah, there's like, I have to say, like, there are, in the history of content creators and Star Citizen, I would have to say Burks, Zero State, Salty, Detox, are probably like the, I would say the highest rated content creators. You know, that's just from my personal opinion, you know. Oh, Paul Astropub. You know, I would say they are your top content creators in the category. Just consistent, you know. Burke, Zero State, Salty, and Judalux. Yeah, I saw that Judalux has returned to streaming. How very, very interesting. It's nice seeing people coming back to Star Citizen. Oh yeah, Jen Desperado. Yeah. But I'm going like with like the OJ, because Jen I think's only been on for maybe like a couple of years. I'm talking about people who are like 5, 6. You know who I miss as well was what's the dude who did like the Insomniac streams? He wore lots of orange and stuff. Oh yeah, Nerd Show and Tell. Well, I can't include Nerd Show and Tell because he's been away for 2 years, but I do.
Received. Thank you very much.
I do love myself a bit of Nerd Show and Tell.
How much for the cushion?
It's priceless. I mean, what are we talking about? I've got. Jeez, I need to unhook my chair. Let me just get the collection. So, obviously, we have the Christian Roberto pillow, but we also have the picture frame Chris Roberts. Which one are you kind of looking for? You know, I could maybe swindle stuff, but these are collector's items. You know what I mean? Like, there's no merchandise available that has a Chris Roberts picture that sits at your bedside, and you get to lie on a Chris Roberts pillow as well. You know? Just saying, you know? It's a lot of stuff. Busy. Collector's items. I I swear, if Chris Roberts ever sees this, I am going to get banned. I'm going to get banned from Star Citizen. He'll be like, no, this is too much. Should I turn up to a Citizen Con with the pillow and say, would you sign my pillow for me? And then just turn it around in his face? Rare loot, it is, yeah. He knows everything. Remember all that? Yeah, you remember Chris Roberts? Just to let you know, Legata's back up. I'm gonna get locked up one of these days. I was surprised it's not happened sooner. Well, hey, it's from personal experience, Ashen. Personal experience. I only ever talk about personal experiences on this channel. They're as busy learning French. Oh yeah, because they're all in Montreal just now, aren't they? Yeah, Sandy's been doing an excellent job posting these kind of like quick videos and stuff with all the devs, and Papi and Xylo's there as well. He does owe me dinner, yeah, but obviously that you're no longer allowed to claim it. It got taken out of the account. I'll remember though. I'll remember I never got my dinner. I did get an Idris instead though. So it kind of makes up, you know. That was the deal at the time. You bought the pack and you could have dinner with Chris, and then they made it where you could have like an Idris, I think it was. Or you got some money, or I can't remember what exactly went down. Do it. I say get some custom undies with Chris Roberts' fit. No, I don't think I would go that crazy. Who knows though? There's oh so much that happens on in my head at times. I appreciate the bits though, devs. Thank you so much. Disruptor as well, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that, guys. Get involved in giveaways. I'll probably end up not talking about the giveaway after like the second day, because you guys will know what the hell to do. Okay. What song shall we play? We haven't had our mega mix in a long time. Do I still even have it? Anyone a David Guetta fan? That would be David Guetta mega mix. I'll do. He did a live gig recently, which was so sick, man. So sick. The decouple then. God, can't wait till we get those damn things off the screen. get my dips a little bit better. We're in decouple. Can't do that in decouple. Alright, good. Progress. Can't do that maneuver. I forgot we were doing decouple flying. Zoned out on that one. Can't do that because it needs the fucking upstrafe. Ugh. Ah, memories. Memories. Don't show crack rock. Yeah, there was a live gig. I think it was in America or somewhere. Maybe it was even in. Oh, hello. What's it called? He was doing a live thing on YouTube, and it was insane. The thing. It's on his YouTube channel. David Guetta. It was mental, the mix. It's definitely going to take me, like, I would say 3 days to remember what I can and can't do. When to do things, when not to do things. Oof. Seems to be working alright. Oh, he said it too early. Oh, there we go. It's just a bit delayed. Alright, we'll try EU. He knows his shit, yeah. I mean, he's been on the go for so many years now. Like, an insane amount of time. Can't even remember his age. I can't even remember what the TheDarkLaw character was doing last time I played. I would imagine it's criminal. Maybe it wasn't. Oh, I actually did that. Fine. More crashing. When you're fast as fuck, boy, how do you find the tow with regards to look ahead? For me, right? So, I actually need to sort this scene. I've been using the Toby for over a year now. One of the first creators to actually use the device working with CIG. And I have to say, right? 2 seconds, I'm gonna put this down to like, there we go. I would have to say that it is one of the best products to use if you don't want to have the extra stuff. Say for example, you're like Burks and other streamers who just have the pips in. It means that you don't have to have the tracking and all that stuff. Now, the tracker with like a loot clip, for example, is always going to be more superior. That's cool, portrait. But the convenience of the Toby is like, for example, this off. You know what I mean? Like, it's very difficult to compare that to somebody that just wants, again. The other thing as well with TrackR, it's not a big deal, but for something that always pisses me off, if TrackR crashes or you don't launch it when you launch the game, you have to shut your game down to launch TrackR. And I know you can have it where Windows auto starts and all that jazz, but sometimes, you know, you don't want everything to auto start. This is just my perk with it. So again, if you're wanting that high response, you're playing DCS, you're playing Star Citizen, then I would say, yeah, go for a TrackR. Go for like a loot clip, for example. These are your options. If you are just playing Star Citizen, Farming Simulator or something like that, and you just want the casual system, Toby. If these are both out of your price range, because they are pretty expensive, there are webcam variants, the Delan clip, if I remember correctly, you can use webcams, you can use the free system. Like I developed settings for the free thing, which was actually pretty good. It wouldn't do it for targeting, but it would do it if you started to turn left, it moved the camera more to the right to give you more room to see where you're going, and vice versa. And that's with no software whatsoever, just all the stuff that's actually in game. And it's down to what you prefer. For me, I've got a TrackR, I've got a loot clip that connects to the side of this headset just using magnets, but I've been using the Toby for a year. And again, with my no bullshit attitude, this is what like a lot of people don't like, and it's not bullshitting people, I wouldn't be able to low fly like I do, being able to dodge and make sure my head's in the right way if it wasn't a system that actually works. So, is it going to work for you? No. It might. It's totally down to you and stuff. How did you get SE to run so smooth? I don't know. I asked one of my org members what a good PC was. He told me to build a PC. I built the PC and here we are. I have no fucking idea. To be honest, it just works. I don't go for RGB. Maybe that helps. No RGB. I don't know. I can't tell you. All I know is I'm running on 3840 by 1600 monitor. We have very high blah blah blah, and we have like what bounces between 47, 49. So we're on 4K and we got like 40 FPS or something like that. Yeah. RG effects. I'm sorry. Like for me, I just wouldn't be able to give you like a proper accurate answer as to why the PC does what it does. It just does it. Simple as that. Somebody knew what components to buy. I bought the components. They talked me through putting the PC together. I built it. Done. It works. That's all I give a shit about with a PC. It's probably why like I would never get taken on by a PC building company unless they just wanted a straight shooter. who just says, I own this PC because it fucking works, and I'm sick and tired of stuff that doesn't work. That would be really all I could say. You know, oh, RGB. Noobifier, good day to you, sir. How you doing, sir? Jorgen, thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. How are you doing today as well? Do appreciate. You're very welcome. Again, like I don't bullshit people, and we've got the master of no bullshit in channel right now. I just can't be bothered with trying to fluff things up. The Tobii just works. It's plain and simple. It's expensive, but it works. Is it the best out on the market? No. VR kicks the shit out of head tracking. Track R is still top of its game because of the devices that are used. Does the Tobii come in a really good set? And again, I'm a partner with Tobii. It works. I don't have to do anything. I just literally plug it in, take it out of the box, and like we had this meme a while back where people would spend like 10 minutes trying to tell people of an unboxing. You just open the fucking box, it takes 30 seconds, you plug it in, you install the software, and Tobii does it. That's it. Simple as that, you know? Alien Express Track R 160 working already 2 years. Yeah, again, if you've got Track R.
Someone has gifted a Class 2 access pass.
Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Noobifier. Noobifier, thank you very much for the 2 years. I appreciate that, sir. Welcome back. What new ship is important? So excited. To be honest, I was saying earlier on, Noobifier, I'm not an industrial kind of person, but it looks good. Not gonna lie. I think Salty Mike, I would love to know what his kind of opinions on it, because obviously he's like the minor dude, he likes that stuff. You know, maybe other people in chat, what you guys feel. I think when it comes to like a mining ship that refines, yeah, it's pretty solid actually. Need wait for the Expanse QA to see how it will go. The one thing that I was very confused about was the one player aspect. Like, I understand it's got, what, 6 refineries on it? And it's a one-person ship? I wasn't I could understand 2 refineries for like a one-person ship, but what the hell does like an Orion have then? You know? I thought that was a bit crazy for one person, you know. Alright, Ash, thank you very much for being here, dude. Catch you later. I appreciate the love. Looking forward to the day where ships are released and PvP isn't the main consider. Yeah, to be honest, dude, I have been asking for a trainer. I actually tweeted to Sandy. It's like, you guys know the Royal Air Force in Britain has a flight team called the Red Arrows. They fly around in the Hawk, which is obviously not your most modern day fighter, but it is very, very agile, very, very maneuverable. And it comes in 2 seats. 2 seats. And I have been asking...
received. Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Thank you very much, dude, for the 9 months. Big oosh, you bearded bastard. How you doing, sir? Thank you.
Resubscription received.
I know you didn't say that,
Thank you
but
for
that's how
renewing
it
your
came
Class
out of my
2
head.
access.
Justin, thank you very much for the 8 months as well. Thanks for the support, guys. Appreciate you. Hope you're all well. Strong beard as well for the free bits.
Received.
2 generous, dude.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, sir. Hope you are well. Where was it going? Where was it going? Yeah, so basically 2-seater, right? And you have it where it's just like a driving school. The pilot in the front and the co-pilot in the back. The co-pilot can be the trainer who also has the ability to control the ship. Like basically flip a switch, take control. This ship has no guns, and it's just literally a high maneuverable ship which works for 2 things. 1, to train people how to fly in certain scenarios, because sometimes it's better just to sit in the back seat or sit in the seat and watch it and live through it. And the second would be for low flyers, it would allow flight team. And it means that you can have the cameraman sitting in the back seat recording it all, so the pilot can just focus on doing the flying. And I don't know why CIG don't add this type of ship into the game. I don't understand why after like 3 or 4 years of solid low-flying people and content creators and videos galore, we don't have a dedicated formation flying ship that could also act as a training ship. So when you see the new Mist ship, I'm very happy for ships to come out that do different things, and they're not dedicated for the multi-crew thing. I think multi-crew is great, but you've got the Orion if you want to go crazy, you know? I like the idea that there's a lot more single-player ships. Is it going to be effective for you to be single-player all the time? Nobody knows these things. I would imagine, like, if you're mining and refining in a very dangerous place, obviously by yourself is not going to be the best of idea. But yeah, I'm all for having different ships doing different purposes that don't have weapons all the time. Little whistle. Did you try the 85X? If you're talking about being in PTU, Justin, I've not been in PTU PU yet because of all the complications and bugs and all that jazz. I'm gonna wait for CIG to put out a fix and then enjoy it whilst I can. But yeah, I do intend to get in and test all the ships. Although I don't think I've got an 85X available to me now. But if you're talking about a trainer, it's not good as a trainer because it's a car. It's literally and stuff like that. Got an 85X with Piss Poor Pete recently, and it blew my... Oh, you got in an 85X with Piss Poor Pete. Oh, it's amazing. The 85X is a solid ship. The problem is it's not really a fighter training ship, if you know what I mean. It doesn't have the fastest speeds. It looks like a car, basically. You know what I mean? And I'm looking for something to train people in flight, or at least let them ride like if I had a low flying ship that behaved like an arrow, and you could sit in the back a little bit higher rised up, and you could vibe with me, listen to the music, and sit in the back and just basically put your hands up in the air like a roller coaster and experience what I see. I would love to be able to do that, and there's just no ship that allows me to have that kind of feeling, you know? And the 85X does work, but it's just so janky at times. Obviously, if they made it... Like a 2-seater M50 would be sick. 2-seater Arrow. You don't need to have weapons on it. You don't even need to have shields on it. Just literally make it a 2-seater ride-along. No, it's very easy. Each refinery can only do one type of material, so having 6 small refineries, the order can spell up to 6 types. If it didn't have that, you would waste some of the material. Oh, right. Okay. That makes more sense. Right. Okay. See, I was just imagining you just pump it full of like Quantanium or something like that, and it was like 6 reactors. That's pretty decent, so... Defender, again, the Defender, you can't do high-speed maneuvering, Dusky, because of those big tongs at the front. You know, you bang into things, and again, it's just not really the best trainer. I need a trainer in flight has to be where the pilot is in the front and the co-pilot is elevated at the back. And that way, the person training has the co-pilot evaluate what is going on. And when you're like this, it's very difficult to get the aspect. It's why, like, when you're doing driving and stuff like that, you know, you're very close to each other. But we're talking about like that apart, you know. You need to have, again, Apache, most modern day Cobra, combat helicopters, 2-seater fighters. It's always in tandem where you have your Leo behind. But obviously with the Hawk trainer for like the Royal Air Force is that the co-pilot is elevated above the pilot. So they can see what the pilot is doing because they can look down into the cockpit and they can see ahead to quickly grab the stick if there's a mistake about to happen. It would be amazing in Star Citizen to have that ability, you know? And again, it doubles up as a low-flying ship because you just make it without weapons and you just make it with high maneuverability. It can. You could even class it as a scout. You can make it a scout ship. One shield, no weapons, no radar or something like that. You know, you can tone it down to make it where it's not abusive in game. It's just literally to get people in and be like, look, this is what I was talking about from my angle. You know, now you see it a little bit better, kind of thing. Like a super fast Hornet, purely. Yeah, exactly. Like a, you know, like an F8 line, an F18 Hornet. They come with the second one. So I got a DM from Sketch. If you're watching Sketch, is there any way I can change that, dude? I was planning to live stream SE shortly. Do you think that it would be a good idea to stream to one of those services that split stream into YouTube and Twitch at the same time? How difficult do you think it would be to manage the chat? If you use a website called Restream Nubifier, they actually have an application that puts both chats into one chat box for you to read. Now, the only thing I think that they require from Restream is, like, say for example, you're streaming in 4K to YouTube. I think you have to pay monthly or yearly to have some, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's something where, like, if you start using more than what is available to their services, you have to pay for it to, like, up the quality and stuff like that. But Restream is amazing. Restream, because you only stream to Restream, and Restream streams it to YouTube and Twitch for you at the same time. Now, long as you're not an affiliate or a partner with a signed contract that states you are 100% loyal or only to Twitch, you can do it. And for example, in my contract with Twitch, I can stream to both platforms at the same time. I just can't upload a VOD until 24 hours has passed. So I would imagine you have the same sort of contract if you are an affiliate. And yeah. Just use a service called Restream. Hey, it's Doubles. What are you doing, Chief? It's a really good platform because, again, it gives you the app to put both chats into the same thing. It allows you to do like 1080p on Twitch and then 4K on YouTube. But I think you have to pay for the 4K if you're like going up in quality or so. I can't remember exactly how it does, but Restream is the best that there is. It's fantastic. I've never used it, but I know a lot of people that have used it. I think Board uses it. Quote me on this one. I think Space Tomato uses it as well. You know, it's a really good platform. And again, you can put the chats into two things, and then you can bring it up and stuff. I'm gonna have to sort this out, cause Sketch is watching the stream. He says, do you guys know this? Verified phone number, account used to verify. Let me have a quick look here, Sketch. I don't know because I've literally not looked at any of the new security things that they add. I know they've got like the announcement for moderators, but I don't know about removing. Let me have a look here. Twitch. I would guess it's under like moderation, maybe. Alright, here it is. Chat verification. All chatters must have a verified email. Oh, here it is. Some chatters must have a verified. First time chatters. No, I don't care about that. Chatters without a verified phone number must have accounts older than 1 week. What's the one that people use, guys? What one is what everyone does? Some chatters, first-time chatters in the channel must have a verified phone number. No, I don't really want that. Chatters without a verified phone number must have accounts older than a week. I guess that's a good one. Chatters without a verified phone number must have followed you for more than a day. I think I'll just go with chatters without a verified phone number must have an account older than a week to actually talk in channel. See if Sketched, if that allows you to chat now, dude. I'm sorry, dude. Like, I'm slow on this. That did. Alright, cool. So we've got it where chatters without a verified phone number must have an account older than a week. I guess that stops, like, bots. Oh, you know what? Should we just make it a day? Yeah. Or a week? 3 days? 3 days. We'll make it 3 days. You know? Your overall security rating is yellow.
Captain, someone has gifted a Class 2 access pass.
Thank you very much, Portrait, for the gifted sub. 5 months to Sketch. I appreciate that, dude. You need to stop being so generous. I appreciate it, though, dude. Thank you so much. Right, is there anything else, like, that Twitch have done? To do thing? Terms and phrases? Custom auto mod? No. Auto mod is, like, on super less. Oh, 1 minute. Discrimination and slurs. Discriminating hate or prejudice based on perceived or mental physical abilities. Oh yeah, that's going on maximum. I'm not having people. Fuck, just said sex so many times. Sex or gender? No, that needs to be maximum. None of that shit. Race? Yeah, that's on maximum. Sex-based terms. Sexual acts. No, less filtering on that. I'm fine for you guys to flirt with me. If you want to show your genitalia at me. That's cool. I'm all up for that. Swearing, no filtering. Yeah, well, I'm Scottish. Like, I can't put a filter on swearing. That would just be... That's just bad. Like, if I'm saying every word under the sun, you should be able to at least type it. I'll just say no, you know. Right, there we go. Sorry about that, dude. Slow on the old DMs. I forgot that DMs show up this way. I appreciate that, my man. And welcome in. Right, that solves it. Again, guys, it's going to take like a couple of days for me to figure out where I'm going. Obviously, I've not been on Twitch in like 6 months, and they've definitely updated a lot of stuff in that time. But yeah, definitely Restream, I would say, is the best. And again, hey, Mutant, welcome in. Yes. April's Fool's Day, guys. Yeah. Holy mother of gypsy danger! Oh my god! I'm getting attacked by NPCs and I don't have guns! What is this? What is this shit? I don't have any guns. Oh no! They found my weakness! To attack me when I don't have guns! Alright, we need to go somewhere, because I'm pretty sure NPC's RAM still in this patch, so... Alright, we're out of here. Oh no! Fuck off! You're gonna have to come low flying NPCs! It'll be my greatest weapon! Can you catch me? I'm gonna make you crash to the ground. It'll be my strongest point. Oh, this is just too funny. Alright, so maybe I should actually equip some guns in the future. I didn't know that NPC pirates actually spawn on you. Oh no, I'm so defenseless. Ugh. This is actually probably good, because now I need to remind myself how to actually flare in this game. Oof. We're chasing. They're stream sniping. Oh my god. Jeez, with the spammage. Thank god it's not EM missiles. Oof. Man, this NPC is keeping up. Bad. Not going very low though. I need a gun. Again. Alright, we need some songs as well, and then we're booking out of here. I wonder if I just disappear, will they disappear? I'm gonna go up to Super Cruise. I'll be back in a sec. We'll Super Cruise out there. Oh my god, there's a frickin' sentinel? Oh no, it's a warden. No. No. I think we definitely need to listen to this, just for meme's sake. Right. They're still hailing me, which is nice. Can they please not? Okay. Get those noises, please. I haven't even noticed if that's fixed. In 3.17, if they fix the blackout. Oh, we're pushing some serious G's. Hey, Blasty. How you doing, sir? Welcome in. I had my surgery. Can only stop for a quick. Oh, I'm glad.
Credits
Did it
received.
go okay, dude?
Thank you for your monetary support.
Blasty, thank you very much for the donation, dude. Too kind, my man. Oh my god, they're following me. Did surgery go well? Thank you. Not naming years. Hope the surgery heals up. Yes. And kill inside armistice. Ooh, right. We're gonna have to turn and burn then. Shame I don't have any weapons, but we'll take them into the danger zone.
Captain, multiple Class 2 status updates in progress.
Ooh, Stubbles, thank you very much for the 5. Oh, there's a Sentinel. I'll lead them to the Sentinel. Very nice now. Let's push it. Mach 2. Here we go. Thank you very much for that, dude. Thanks for the gift of subs. Appreciate that. Vibes in chat, please. Sentinel, save me! No, come back, finish them all off! Hey, Novi. We're dead. Overshot that one. We're pushing too hard. Too hard around corners. my limits are being pushed right now. Worth it. I know. Give me 2 days and we won't make those mistakes. Too fast. I actually know exactly what I should have done. Again, thank you very much for the 5. Right, I got some food, some chow, guys. I'm gonna quickly chat and talk to you. Oh. Guaranteed money. Guaranteed death as well. Right, let's quickly get the claimant. No, Novi. Mine. No, don't look at me like that, pup. Oh, yeah, sure. I'll do that for you, Zane. No probs. We'll do the next one. I'm also going to fit guns. It's more when I'm eating dinner, Stubbles, I don't like to eat in front of people on stream. I never have done, so I shade myself out. Just so, yeah, I mean, I can chat to you, but you're not seeing me scoff my face like a little piggy. I kind of feel it's a little bit more respectful for you and me. Right, do I have any weapons? Alright, well, sledges it is. We're going mass drivers. This will be my weapons of choice, as that's all I have. No one needs the F3. Right. Let me quickly eat here. I can survive low flying to danger zone. I cannot survive low flying to stamina. Really? I suppose it is more, well, it's longer anyway. I'm interested to see your low flying though. I'm interested to see everyone actually. It's been a minute since I had the time to actually enjoy other people's content. Like a Dragon Force song for me. Want to see if I can jump in with you during the dirty, I would love to low fly some. What, you want to fly alongside? Yeah, I'm totally down for getting some people in this weekend when they patch. And seeing how bad it gets. I want to try and push it to the limits, like where the jankiness. Anyone that's ever low flied or done PvP, you know when like a ship starts doing this on the screen? That's what I call the janky. And I'm hoping to see that disappeared. Because it's been a very long time where I've been able to like fly with Ondo and co, and it just doesn't feel like an absolute mess. Not because of their flying, just because the servers just don't sync it at all. D-Boss as well. I saw he's back on the scene. Everyone's like back. That was awesome. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate the love. Been kind of overwhelming how generous people have been today. And again, I don't mean with the subs. It's just really nice to have a little banter with people. Since like I've not been streaming for 2 weeks, so my normal group I've not been able to talk to them and stuff. Ooh, Amazon Spring Sale coming up. Nice, nice. Deep gift, thank you very much, dude. I appreciate that. Sorry guys, I'm having a little bit of rice and chicken. That's my only meal of the day. We're at that stage, but thank you very much for being here. I will try and scoff this as much as possible. Alright, cool, dude. Again, thank you very much for being here, and have a wonderful day.
Resubscription received. Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Misery One, thank you very much for the 11 months support. I appreciate you, dude. You have piqued my interest. I do not know what that is. I always like looking at food whilst I'm eating food. Oh, is it like a kind of dumpling? Ooh. A little bit of sesame seed. Pork dumpling. I actually don't think I've ever had Japanese food. Ground pork, cabbage, chives. Oh, yeah. I am a fan of dumplings, that's for sure. Oh, yes. Glorious. Sorry, guys, whilst I'm eating, we're going to watch or look at food as well. I thought you were coming back on time for Flight or Fight, but saw that didn't happen. Jorgen, I have a damaged left hand. My nerves are shot. So, my motor skill, my left hand is really slow in comparison to my right hand. And it also hurts when I, like, full clench. And as much as Christian and the Atmo team were really kind in offering me a place, I had to decline because... one, I wasn't in the right frame of mind for Star Citizen, and two, I think if I was to go up against like Burks and people who are much better skilled than me, I think I would have just damaged my hand even more, and I wasn't willing to risk that. I'm gonna try and get some work done on it, and then maybe I'll be ready for another one down the line. I would definitely love to get involved in it. Obviously, I would have got slaughtered, but I would be happy to lose to these guys. Yeah, but you know what? You know what, Viral Sam, right? Even though that the matchups are a bit, Ash didn't buckle at the knees and go in. He went straight in, arms wailing, did us all proud. You know? He won his first round as well, dude. Like, he was saying on stream, like, a couple of weeks beforehand, he wasn't expecting anything. Like, he was hoping for a kill, and it would be amazing if they could get a win. They got 2 kills and a win. And then they went up against one of the hardest players in the game. As much as people, and he memes on himself, Avenger 1, he is very skilled. His ability to read your opponent. Some might say that Avenger 1, like, no joke, Avenger 1 is not the best pilot. Schwang is not the best pilot. They're probably not the best pilots in combat either. But I will give massive credit to Avenger 1. He can strategize on the fly. And to be honest, I kind of feel that's one of the most important skills to have in any form of combat, video gaming, is to think before you need to think. You know? And I think that's what made their team so well. Because if you heard, like, if you watched Avenger 1's VOD, right? They're so cool and collective. But Burks and Zero State were cool and collective as well. And that's a really good thing. And then some teams were just like panicking, you know? Reading enemies, yeah. I would always say that he's not the best PvPer in the game when it comes to flying strength and aiming strength. I think there's people better than Avenger 1. But the guy can strategize on the fly. And that makes an incredible pilot. A very dangerous pilot. And I think he knows it as well. Yeah, Rogue, yeah, exactly, yeah. But Avenger 1 uses a lot of aerial terminology, which I think is a really good thing to do. Like, no joke, no bullshit. Actually, instead of trying to explain combat maneuvers in a 6 DOF environment, but using, you know, traditional air tactics in Star Citizen, it works. It pays off. We all joke about it with the push, push, push and into the raid fight and stuff, but shit, that's literally what you have to do when you're a combat pilot. You need to get into that merge, you need to get into that raid fight, you need to get into your one circle. If your ship or your plane is designed to fight in the one circle, or you get into the fucking 2 circle if your plane or ship requires that. And then strategize. Obviously, we're not talking about modern missile to missile. That requires a shit ton of hyper focus and quick reactions on the fly to strategize combat. I'm talking about dogfighting, where we're just using guns or maybe close to missile, you know, close air. Western bogey dope over. Exactly. I think these things are very, very important in Star Citizen. Again, you can be the best pilot in the game, you can have the best aim, but if you can't strategize on the fly, and you can only do 1v1, you're fucked in this game. Absolutely fucked. Because you'll be going, oh my god, where's my 1v1 tournament esports flappy flappy shit? And you'll never be able to comprehend. Like for me, my comfort zone is sitting with like 500 people on comms, FC and EVE Online, 2007, 2008 in the top 10 FCs worldwide. Ugh. And for me in Star Citizen, my comfort zone is when I'm surrounded by like 10 hostiles, all shooting at me and missile spamming and doing all that stuff. My heart rate goes really slow. My brain is just soaking up all the information and trying to figure out what the hell I can do. Am I the best pilot? No, I'm the worst. Am I the best combat pilot? No, I'm the worst. Currently. That's what I say. Ah, that was lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Can't go wrong with a little bit of chicken rice. Definitely gonna have to sort this camera out though. It's like picking up basics like all red and shit, and I don't know how to sort out. I will need to get a quick guide later on tonight. How to set, like I'm annoyed that I didn't write down my settings before I played around with it. Yeah, but that's my mentality that I'm going in with it now. Viral Sun. I'm just going with the mentality from now on that I'm the worst. And if I walk away, it's a win. Alright, Mr. Two, we'll take care, dude. Thank you for being here, sir. We're here for 30 days. And also Puppeteer, welcome in, sir. Nothing more, nothing less. Exactly, yeah. People will create this image of you, you know? Like, for me, the background, the Daymar Devil. Because there is nobody else in this game, I feel, that has spent as much time as I have on Daymar. Just not. Because all those streaming days, months and months and months of every stream, being chased, low flying, being missile spam, we're talking about like free 10, free 9 kind of situation. Am I able to kill everyone in Atmosphere? No. But a good 95% of people I can. And that's all that I care about, to be honest. I really don't have the patience to try and go into a top tier sweat group. Alright, we're weaponized, so if any of those pesky NPCs return, we can fire back with rail guns, which are useless. There are player bounties on your server, by the way. I'm struggling to find. Where do you go again for this? Skyline? No. Was it Net Pettywork? Contract Manager, that's it. No. Or at least I can't see any. Nobody's nodding. I would imagine people are kind of just like, you know, burnt out of free 16, waiting for free 17 to come out into like open PTU, and then the people who are playing the PTU are just asking for corporal punishment kind of stuff. For me, I've got to try and, like, I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. I would like to be doing some combat as well, seeing what NPCs are like, seeing what some guns are like. Especially as in like 316, I never took advantage of the NPC missions like in Atmosphere. You know, that's way more fun than space, in my opinion. A little crash course, that's all we need. Hard to run from bounty hunters in free 17 if I can't fly.
Quantum drive is now off.
Chills. And where's the tigers? I thought I had it listed here. Maybe I don't. No. No. Army of Tigers added in after the other song. Yeah, well, I missed out on that. Oh, that was strong pepper. That was a jewel. Yeah, like I missed out on those things. Like jump time for me. I know like everyone's like, oh, jump time's really good. I still think the older version was more fun personally. The constant risk versus reward. I just don't like the idea that jump time has no risk whatsoever. Okay, back into the frame. Please. Alright, we got a little bit more weight with the guns. If NPCs show up, I can try and do something now. Also this year we're gonna get the next episode of Gundam as well, which is gonna be awesome. Bit disappointed they haven't dropped, and oh yeah. I know they did a lot of those other things. Yeah, Jonathan Young, yeah. Oh, you know what I've not heard in a very long time? Yeah. Proper American flyby song. I got robbed there, but I'll take it. Oh no. Oh no, let's see. Possible. Blew the speakers on my Harley to this one. It's a great tune, like. I know that a lot of American flyboys listen to that when they're like the cruising on the sands and stuff. Plenty of videos of them like jamming on Instagram and stuff. It's really, really cool to watch. Obviously they're at very safe heights. Nothing stupid. It's still pretty cool to be like flying around in millions and millions of dollar aircraft, jamming out on the tunes. America. Exactly. The American flight team is insane. The blue... what's it? The Blue Angels. They've got that lady. I can't remember her name. She's absolutely gorgeous. And she like pushes 9Gs like it's fucking nothing. Just like... 9Gs? Fuck that shit. Absolute adrenaline nut. I thought they were in the Hornets. I'm pretty sure they're in the Hornets. Or the Blue Angels, sorry. Yeah, F-18 Hornets. No, they're your F-16. So the Blue Angels fly the... I'm sure the Thunderbirds... Are these the Angels? Are these the Blue Angels in the white and the red? I'm trying to wait until I can see. And there's the Thunderbird. Thunderbirds, I'm pretty sure, are in the F-18s. White and red are Thunderbirds. Alright, so I've got it the other way around. So the Blue Angels are in the F-18s and you've got the Thunderbirds in the 16s. Like the balls alone to do something like this is nuts. Yeah, Shuffle, I can go through mine in a second. Just let me get through this enjoyment and then I'll pop up my settings for you. Obviously you gotta kind of like tweak it to yourself, but yeah, I can go through all the details for you. Nothing, just chilling, you know? Just chilling. Alright, guys, smoke on. Time to do our thing. Turn and burn. This is what we trained for months to do. It's gonna be over in a few seconds. Imagine that's your job, man. That would be so sick, like... Obviously well rewarded and well, you know, top pilots. Man, imagine that is what your day-to-day job is. I would... love that. It's windy as hell, like. Dude's not even looking where he's going, just watching his wing. Sick. And then they do actually have an F-16. That's a military F-16 as escort. There's the Blue Angels. Here's your F-18s. Top Gun. I do like the Hornet. I think it's a gorgeous. Obviously F-14 is always going to be my favorite, but F-18 is lovely. But I like how there's a militarized F-16, like with them, escort. Because obviously if somebody was to do some shenanigans right now, there's nothing that these guys can do apart from turn and burn. I'd imagine they have counters on board. Hi Henkin. How you doing, Chief? Let me get those Toby signs for you. How are you doing today, Henkin? How was the rest of your stream last night? I'm good! How you doing, Chief? Right, so shuffle. Basically, obviously, you would have your general source set as Toby. You don't need to worry too much about these, but for example, I like to toggle on and off. This changes by itself if you have a toggle button. Use position offsets in cockpit. So for example, this allows you to go forward and backwards. I kind of have it off just because, like, I don't want to make anyone any more sick by the shakiness that you can have in it. So I keep this off. Auto calibration, I like it on. Disabled while seated. No, obviously no on that. During ADS, I have it because I just use a toggle button, so you know I don't want it disabled for these things. Disabled during multiclass, yeah, because it gets really weird. Disabled during interaction mode, again, gets really weird with it. Enable rolling seats, I like to pivot my head to turn the head of the game. Enable rolling FPS, again, just whatever. I don't use external view, I've never enjoyed it. Disable in infantry, yes. Hold to offset, I just don't bother with that. Now, all these ones are for faceware. So where it says head tracking faceware, you don't need to worry about these ones. You move down to where it says Toby. Input scale is basically if I move my head to the left or my eyes to the left, how many times is it going to move the character? So I have it 1 to 3, as in 3. So if I move my head 1, it moves 3 times the distance in game, okay? So it means that you're not like snapping your neck trying to look behind you. You can basically just like look to the side and it'll be already looking that way basically. Then you've got obviously your dead zone, how, like, obviously until it starts to kick in. I have it at 0.10. I've never really needed to have it anything else. Position offset based on rotation, yes. Gaze, because I use it to do the targeting. And then here for the pilot. So I'm just going to do for seated, which would be in a vehicle. Obviously you can do whatever you want for FPS, but like for example, I've been changing that today, so I'm actually going to put this down to like 2, mimic it with 2, just so it's the exact same thing, because if I'm going to train my head to do it one way, I want it trained for all of the way. So we'll start with the input head to gaze. If I put head, for example, at 1 and gaze at 0, it means that this all the way here is your head's going to do nothing. But when you move your eyes, it moves the character's head in game. Alright? It's a little bit weird. So for example, we're doing it with gaze. Now if I do this, right? You've got that because my eyes are moving, but this here, or if I've got it the other way around actually, if they've changed things. Alright, so that's not doing... Oh, it's because I'm FPS, I think. Is it because I'm FPS? Yeah. Never mind. Let me just put that back there. It's because I'm in FPS. So here, you can see my head is not moving it because it's on gaze. But if I move my eyes around, whee! So that is full eye tracking. Where I want to turn my head, I'm turning it with my eyes in real life. It gets a little bit annoying at times. So for me, personally, because I don't want to have sore eyes, I leave it at 1. Because I want full head tracking instead of eyes. So we'll go back to here. this is going to be your gaze response. I've always found you might as well have it at 1. Like, I don't know why you don't want it at 0 gaze, you know? I just never understood that one. So I've always just kept it at 1. No idea what this will actually do. Head sensitivity, again, is basically if I move fast, it's going to move fast in game. So I like to have it at 2. Obviously, you can go all the way up to 5 sensitivity, but I like it where it's a little bit locked in place, so I'm not shaking too much with the head and the eyes. The head sensitivity roll, I have it at 1, where again, I'm not really wanting to like flap my head around too fast to make it work. I could say that I would actually have this, or I should, as I get older, down to 1, but I'll just leave it at 2 just now because that's what I'm used to. And then with the center stabilization, I highly recommend you have some of this. So if you put it to 0, it means it'll never center. So even if your head is centered, the head in game is going to be off-centered. So I like it at 15 just purely because it kind of, when my head is straight, tracking doesn't work. You know what I mean? It kind of like semi-disables it. You can put up the strength to whatever you want. And that's generally the settings and stuff are like. Gaze responsive is when you're like full gaze. Yeah, exactly. Obviously it's not going to work there, but I just leave it at 1 just in case we change it. Because again, why would you have 0 gaze, you know? Unless that helps the head, but again, I've never found anything. And then obviously I mimic it to when you're in FPS mode. And I always have it at auto-centered enabled just so when I activate it, because I like to turn the head tracking on and off. But again, this is full head control. You don't need to really care about that. Sensitivity for your rolls and your pitch. And this one is, you want a little bit where when you are relaxed centered, head tracking doesn't do shit. The moment you activate it, it does something, you know. That's my settings here. Redo your setup. But again, do it to... I've always found these are like the best settings to start off with and then just build up some muscle memory. But obviously dead zones and position, like for example, if you want to be like, look, I want to move my head a tiny bit and it's going to fucking go 10 times. So if I do that, obviously you're going to snap your neck in game. And we would go by here where, for example, like you can see there, I'm barely turning my head. And it's all the way fucking snapping away around. Or I've either got it the other way around, where, for example, you do it... It might actually be the opposite way. Let me just do it here, where you do it at 1. No, that's definitely a lot less. So I'm having to move my head a lot more... and then obviously you would have to move your eyes. So I'm definitely right on that one where it moves it more. So I keep it round, you know, I'm going to keep it like 3. I'll keep it just what I've been used to, which is the 3. Actually, you know what? I might put it up to 4 and just have a wee shot of that one. Or 5. You know what? Let's fuck it. Let's go 5. We'll just try it out. And if I don't like it, you can swap it about. Give me that solid 5. Oh, you... What absolute crazy person does this in a game? I swear Yogi did this just to annoy me. Oh my god. So annoying. I will have to do this actually in the main settings, like in the XML file. Why can't you type here, CIG? What's wrong with you? I'm sorry, we're gonna have to go to like 4.5 now. 4.5.5, that's it. Not touching anymore. And there you go with that one. That was tough. That was difficult. Is this PvP? No, this is just helping out set up Toby Tracker. Because obviously, again, and I've got the Toby screen for this. We imagine. Spooky head, spooky head. If you see here, like, it's that kind of thing, you know. Is that even centered, that camera? It doesn't feel like it's centered. Maybe it is. Yeah, it is. So again, yeah, so you're sitting, and when you activate it, I'm doing this, twisting with the head, and it's allowing you to do it this way. Obviously it looks better when you're like in the cockpit and stuff like that. But that should help. After that, it's just down to your own personal sounds. Right, I'm gonna quickly go for a bio break, guys. I'll be back in 2. That's better. I went for a track R to Toby and won't be going back. No, I wouldn't either. Like, if you've got a full track R system, you don't need Toby at all. Like, generally, if the software of, what's it called? The software of track R was a little bit better, I would, yeah, I would use it. I just don't like it, you know? Yeah, like again, I've always said to people, don't just change for the sake of it. You know. Head tracking is going up, flying in a whole new way, never thought possible. I remember when head tracking wasn't even installed in Star Citizen, and it was like, for me, coming from like playing Arma 2 and Arma 3, it was kind of like, why? And when they added it in, it's always been something for me. I can't fly without head tracking, and I would imagine it would be the same if I went into VR. You know, the moment that you go into that VR juiciness, like Star Citizen would be a completely different experience as well. I'm pretty sure a lot of people would be sick because obviously the frame rate, but imagine if CIG knocked that out the park. Oh my god. Obviously everyone's got different tolerances in VR, but for flight wise, I could imagine just for me, the role-playing aspect would be putting the helmet on whilst getting into the pilot chair. And you know what I would actually probably end up doing? No joke. I'd probably go and buy a pilot helmet and then try and install my VR inside it. You know? Have it where the VR goggles sits in front of the helmet like that, and you've got the strap, like actually fit it to a helmet. So you got this big flight helmet and you start on clipping on the mask. People are like, what the fuck is he doing? He's like, oh, he's just putting his VR helmet on. It's like a fucking proper pilot helmet. Man, that'd be so sick. I would love to play Star Citizen like that. Hey, Nivey, how you doing, Chief? Sig's April Fool's patch notes is funny. Yeah, I know, but I kind of feel like it's just rehashed, you know. Nothing beats Cristiano Roberto, you know. That's just always going to be my favorite. Do you have any ideas how DCS pilots would gobble that idea up? Dude, it can't be that difficult, right? Say, for example, look at Tom Cruise's latest movie, the Top Gun 2. They're all using the open visor helmets. So if you take your VR, right, and you basically just, you know, get somebody to super glue it to the helmet, it would be sat here anyway, just off your face, you know, if you're on an open helmet. So all you do is just take your helmet off, place it down, be like, right guys, I'm going into VR, here we go, full on fire, clipping in. Alright guys, I need a flight check for Star Citizen. Over it. People would be like, "What the fuck is going on?" I would do it. I've got the index. It wouldn't affect it at all. All I have to do is just have it where maybe put the VR on first, and then the over helmet, and then just put the mask on. It would just look like a night vision goggle kind of thing. It would be so sick. Or you could get somebody to 3D print the helmet that actually slots in the index. CIG should market that, you know? Just make it where you've got all these wonderful things. People would go out and buy VR. Just get a deal with Index. This is how CIG could sell VR in Star Citizen in like 10 years' time. Actually bring out VR helmets that are flight pilot helmets. I'd buy it if I could afford it. Obviously right now we could. I want a full haptic suit for SE. I wonder even if CIG even think about something like that, where they think about, you know, future VR haptic, you know, gloves or things like that. Who knows, man? Maybe they have meetings with it. Okay, so yeah, I thought they fixed that for 316. The invisible asteroid thing. Alright, we're gonna have to take a wider berth on that one then. We're miles away from it as well. I thought they did something with that though. Remember Faceware wasn't the joysticks at one point? Yeah, but then you're with Logitech, right? Logitech at the time, or sorry, it wasn't Logitech, it's something cat. Like you had Saytech, but Saytech was bought by something cat, and then they were sold on to Logitech, who Logitech took all over and stuff. So I would imagine the only reason the joysticks didn't go through, Mad Cats, that's it, thank you. I would imagine the reason why we didn't ever see the Faceware stuff and the joysticks was it just fell through. Like, they probably said we need this amount of money from CIG, and CIG were probably like, look, that's way too much for piles of shit. We're already selling merchandise that's far too expensive. And they were like, alright, right, you know, that's it kind of thing. But then they came out of the, you know, you had Yogi and Toby just fucking boom! Toby tracking was added to the game, and it was like, where did that come from, you know? So, never say never with the joysticks. I would prefer if CIG worked with a VR company with flight helmets and flight suits. That would sell. I don't think anyone gives a shit about joysticks these days. I generally don't. But a flight suit and a VR helmet that looks like an in-game helmet that is made by Index, $1,000, and you're releasing your first ever edition of VR? I'm pretty sure a lot of people would lap that shit up, you know? I mean, obviously for me, I would get so excited with VR and Star Citizen. It would be an absolute game changer, but we're talking about where minimum 100 FPS and a little bit better on the refresh rate, or people are churning their guts with this stuff. If you've ever played a VR game that doesn't have good refresh rate, it's oh my, you will feel sick. Now I'm very tolerant in VR. I can go for like 6 hours straight, no problem. And 6 hours in a game that doesn't have good like VR crossover. So for example, The Forest, I played that for 6 hours straight. That is horrible in VR, because the moment you walk, the refresh rate is so bad it feels like you're just power sliding around the place. You couldn't have that in Star Citizen. Like, you imagine this fidelity and then you're... You know, I don't think it would work. But they do want it. I don't think, like, I think you're gonna see VR added to this game years down the line. It's not their priority. I can understand that, because most of the time with VR games, you've got to complete the game, then build the VR on top of it, or you build the whole game with VR, and they don't want that, you know, they don't want that. We've got tracking. It needs a little bit of work. Like, for example, if you notice that sometimes when you're moving your head in the arrow, the gladius, like the chair will come through. If you bend or look down, for some reason your character's knees bend in tracking mode. I'll show you in a second. It's strange, and that came in, I want to say like around 3:15, this weird leg movement came in, but again, it's not that big of a deal, so there's no point like trying to get, you know, like, because obviously I think Yogi does the tracking side, or maybe somebody else does it, or maybe he just does the Toby side. I don't know who does it, and it's like I would rather have like desync fixed. Or like weapon balancing slightly changed, flight slightly changed, than this meme. Watch this one. So if you do it here, for example, right? That's fine, and that's fine. However, if we go into offset mode, here, so I have it disabled because I just don't like this. Here, where is it? Offset. Position offset in cockpit. This is it here. Now watch, right? This allows you to go forward and backwards, and then it is working just now in the cockpit. But watch the knees. Watch this when you push forward. He slides in the chair. It's not come through yet, Flawbod. Sorry, dude. How you doing, Chief? So look there, right? My crotch is literally an ejection thing. And this is from the offset. Offset's not meant to do that. Offset's meant to allow you to, like, lean forward, not... where you do this pelvic thrust in the chair. So this needs work. You know, you shouldn't be power sliding down into the cockpit. I don't even know how this even works, you know? Because again, when you don't have it, it works perfectly, but you are literally able, look, like if I shimmy here, my character's able to, like, I don't know, just use things. So you get to the meme part where, for example, I can do this, and then you can, like, look down. But look how, like, I'm up in the HUD. If I actually raise up here, and I've got all this visibility above me, I don't have any chair clipping. And then the moment you look down, so yeah, for me, I disabled the offset just now because this is tracking disabled, and you can see here when you do stuff and like zoom, it doesn't move the knees or slide in the chair. So whoever does the tracking, kind of until that's fixed, I have to keep offset off, because power sliding down to the bottom of the chair is not fun in combat. And again, this just allows you to still have the left, the right, the up, the down, the twist, but you just don't have the weird bendy knees kind of format. And again, it feels that you're more like in a seat belt, you know, you're secured to the chair more, so. But Offset came out recently, like last year, I think it was. Maybe the year before. But I don't remember it being where you bend your knees. You literally, your character slides. Could you imagine, like, if you're getting shot, you can actually make your character duck behind the console as bullets are coming over you. Which is kind of cool. But, yeah, it's really, really bad for flight. It just causes so many issues. Oh, roll on this patch. Roll on this patch, please. I can't wait to press the ATC button. It's gonna be so much fun, man. ATC button, and then you've got staggered fire with cannons. Again, nobody's gonna use it. I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use it in atmosphere with cannons, shotguns. Staggered shotguns is gonna be, oh, it's just gonna be burst fire shotguns. What do I want here? Let's go weapons. The refueling as well. I really want to attempt refueling whilst moving. I don't know if it's even possible because docking Merlin is kind of like impossible. But if they fix desync or done their desync fixes, this means, oh, like, could you imagine, like, again, fucking copium, being in atmosphere and doing a flight formation and you're getting refueled whilst moving. Like, sick shit. Hey Skyborn, how you doing, Chief? Welcome in. Good to see you back. Yeah, it's not an April's Fool's Day, guy. So basically, if anyone's tuning in, why am I back on Twitch? 30 days. Every day for 30 days we're streaming. Next week we're working with Toby for their Star Citizen Spring Sale. Toby only work on Twitch. I'm a partner on Twitch, I'm a partner on YouTube. I can be on both platforms, you know? We'll just do it that way. And then obviously CIG, just literally every month I've got Yugi not Yugi, sorry, Alf giving me giveaways galore. So !April, CIG have provided the swag. Get it off me. Little Cutlass Steel this week. Every week we're giving away something back. And yeah, after 30 days I think that's probably the end of my streaming career. Exclamation mark update if you want to know the reasons why, but the UK prices have gone up so much that my streaming career does not carry the bills right now, so I'm bleeding funds. So yeah, these 30 days might be the last of the show. Is there any tip how to configure this game? My game run at 12 FPS and my hardware is better than required. Have you done any of the NVIDIA settings now, please? Right. So, there is a little trick. NVIDIA control panel. Okay? I'm gonna go with you guys if you're struggling with FPS. I don't even know what I said the first time. Into manage 3D settings. Okay? What we're going to do is scroll down here, and where it says threaded optimization, or sorry, triple buffering, turn it on. Okay? Sometimes it's off. Vertical sync, use fastest if you use vertical sync. If you're like me who doesn't use vertical sync, don't bother with it. And the most important part is shader cache size, put that to 10 gigabyte. So you would be putting it to 10 gigabyte here. I don't bother because obviously I've got high FPS, but put shader cache size to 10 gigabyte, triple buffering on, and use VSync if you use VSync at fastest. Try those settings, restart Star Citizen, see how it goes. It works for some people. Obviously, I don't bother with the settings, but try that. Because I have heard that a lot of people who put it onto 10 gigabyte caching go up like 30 FPS for no reason, even with a good PC. It's just something to do with some sort of conflict or something just now. That's all I've really got, apart from, well, somebody else will have more knowledge, you know. But those are the free settings that I know a lot of people try, and they do get results from it. I personally don't get any results because, well, I'm rocking at 4K at 60 FPS, even though they've still not fixed the ultra wide thing. But I set it like 60 FPS anyway, so I don't want to touch with anything else. After that, I don't really have a clue. I would say make sure your video driver is up to date. Clear the cache. If you're on the PTU, CFG have moved the cache now to a different area. It's under user hidden folders in Windows, C drive. I don't know why they've moved it, personally. It's a little bit of a faffle to go and delete shaders. But I think maybe they're moving on to the point where you don't need to bother. I don't know. I don't know why it's moved. Like, the next patch is way more technical than what we have in 3.16. And that's why it's like 15 gigabyte. It's crazy. Like, the next patch is mental. And I know they've like done the refactor of, you know, the Starfarers and stuff like that. But 15 gig is a big patch. And they've just moved files around and done stuff. Maybe it's to like stop cheating of some kind. Helps with the easy cheat. No idea. I'm not savvy enough to know that stuff. But see how you get with those by putting the cache on and let me know. And obviously if it doesn't work, please revert your settings. Sometimes it can be even just reinstalling the game. Like if you've got like a very old patch and maybe something has been corrupted and not taken out or anything like that. Thank you, yeah. Yeah, like for me, I drop the gamma and brightness down because ever since like 3.16 it's gone really weird where I used to have these at like 50. It's just too bright for me now. I don't use reshader. I like to see the game, how the developers designed. Obviously if people are using reshader, I don't really care about it too much. A few people are like, oh, but people get night vision. It's like, I've got night vision. You know, if I was really that bothered, I'll put my gamma up. You know, I can run a script to do that jazz, you know. The rest is here. I always have the cloud at medium. Again, I don't know what 3.17 is like. I may up it to see, but I've always found that medium kind of gives you the cloud. Motion blur. I'm dying for CIG to separate camera and object motion blur. I want object blur by itself. I don't want camera motion blur. I just want object by itself. That would be an amazing. VSync is off. I put everything else off. Again, I've never really been a fan of these kind of things, and they don't really make that much detail, so for me, I'm just like, oh, just... Like, again, that's done nothing, you know? I think the text is just a little bit more sharper, so I just... They don't affect the gameplay. As long as I have the objects at high, you know, quality at very high, I'm borderless because I've got multiple windows. And I think my FOV is stuck at 70, just to make it easy. But I know a lot of people who use reshader to make everything a lot more beautiful and stuff like that. Make sure you guys get involved in CIG's giveaways. Exclamation mark April. 4 weeks of glorious swag to give away. Thank you for all the love today on the retweet. Exclamation mark retweet if you want to help out. All that jazz. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on for, guys, because we are literally doing 30 shows back to back. So until the patch is out, I just want to maybe do one more flight and then pass you on to somebody else that's going to be on for hours. You're happy you got to see me? Well, I'm going to be streaming for 30 days, every day for 30 days. I want to sample this free 17 patch because I think CIG have done really good. Like, obviously, I'm going to rant at CIG, I always do. But I have to say, I'm really impressed with what they've achieved for free 17. I don't care about content. I am looking forward to this juicy, no desync kind of flying. Because if it allows me to do combat, and it works, if it allows me to low fly with people at speed, and it works, I can get some recording. And whoever at CIG made the option to disable the what's it called? They put a video out about it, and I've got it here. Whoever did this one, absolutely genius. Because this, no joke, has been one of my hatefulest things with the camera in this game, is you have these amazing ability to like do the cockpit view and fly, and it does this horrible shit. Now, camera spring movement, you disable it, and the fucking camera does not move at all. This is incredible. Now, if CIG can do it, like I spoke to Yogi about this, where it's like, can we get a fucking flyby camera? It would be insane. But I can't wait to do like a view like this, and instead of, you can see where the camera starts shifting, you see it shifting to the left and the right. When I yaw, I will basically have it where I can be like here, you know, and it won't move, and you're just going to be able to do some, like, because this is what I'm talking about. Look how that's just horrible, right? But imagine you're flying and it literally stays like that. That's going to be incredible. And I think it's like how CIG do their videos, or they've recently done it where they've had the ability to disable it, because obviously they've been flying around and their camera doesn't go all wonky. So this is so cool, you know? So that format, again, just these little quality of life changes are a huge thing for me personally. Hey Jace, how you doing, Chief? And like, we've got five golden ones. We've got Quanta. I mean, shit, getting that in the game is interesting enough. Desync, if you want to call it a hot fix or like a band-aid or something like that, because I would imagine CIG want to work on something more flushed out. Then you've got the staggered fire for weapons, which I think is just great because I actually enjoy it on turrets. Then you've got the call ATC button, and obviously you've got the camera, which doesn't work. So 5 glorious things. And that will keep me busy for a while. But yeah, update Kuros will basically just say what's going on in my life. Again, I don't really hold back from people. You know, I don't want to be like a drop the drama or anything like that. But obviously, yeah, because of the UK, streaming is just becoming a little more difficult than I would want it to be.
Resubscription received. Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Who's that, Jace? Thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate that. Can we get some vibes if anyone's in chat? Appreciate that, dude. Oof. How are you doing as well? I've not been managing to check out your stream, but I have seen you were doing like some great numbers yesterday. You know, I've not heard this song in ages because, well, YouTube. So listen to it. You got raided twice now, yeah. Everyone's been super generous today. A lot of people are like, is there like a goal you could possibly reach to stick around? I don't, like, I said this, like, there was people coming in, Kuros, earlier on, who were like, give me a donation link, and I'm like, there's other things going on in the world that I feel if people are going to donate is more justified, you know, like Space Cutlet, stuff like that. You know, I don't really want to get into the details of it, but I think that's more like if people are going to donate money. If you need to help out, sub, follow, promote the channel, get involved in the giveaways, enjoy the next 30 days. I don't want to put a goal down because realistically, I don't think we would be able to achieve the goal. And I would rather stream for 30 days, my final 30 days, if that's the case, and just have fun. You know what I mean? And we'll see how it goes. It may get to the point where I'm like a few subs off and maybe put one of those gold bars or something like that, but I just kind of want to chill out, you know? Because I've got this stuff with Toby, as much as it's not paid. Last time it gave me like 400 viewers every day because people were in it for the giveaways. And who knows? We'll see how it goes. I don't really want to come back to Twitch and be like, guys, I need money, you know? I feel really bad about it. I'm one of these people who I like to earn for my keep, so I give you 30 days and then you can decide. How about that? I appreciate the sub as well, dude.
Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Appreciate it, dude. Thank you very much for the 6 months. Vibes in chat, please. Remember, guys, if you are following the chat, you've got the new options. So that's just how I've always been as a content creator. If you get to hang out, chill, enjoy the show, and after like 25 days, 29 days, you know, drop wherever you want. We'll see after that.
Thank you very much.
You should come back to Twitch. Miss you around here. Cheers.
A lot of people have said that, Chosen. Thank you very much for the bits, dude. I appreciate that massively. I have got a lot of DMs. Like, a lot of people have said, look, just go back to Twitch. And as much as I love the community on Twitch, I do like YouTube more for streaming because it gives you that 140p. But as I was saying to people before I decided to pop the stream on, as much as my morals are like anti-Twitch, I have to look at it that survivability is more important than I dislike the company kind of thing. You know what I mean? So it may end up where we stay on Twitch and just make YouTube videos and try it that way, and then maybe one day fully move to YouTube. I don't know. Again, I don't really want to get into that mentality of where I'm gonna go. I just want to bust out 30 streams back to back and give you guys some good viewing, you know? Because again, I have to say, a lot of people let the Atmo team down by not spending a lot of time. So plus I need to see if CIG have fixed that M50. Yogi said it was on the list. If the M50 works in Atmosphere again, I will be so happy. Who knows? We'll see how it goes. Let's just enjoy it whilst it goes. All I know is if I'm gonna go and do combat, I need to relearn how to move, because if people are not aware, I've got nerve damage in my left hand now, so I can't get too sweaty.
Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Hey Skyborn, thank you very much for that sub, dude. I would love that. Love what? What, on Twitch and doing YouTube videos? I think it might get to that stage, but again, I don't know, like, I don't want to realistically say what I need to get to achieve these things, because I just feel weird about it, and I know I shouldn't. I should be like, hey guys, this is how much I exactly need.
Multiple Class 2 status updates in progress.
Hey Skyborn, you don't need to drop the 5 button though. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you so much for that, man. How's the flying going, by the way? It's like Chronogenics is back flying as well. There's a lot of people back flying. There's a lot of people returning to, like, you got Jude Lux and everyone. Really well, my dude. Good, good. That's what I like to see. Chosen Automod. You know, I watch a lot of streamers, especially World of Warships and stuff. But to keep in community with SE, I miss you really. I'm not watching YouTube streams really, so putting your fucking ass back in here. We'll see, we'll see. I know YouTube isn't everything for everyone, because obviously like the chat integration, the setup on Twitch is a lot easier for people to get involved with. I understand that. The thing is though that the beta of YouTube is getting upgraded, and I generally feel that once you have the quality of YouTube, the unlimited VODs and stuff like that, and you've got the chat integration like Twitch, I think a lot more content creators will move with their communities over. But obviously it has to be where it's like Twitch. People want to do that kind of stuff, and Burks has talked about it where he would be willing to move if it had all the features that Twitch provides, because obviously again the quality of the streams are amazing. There's nothing like watching a low flyer doing 1:40, you know, or 4K if they don't want to talk to chat at all. It's just glorious. I can do 4K streams. But obviously it's very difficult to get that niche from Twitch because it's easy. People know it. They've got all their, you know, GIFs and their emotes and all that jazz. It's very difficult to move people over like that. That's why like the paid contracts are so fine. Again, I would be completely fine on YouTube if it wasn't for the prices increasing in the UK. It's crazy how much it's going up. Like 50% is no joke. But I do also miss, like, and this was the hardest thing for me, was there was a lot of people sending me DMs saying, please come back to Twitch. Like, I'm not watching anyone on Twitch and I'm not watching you on YouTube because I prefer Twitch. And it's like you said, Chosen. And that's very difficult to deal with, actually, because it's like, you're happy on a platform, you've got like your morals that I don't like Twitch for the way they treated me, and obviously I've had talks with Twitch and stuff like that. It's like moving from Discord to Guilded. Yeah, it just takes time. You know, people are always in their little nets and their bubbles. I understand that. But then you've got people like, please come back to Twitch. It's like, I want to, but then they treated me bad, and then I've really started to like on YouTube, you have to do like thumbnails and stuff. And I've kind of set that up for these 30 days on Twitch. We've got thumbnails all the way through, already pre-done. And so it's a weird one. Like, again, I've got to not think about what I want. I have to think about how much I like my career. Because that's obviously the most important part right now, is as much as I dislike things that Twitch do, and they are changing on things, and how much I like YouTube, these two things are not in the equation right now. It's, can I make enough money to survive? And obviously my bills are very small, but obviously those bills have gone up by 50%, which is a big deal for somebody that lives rural, doesn't really care, don't interact. I don't smoke, I don't drink, I don't go out for restaurants. I sit and play video games and chat with you guys. You know, that's my life basically. I don't want anything more. I don't want fancy cars, fancy houses, fancy clothes. Sneak provide me my clothing. They actually do, which is crazy. You know, I'm very minimalistic. I don't have any jewelry apart from the one wolf ring. That's it. And obviously, well, if you call the bandos. But yeah, like it's at the point with, would Twitch provide that? We're back on Twitch. How can I get YouTube up and running as fast as I can? I need CIG to, well, fix what I was going to do. And if they fix the desync, amazing. If they fix the desync, I've got a program coming up that a lot of people will get involved with. Obviously, it's not, there's two formats to Logan. There's Logan Fight and there's Logan Flight. Obviously, I'm taking the Fight or Flight names, but obviously putting Logan in front of it. I spoke to Christian about it. Because obviously, if they fix desync, I would love to do low-flying videos with a flight group. And it's not something that you're going to see. We're not talking about like what Skyborn and Chronogenics do. You know, they do the like it's a skate park kind of vibe kind of thing, you know? And then you've got the low flyers like me who are Top Gun, you know, full-blown afterburners. I'm going to push the limits as fast as I can kind of thing. I'm talking about in a wing and literally all moving like this, which would require so much discipline. It's ridiculous, but we can't do it until desync is completely gone in some way. So I would love to actually get a flight team doing that kind of stuff, you know, where you could do air shows or something like that. No, not like Terada. Terada does not do what I'm talking about. If you're talking about when they did the loop-de-loop, then sure. I'm not talking about when they're like cruising around the stuff.
Raiders detected.
Or something like yeah.
Welcome and enjoy
thank
your
you very
stay.
much for the raid. An Anna raid. Oh, I see, Henkin. That's where you went to. That's where you went to. I wondered why Henkin went quiet. He snuck off to Hannah. Anna. Jeez. Welcome in, guys. How you all doing? How was your stream, lovely lady? Look at all those quirky bots. DarkLaw, don't worry, people call me DarkLaw and all the other one like DankLaw and stuff. She's my SC wife. I have to be supportive. Aren't you like? I bet she's the trouser wearing, you know. Hankin, let's be real. You're the wife. I think Anna just pushes you down. I think that's the way it is, Hankin.
Resubscription received.
Sorry.
Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Lowy Magic, thank you very much for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. And again, thank you, Anna, for the raid. Let's be
received.
real.
Thank you very much.
Henkin's like one of these. Oh, it's me. Henkin's one of these like super nice guys that I would just imagine he gets put under the thumb quite a bit in relationships. It's just too nice to say no, you know. And Anna's like, look, bitch, get over here. You're gonna join. Get out of DarkLaw's channel right now. Get in my channel. I see you there. Right, we're gonna raid DarkLaw, and you're gonna be the first one to. And Henkin's like, Hannah, please, no more, Hannah. I can't take it. It's too much. That's what it's like, Henkin. Yes, mistress. That's it. Yeah. From now on, it's Mistress Anna. You will call. That's it. It's getting weird now, but weird's good. Thank you so much. How was your stream? What were you playing? I don't have any shout out link on this channel anymore. Why? Because you can't do it on YouTube, so fuck Twitch. You've got that tick beside your name and you've got a VIP badge. There you go. Also go and check out go and check out, oh god, my chat's gone. Go and check out Skyborn TV, guys, as well. Just scroll up, click his name, follow, done deal. We've got no ability to link channels. But what were you playing today? Look at all these little tweets. Tweet. Step on me, don't. Crazy stuff. But yeah, thank you so much for the support, guys. I do appreciate it. Let me see if I missed up anything. I've been wanting to do something similar with some of the FFA Skunkworks guys, but desync is slaying me. Yeah, it's impossible to do flight formation in Star Citizen whilst there is desync. Guys that are dropping the follows, !April, get involved in the giveaway. You're already following the channel, you're already in. All you have to do is a few more things, and if you're subscribed to the channel, you get 25 more entries, and in the last 30 minutes, or at the end of the show, I'm going to be dropping a code in chat. Even if you're not available to watch the chat, come back, like tomorrow, check it through, get the code, that'll give another 25 entries.
Received.
It's all,
thank you very much.
It's not my pocket, it's CIG's
to be
pocket.
Honest,
they're paying for it all.
You are a April Fool's joke, right? Tongue.
I am an April's Fool joke. Have you seen my April's Fool joke? I could link that again. My tweet. That was my April's Fool joke. But no. No. This is definitely 30 days on Twitch. You get to enjoy me for 30 days. Every day this month. Right, Anna. No problems. Enjoy your food. And again, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate you. And also Bad Sweet, thank you very much for the bits, dude. But no, it's not an April's Fool though. It works well, like, it does work well. Where it could be an April's Fool. But no, it's actually, next week I'm working with Toby. Toby, you guys know, Toby Gaming. They have a spring sale, but they also have Star Citizen giveaways coming out. And the way it's going to work is, I don't know if Anna's a part of it. She's also a Toby ambassador, I think. I know like Zero State and co are. It's going to be where you watch certain content creators and you're going to gain hours. Each hour gains a ticket, and that's going to help you win lots of prizes from Toby Gaming. And all you have to do is just put me on AFK, and then obviously, like, if there's other content creators, you can go and watch them. There'll be like a big list. You don't have to be in my channel, but obviously just advertising it just now for people. That was like the main reason why we're on Twitch, because obviously Toby only do these sort of events for Twitch, because it integrates with their eye tracking thing that I think is, oh no, I don't have Ghost running just now, but we will do for it. You can't do it on YouTube. And then obviously exclamation mark update if you want to see all the other stuff. I really don't want to harp on about it, but we are definitely doing a challenge. It's probably one of the most difficult challenges I've ever done. 30 days of streaming is no joke. Obviously I've not set a limit. Like, it could be 10-minute stream for all we do. But yeah, I want to give you guys as many hours as I can with the Toby. So I'm going to try and do, for at least the Toby thing, 10-hour streams. And see how things go, you know? Just chill out, vibe, hang out with people. Check out the desync, check out the PvP. Check out refueling. I really would love to try and do refueling whilst on the trot. That's definitely something I have to try. At least. After Twitch, we can find you in YouTube for direct stream. The way I have it actually set up, Verculo, is if you ever go to TheDarkLaw.com, that will always point you to where I'm streaming. So right now it points you to the Twitch channel. I will see at the 30 days. I have a lot of people that want me to stay on Twitch. I have a lot of DMs about it. I've got a lot of people that like YouTube. I have to weigh up which is better financially for me just now. I don't think YouTube can cut it just now. And this is not like I really, really like YouTube. It's just, yeah. Changes in life, and everyone's going through changes right now, you know. Everyone's growing. Was playing some Ghostwire. Ah, that's what she was playing. Oh, yeah. We finished it just now. Is Ghostwire the one where you do the running and the parkour and stuff? I think. Oh, no, that's a different game. That's a different game. I would love you, fuel you. Oh, do you want to try that later this week on PTU, Hankin? Do you want to try and do a low fly rolling Starfare fuel? Might be interesting. Like, I think we might explode. But I really want to do that kind of, you know, scenario where the fighters are coming in whilst moving. Chippendales or refuel? What did I agree to? Soon we can start a Chippendales dual stream. Are you talking about the chipmunks? Or are you talking about the guys that wear the little bow ties? Which one are we talking about? I'm game for both. Like, if we want to dress up as Chip and Dale, that's fine with me. I get to be Dale though, because I think I'm more goofier than you. I'm definitely, well, maybe I could be Chip, being a bit more serious. I could be Gadget. I could dress up as Gadget. That might be interesting. I have a feeling my dogs might attack me though. Twitch is more convenient, but YouTube video is much better, yeah. I think what I might end up doing, again, we'll see how the next 30 days go. I don't want to make promises I can't keep to people. We'll see after the first 2 weeks, but it might get to the point where I definitely want to put every single day stream on my second YouTube channel just to like hold the VODs basically. Because obviously Twitch gets rid of them after like 60 or 90 days or something like that. And yeah, I think actually the next song I'm gonna play is too slow. Yeah, it's too slow. I'm gonna... Yeah, we're gonna go with... Not this one. Yeah, we're going for these ones. A little bit better. Why not both? What do you mean? Twitch and YouTube. Again, it's one of these things where it's just, we'll see, you know, we'll see. Gadget is the female one, who was the smart brainiac one. Then you had, was it Monterey Jack, who was the big, like, muscle? Chip, who was kind of like the smarter one, and Dale, who was, I want to say special, you know? Special. That's all I can remember of Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, if that's what we're talking about. If that's what we're talking about. Alright, let's get the sounds back on. Hear my thrusters. We're dead. Yeah. So definitely gotta start throttling back a bit. Trying to get my height back again after the 60 days is no joke. But we have a problem where I'm not letting go of the throttle when I need to. I need to start, there's like a few things I need to remember. Don't do like a 720 rodeo in decouple mode whilst traveling at 300 meters a second. Not the brightest of ideas. That one is definitely don't dip down and punch the fucking afterburner whilst you don't have any upstrafe or any room. Yeah, let's just fucking go fucking straight into it. We have to remember that one, chat. Going into a dip on low fuel, do not increase speed. Slow speed down. Do not think the ship is gonna carry it. We must relearn this. Well, for me, it's 1080p all the time because my monitors are at max. Oh, nice. So I prefer Twitch? Yeah, I can understand that. I kinda think it's just sort of these things. Again, I will always say this, it's the people I enjoy the most. I don't really like... Skip this one. I don't really, you know what I mean, like... red or purple, whatever, you know. I like the interaction with people. I like the close community on YouTube. But I also like the, you know, people coming in and checking out the channel for the first time. And, you know, like people like Zero State who can be like, hey, DarkLaw's on Twitch, go and check him out. He's there for 30 days. You know? Zero State, never heard of him. I know, he's elusive. He's elusive. With the Z extension, do you push the whole thing forward like a hotel? Yeah, I can give you... It's not the best of cameras, I do apologize. I'm on mounts. And I have the monstrosity of the... I'm calling it the dick cam. Where it appears here. So, for example, I roll with Z extensions. Now, I'm Verpal. I used to use VKB, but I am very much like this. With Verpal, they send me their products. They are amazing. Keep sending me products, Verpal. I love you. I would say that the right is not required in the Z axis. But I'm a massive Gundam fan. And in Gundam cockpits, this is how they hold the triggers. And then they've got their pedals. Now my pedals are really weird. So my left makes me go right and my right makes me go left. I don't know. My brain just loves it that way. And the only way I could probably describe it is when I push my foot backwards, the idea is you're basically drifting a car. You know what I mean? So I hold, or like a rowing boat basically. And you hold it the other way to make the boat turn around. That's, you can do exclamation mark flight if you want to see my really fucked up thing. Now with the Z axis, obviously this is forward, this is backwards, left, right, up and down. But what I love about it is because for ergonomic, we have our keyboard and hands like this. We don't have our keyboards like this. So it's better on your wrist to have this as like a false throttle, basically. It gives you that nice, smooth motion. And for me, I like the upstrafe where it's like revving a motorbike if you had your motorbike throttle on the left stick. That's the way I do it. So that's me upstrafing, downstrafe, upstrafe. So I'm not, because I spend a lot of time pulsing the upstrafe for low flying and just combat, it's nice and easy on the hand. And then obviously you've got like the brakes and stuff like that. So I would always recommend a Z axis, and you can get these with the VKB. It doesn't look as solid as the Verpal ones, VPC. Each to their own, you know. I would say that it's really good on the left hand. You do not need it on the right. The right is more gimmicky wise, however, I love it. Is it good for PvP on the right? I don't think so, personally. I think I lose a lot of movement that could be useful. However, for my style of flying and low flying, it's really nice. Like a kickoff, yeah. Basically, yeah. Hey, Mongofisk! What? Wait. Just for today or back? What does the title say, dude? It says 30 days, back to back. I am going to stream on this channel for 30 days straight. Obviously, I'm going to bed, but you know what I mean. I will be live every day for 30 days. You get to enjoy my presence. Plus, we have every week a giveaway courtesy of CIG, !April. All you have to do is follow the channel. Easy. You can unfollow after the giveaways, for all I give a shit. Obviously, if you stick around, that's awesome. Then, we have next week stuff with Toby Gaming. Toby Gaming only do their giveaways and stuff if you're streaming on Twitch. Hey! There, we're already on Twitch for 30 days. Convenient! And then, if you really want to know nitty-gritty of what's going on in my life, ! Update. And there you go.
Resubscription
Will we
received.
still be here after
Thank
30
you for
days?
renewing your Class 2 access.
We'll see, we'll see. Again, I'm not going to make any promises to people, but obviously if you're subbing, make sure you get those extra entries, because one sub is literally going to be a month's worth of extra entries in all 4 giveaways. And depending on how the week goes, I may end up just giving the Starfare away as well at the end. Who knows? Right now it's not on the kind of listing. But yeah, 30 days on Twitch. And again, this is with Toby next week and lots of other content creators, Free 17 kind of PTU launch, all these nice things, you know. A month of vibes. A month of vibes. How you doing, dude? I hope you're well. I also not go to Gilded, I stay at Discord, just not for one person, maybe like, so better is. Well, the thing with Gilded, I prefer Gilded because it's much easier to manage community stuff. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's a lot easier to manage community stuff on Gilded than it is Discord. However, I've started to put when I'm going live on Discord for people that don't use Gilded, but obviously like announcements and stuff like that will always be on Gilded. But the great thing is, if you do update, as Tomberlino has done, how you doing, Chief? You can see it as a blog list, basically. So you don't have to be on Gilded. It'll show you the thing here. It comes up as the announcement, as in a blog. So you don't even need to sign up to Gilded to see this stuff. And again, if you're wanting to know the nitty-gritty,
Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Those two, this one's the touchy-feely one. This one is kind of like, this is what we're doing, you know what I mean? Okay, I just don't want to keep repeating myself over and over. It'll get boring for the people who are just tuning in all the time, so we'll get people pointed to the blog and stuff. Henkin, thank you very much for the 22 months. Mongofisk for the 25. Appreciate you, dude. We miss your shenanigans. I know a lot of people say that. I got some wonderful DMs from people saying, please come back to Twitch. It's not the same without you. And then I got some nasty DMs saying, I'm glad you've left Twitch. You were an asshole. I said I love you to them. I never got a reply. And then you guys are here, you know? It's very difficult. Hey, old man, how you doing, Chief? that DM was April's Bill. Man, I've got really bad pain in my back lower ribs. I think I've got like a cold or something from how cold the house was this morning. I'm gonna have to get some wrap on. Who do I need to fight? Nobody. Nobody you need to fight. Because, to be honest, when somebody sends a DM like that, I only can get so erect.
Received. Thank you very much.
Marlson, thank you very much for the 500. I appreciate that, dude. Hype Train? I don't know what Hype Train is. I definitely think, yeah. I woke up early this morning. It's like when I tuned into Henkin, and the house was freezing cold because obviously running central heating is not good just now.
Captain,
I think
multiple
I've chilled
Class
myself.
2 status updates in progress.
Henkin, thank you so much, dude. You need to do that, Chief. Thank you for the support. We'll be handing out the code very shortly because what we on? We are on... Oh, where does it tell me? Oh shit, we've done nearly 9 hours? What? It was only meant to be like a 5-hour stream. Fuck, I blame you guys for just making me fucking rant away. Rah, 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 rah. Fuck's sake, like. Sweet niblets. I'll need to go to garden. You know what? We'll just go to Noon Waste. That'll do. Thank you very much for the support, though. I appreciate that, guys. I miss the darkness to my light. Don't try and sweet talk me, dude. I come for the rants so I can take notes to improve my It's not a free service. For fuck's sake, I can't laugh. It's kicking it hard. I need like a hot water bottle. Ugh, I'm getting too old for this. Sweet Nibbler is that catchphrase I missed. Yeah, I know. Somebody, I was playing Lost Ark with puppeteers, like friends, like RL friends and stuff. And you know how I always like Sati 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 from fucking what's it called? 7 Deadly Sins. He was like, hey, you watched 7 Deadly Sins? It's like, yep, ever since I watched that I can't stop saying it. It's the same with the Miley Cyrus Sweet Niblets. Goddamn Jack liking Hannah Montana when he was a kid. Well, true, yeah. Plus, I've not streamed in 2 weeks. But obviously, I can't do... Well, I can. I don't know why I'm lying. I can do 10 hours back to back each day. I am a machine, after all. Lark, thank you very much, dude. I appreciate the lark. Who needs Viagra? Own health, yeah, and personal life, yeah. Unfortunately, that's the biggest problem with a content creator is if you have things going on in personal life, obviously, and everyone has problems. I don't want to say that my problems are above other people. Like, obviously, you guys know Space Cutlet. He's going through it the worst right now. But unfortunately, it's like, you know, bills go up, wages don't go up, you know what I mean? Again, I don't want to get into it. It's too meh. But it's just a weird turn of things. Like, last year, this year, like, everything's... It's always, like, one way or the other, you know what I mean? There's, like, no ease up after these past, like, 3 or 4 years. Whiskey? I'm not much of a whiskey drinker, to be honest. I prefer Jaeger, and we all know how that goes. Plus, I've not touched any alcohol since October last year. Last time you saw TheDarkLaw when he blacked out. Cause yeah, that was interesting. Anyone remember that stream? And that was hard. Surprised we got away with it, to be honest. Delete the VOD, delete the VOD. Right. Yeah, it's like coming up for 8 o'clock. Let's deal with the dogs. I didn't realize they're very patient. We could definitely say I'm getting back into the swing of things, though. Tomorrow, hopefully there'll be a patch tonight. And, yeah. Check out, I'm gonna be trying to fly with, like, Ondo and stuff. And see how well sync flying works in atmosphere. Because if that's the case, it's gonna be rocking. Also, I need to check out the M50 if it works. In atmosphere. It was my request. To the wonderful Yogi. Fix me M50! bad though. It is like riding a bike. 60 days of not playing Star Citizen. And I would say by the end of today, we can push it harder than most at this stage. Also gonna get more response in certain areas. I'm looking forward to doing the flight, and I'm glad I did the free 16 today, free 17 tomorrow for patch drops, because with the booster changes, it's gonna be nice to be like, oh, spot those juicy changes, even though like it's mainly like a bug fix. I always love playing a patch and being like, hey, I'll probably bug K Winter and be like, hey, I see you've done this. Like, That wasn't in the patch notes. Alright. Let's push it now. Coming out now, we're gonna release. Over. If only CIG would give me hydrogen to boost power instead of capacitors. Just me, please. I want it. Vibe, yeah, it's a good song actually. I want to put this one on, and then we need Dare as well. Oh shit! What happens when I don't do that? Didn't see that to the end. That's my bad. All right, well we're not gonna make a song list, and this is why, ladies and gentlemen, raise your height when you're not looking where you're going. And don't keep pushing forward. I need a monitor here that shows you where you're flying so I can read my list. Alright. Alright, we're gonna skip these, alright? Alright, skip that. Lucky it doesn't take that long. Miss the music? Yeah, I miss the music as well. It's like one of the best things about Twitch, especially if you have OBS set up the way I do and stuff. Oh! Right. I know what I'm gonna have for my list afterwards. You didn't wiggle the butt enough. No, I did not. Again, I'm gonna literally just say today is the first day back after 60 days. I just need to remember what you do and you don't do. It'll all click. Don't read chat when you're low flying unless you raise your height. Don't make a song playlist unless you raise your height or stop. Don't do a 720 rodeo in decouple mode at 300 meters a second off the ground. Stay in couple. It's much easier. We've learned this today. And when you're powering through a canyon, don't increase the afterburner speed when you're coming to a fucking flat wall, because you ain't pulling out of it if you increase speed. This is what we've learned today. Locked in. We're learning. To be honest, it was pretty fucking cool. It was like, brrr, into the canyon. It was like, alright, okay, I need to actually raise out of it now. No, fuck it. Straight through the ground. Fucking explode the jets. Nitrogen on. We're just going straight to the ground. Fuck it. We're not pulling out this one. We're going through the ground. Yeah, definitely. If you're around, Henkin, we'll get some like low flying refueling. I would also like to see if Merlins work, because if I remember correctly, I think you can get a Merlin inside a Starfare. Maybe not. Can you do it? I know you could do it in the Hercules. Because no joke, low flying Merlins and then having refueling Starfare would be so sick, man. You trying to get to Daymar to test? That situation, I pulled the pitch up to use the bomb. Oh yeah. Exactly, freaking. That's what you should do. What you shouldn't do is press forward and release all afterburner power that you have left. That's not what you do. But that's what I did. I don't know why. Like, my brain was just like, you know what, fuck it, we're crashing. I was doing a good run as well. Flawless run. But no, it was just, I don't know why, it was just like, instead of pulling back, all it was just fucking release all cylinders. We got some juicy info. Ooh. I like juicy info. DMG. Alright. Oh yeah. Gundam Evolution. Yeah. Guess who knows the community manager, Zayman? Ya boy. So she's actually part of the same stream team. Well, even though technically I'm not got it on my list, but the Arix gaming team, she landed a job where she's the Gundam community manager for Gundam Evolution. So yeah. If there's any swaggy stuff, I was like, look, send it all my way, because obviously Barbatos is in Gundam Evolution. So it's like, as soon as it's released, like just everything to do with Barbatos, fire it my way. I'll take it. That's called control flying to train. Yeah, I like that stuff. Yeah. Playtest is on. Yeah. I said, I got invited to it, Zayman. Or I got invited but didn't accept because obviously Star Citizen and the I just didn't want any more distractions. I just want Star Citizen, 30 days, boom, you know, and play it out that way. Because the thing with Gundam Evolution is it's not going to be out for a while, so yeah. But yeah, I mean, again, with the things that you can now, like, I say you can do now, you can do it in Star Citizen as it is, but if desync is a lot better, combat better, and the whole like, if you can do group flying, I'll be super impressed. And this is like something I really want to get into, but I don't want to have your typical like 30k nonsense and stuff like that. I'll wait for CIG to work out the kinks, because they've been open and said, look, we've got this, we know about it. K Winter was saying on Channel Moses, or in a channel, they know about like the ESP kind of stuff. Oh, it was on Captain Burks' his show. So it's like, yeah, right, okay, no combat for a couple of days, wait for them to put in a fix, boom. However, if they get the game a lot more stable, we can get into Daymar and test out some ships, but also test out the refueling whilst moving. Because I would love to try and get like formation flying, where you have like people moving in between the group. Be kinda cool. And then once the combat is sorted, we can delve into that side. We're in no rush, because I don't think we're going to see PTU finished until probably mid-April, I would imagine. But definitely the refueling side, because obviously the biggest thing right now is you can go to like Daymar, Shubin, repair, refuel, repair, refuel, repair, refuel. But Quanta's now in where you literally refuel and the fuel goes down. And I'm hoping like I can basically have an ult, bring a Starfarer, and like fucking siphon into Daymar, fill it up every session, stay on the server, and you know what I mean? I don't know if that's actually a thing, but I'm hoping it is. I'm hoping you can bring a Starfarer and like refuel the pumps of Shubin or something like that. That will be so sick if that's the case. I remember when I was in, the manual said if you were on a bike and fell, then to follow control to the right whilst yelling I'm falling. Alright. I can't say I've ever been on a bike where I've had time to say I'm falling, to be fair. Right, now we can do the playlist. Fucking yes. Right, I'm letting go of the throttle because guess what? We learned from our mistakes. We are getting better. Avenger 1's mentality, 1% kicking in there. Beautiful. I'm not gonna hold down the throttle whilst I'm just casually chasing around. Oh, you know what? A little bit of that. Oh, and then maybe finish up with that. Yeah. This is what we're doing. Oh, jeez. Oh, smell that? That smells like 80s. Chopper Harley. I know I didn't get my goddamn medical gown. of a dead end to that one. No way we're going around that corner, boys. Spicy wagagumi. Oh, crap, did I just fly over? Yeah, I did. Jeez. Alright. Alright. Those pedals. Juice! Juice! Back through in again. Around here. Back in. Wrong way. Okay, improvise time. Yeah, that's fair. I was ridiculously fast through that tunnel. That was fair, like... What we're pushing for... Yeah, that's fair. I couldn't get the nose around on it in time. That was a bit too fast. Where do I get the playlist? It's just exclamation mark song. Yeah. And it's April's Fool Day, Miss Gabby. How you doing? Welcome in. It's April's Fool. Nah, in all seriousness, I've got 30 days on Twitch. But yeah, just do exclamation mark song, most of it. This is Devil May Cry. How you doing, Miss Gabbies? You love the Scottish, Grizzor, yeah. It's true Scottish when it's doing that. Looking pretty good for low fly after 60 days. Game break? I know, man, I know. We're pushing good speeds. I think I can go faster though. I think that's probably why we're kicking on like a, what, 9-hour stream. I just want to get just a little bit faster. A little bit faster. Doing very well, thank you for asking, yeah. Tomorrow will be better though. Tomorrow will be on, hopefully, PTU if they've got a patch out. We'll get the boost changes. We'll see what no desync is like. Not that I've had any desync, like, the past 3 crashes have been my own. Just slightly off on the bearing. We will dial that in as fast as I can. But yeah, we're here for 30 days. We've got Toby gig next week where we're doing 13 days show for Toby. We've got giveaways to give away because I've not given away any CIG swag in months. So I've got 4 weeks back to back to get rid of it. Especially as that I've got that wonderful saber. What's it called? The steel that needs to get gone. And some other things. Oh yeah. We'll do this quickly. Right, this is definitely going to be the last flight for me, and then I'm going to pass you on to somebody else, because, yeah. You don't want to. Actually, you know what? Just call it. Yeah, we'll call it. We will call it there, because we are 9 hours. I'm going to have to do stuff with the pups. But we'll be back on tomorrow, guys. 12 o'clock every day. We're going to be trying to push out at least 12 every day until the end of April. Thank you very much for all the likes and stuff like that. All the raids today has been insane, man. Absolutely insane. I appreciate you. Oh, is your AC unit broken? Still hanging? Oh, that sucks. Alright, we're at the stage where I don't know what to do. How do I raid? How do I raid? Oh, the memes. Alright, we will figure it out. Anyway, I will be back. Yeah, I need that on. I'll be back tomorrow, guys. Bright and early. Thank you so much for the support. What's a raid? I know, just wing it. I'm going to try and wing it. We'll find somebody here. I've got a tune to bang us out to. However, when I figure out how to raid, I'll get it there. Like, it shouldn't be too difficult. It's like, what? /raid. Let's see who we got on. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you very much for the support. And as always, good vibes to y'all. Stay safe. All that jazz. You know how it is. See you tomorrow. Thank you, guys. Let's have a little bit of a disco. It's nighttime after all, you know? Right, let me figure out the raid. Ooh, look at it. Isn't that glorious? Isn't that the best ending scene you will ever see in your life? A man at work. Some disco. Now let's figure out the raid. How do we raid? Who should we raid? Who's on? Let's see. Oh, there is. Reformed is on. Let's send the support over there. Ooh. I'll be doing a lot of Kozlo next week, Umanra, because I think he's also doing the, what's it called? The Toby stuff. I do believe he's part of it. I'm gonna send the love to Reformed. Let's create the raid! Amazing. Thank you very much for all the support. And all that good stuff. Yeah, Detox is another game though. I'm gonna keep it to Star Citizen, keep it real. Support my boys. I will catch you guys tomorrow. Send all the love on. I don't have a raid command, but you can type TDL raid or something like that. Just go and hang out, check him out. Don't like the content, move on to another streamer. You know how it is, guys. Easy stuff. Again, thank you very much for all the support. I will catch you tomorrow. Take care. Bye to everyone. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah!